I'm on the concrete now. I can feel it all around. A chronicle of people caving in under the pressure of the death temptress. I can see all of fumbling. I see the storm give out. Umbrella weather, not a single cloud. I can see the storm give out. Why are you so tired all the time? Can't see through my concrete now. I can feel it all around. A chronicle of people caving in.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1xBet, Zowie, Nor.
champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. Astralis winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, day 1 of stage 2. 8 teams joining us from stage 1 after the grueling battle they endured there to join up with 8 teams starting out here as we're going to find our playoff teams that are going to join us in the Lanxess. I'm joined by Yanko, obviously. Yanko, we're here. Obviously, all these teams were gathered here today. A nice little sermon. All these teams kind of vying and looking for ways to take down Vitality in the second half of the year. It's been a really tough first one for anyone trying to have success against them. And we've seen a lot of roster changes. We've kind of talked about firepower seems to be the name of the game. Bring in more firepower to compete with Vitality, who top to bottom are the strongest team.
True, and it's not the only reason why Vitality is the best team in the world, but it's the most easy sort of change to make, right? Yeah. And the most easy upgrade to go for in the short term. And we see a lot of the teams that are trying to be contenders make those changes. Obviously, Falcons are the big one with Kaiosuke, Spirit as well making a change, Navi making a change. So we'll see if it bears fruit. The Mouse is one of those teams, and the Mongols who didn't make any changes.
Sure. Well, let's touch on a couple of the teams that made some changes. We are going to have a shorter pre-show leading into the match today. This is obviously Kaiosuke for Falcons joining the team. We've had a lot of conversation about how to say his name. Kaiosuke is what we've been told.
I love how you think that because Monesi told you something. What does he know?
I trust Monesi.
Is he a broadcaster?
Implicitly.
I don't. But regardless, I think this might go down as one of the biggest blunders in history.
In terms of Spirit?
In terms of Spirit.
Okay.
Right? Like letting this guy walk when you could have added him in January. Like if they wanted to promote him in January, he would have been on Team Spirit right now, Jason.
Yeah.
But they didn't. Mag stuck around for 6 months. He didn't do anything or no this season. And now he's gone, right? Because in the meantime, he sees, all right, Nico's on Falcons. Monesi joins Falcons as well. They're sort of recruiting him. They're luring him over. And he's like, yeah, actually, I mean, playing with you guys is cool. Getting paid a ton is cool. Going to an international roster is sort of really opens up more opportunities for you in the future. So
yeah, I'm excited what he can bring to the table. Obviously, the highlights we've seen coming out of FaZe and some of the games that he's been playing, absolutely incredible. A lot, as we always talk about players that have this much attention put on them this early, I feel like there's got to be a lot of weight on his shoulders.
I think we might see like some different facial expressions from Zonic this season. You know, I think you might just see a glint in the eye of some of these guys, right?
It's like, we're back, baby. It's starting to feel like Prime Astralis in here.
But, you know, we've had the most hype we've had has been, you know, Donk, Monesi, Zaivu back in the day, and then it's Kyosuke, and I think he can definitely, you know, live up to the hype, because some of the early things that we've been hearing from, you know, the Falcons camp and whatnot is they've been impressed with his skill, his mechanics.
I mean, what are they going to say, though? Nah, he's been disappointing since we brought him in. It was a great boot camp, but
I mean, they wouldn't be shouting it out the, you know, windows, right? Like, they would be like, oh, yeah, it's going great. He's acclimatizing, you know, and that's what tell you, all right, maybe it was a bit too much money for this guy.
All right, we're going to table some of the Kaiosuke conversation because we're going to get into them a little bit later, but right before the match begins, I want to touch on some of the other teams that have made some roster changes as well. One that's looked good that we saw plenty of in Stage 1, NIP adding Kaspersky, who's been absolutely phenomenal for them, played some really, really solid games. I don't know if this pushes them up the line in terms of contention for anything like that. I don't think it's all of a sudden going to indicate deep playoff runs, but there's no doubt if you look at NIP's kind of the way their year has panned out, this has been a team stepping up slowly but surely.
I think, yes. I think also they need just more reps in Tier 1 as a team, right? As a unit under Snappy and in some of these tight games. But they've been one of the more fun teams to follow and to watch at this tournament. I have them as the favorite going up against Aurora because Xantares isn't there and they're playing with a stand-in. And we'll see for the longer term whether they can be a contender, despite of what Snappy would say that they can win this tournament.
Yeah.
we'll see about that. But my eyes,
Ambitious.
honestly, you look at it on paper, the only question mark is now U-Jerks, right? Like, can he hang around in an international team in some of those star roles? If he can, and if he has good output, then it's, you know, there's something there for NIP. If not, then that's the one piece they would have to upgrade.
And he's already seen the example of the player that he was brought over with, Dose, kind of sent out of the team, and obviously we didn't get a deep reason for it. But I think
sweet anymore.
Not so sweet at this point. But if you're at U-Jerks, you're like, man, I now see what happens if I'm not able to step up, if I'm not able to pick up this game at Tier 1. Next team we're going to talk about, G2. Obviously, plenty of attention is made on the departure of Nico, departure of Monacy, the PR around that. But I said that yesterday, I'll say it again. I think somehow they've managed to stick the landing and have a really interesting roster coming forward. Mattis joining the team, Hunter going to IGL, but really, obviously, the strength and the core of this future of G2 is going to be in guys like Heavy God, guys like Mulbs.
I think you can say that it's a paradigm shift, Jason, that we're seeing, you know, in the approach from G2, because they were a team synonymous with superstars, you know, ever since they added Nico to their roster from FaZe Clan almost 4 years ago. And now you can see them turning it around, but there's no huge names on that team, right? Like, it's more of, there's a lot of good players, and you can see the potential with Saw as the coach, and how will Hunter perform as the IGL, where they can really do well. Now, how far can they go? We talked about all these teams making changes, you know, adding Kyosuke, adding Zwei for Spirit, you know, adding more firepower. Well, they have less firepower than they did a year ago, but perhaps they have better.
That's the hope, right? Yeah. Philosophically, it's a very odd approach. As we kind of see this arms race to bring in firepower. When I talked to Pekka doing the lobby yesterday, he kind of mentioned, you know, there's a lot of ways to win in Counter-Strike, and we're going away from the idea that we're gonna.
You were shocked, right?
I was shocked. We're gonna go away from like star power, and I was just like,
you don't get shocked very often, Jason.
No, I don't. But like, you look around and you're like, name a team without a star player, without star firepower that's lifting trophies right now.
The closest one would be Mouse, right? Like, that's the closest you would go. Because
I would argue that Torji is there.
Well, Sphinx is there.
Okay.
Sphinx is kind of already there. And then you have Exertion, but you wouldn't put them on the same pedestal like a Monacy or a Donk or a Zywoo, right? So that's sort of where you can be, and maybe we've seen glimpses that Malbs could be that guy, right? Or potentially Heavy God. We'll see how Mattis will do in this environment. But look at Mouse, you know, they don't have much silverware either. So it is going to be tough to break that final
little barrier.
Yes, but they first have to get to that point, and we'll see how long it will take them.
Another one, Navi added Mikaze. I know we don't know too much about him quite yet. I'm excited to see him step into the team and play. Everyone from Navi yesterday that I spoke to had only positive things to say about him, saying they were surprised how sharp he is individually, but also the way he communicates and controls situations. I think they've been very pleased with his performance so far in the boot camp, but that's a boot camp. Now we got to see what he can do on the stage.
Yeah, and I think also in this sort of a situation where a academy player gets promoted, that's where you also have the benefit of, all right, he's in the same organization, they're trying to play in similar ways. Yeah. So he should be familiar with, you know, a good amount of concepts that the main team likes to run as well. Now, I'm not saying that's going to mean it's an immediate plug and play, but it should make the adjustment a little bit easier.
Yeah, especially, and I mean, yeah, you're right. That is kind of the benefit that we don't always see. Not every team has an academy team, but that ability to kind of come up in the same system. And as we all know, obviously, Flashy as well, the coach of that, or actually assistant coach, probably had a lot to do with them. Now over at Team Liquid, Blade probably had a heavy hand in kind of helping determine where that academy team was going to go. Last one, obviously, and this might be the biggest contender we could talk about, Spirit adding Zwei to the roster for Magix, dropping him recently after the most recent major in Austin. Rewarded for a great performance there, though, with Namigo.
Yes, absolutely. And also another young player, right? Very motivated, very hungry. A guy who's a little bit more quiet, right? So he definitely fits some of those anchor roles on the CT side, but we'll see how they approach it on the T side, where Magix was really sacrificing himself a lot for the sake of the team and for the sake of Donk, whether it's dropping guns, whether it's just creating space so Donk can get the trades and clean up.
I'm interested because it's one of those like intangible things, like the send-off video that Spirit made with all the players kind of talking about Magix and what they're going to miss from him. Obviously, a lot of the conversation was centered around what he brought to the team in terms of energy, in terms of attitude, in terms of being just someone that everyone could rely on and had was comfortable talking with. That's where I kind of wonder how much impact losing those intangibles is going to hurt. Because obviously Zwei's going to be a different player, and he's going to have to learn his own position in the team, both inside the server and outside the server. But you never know how those things can affect how the team operates.
True, but winning cures everything.
Yeah, that's true.
No one will care about...
Fragging does...
You know,
fragging conquers all.
No one's cracking jokes around here, guys, says Chopper as he lifts the trophy, right? Like, it's not going to be a factor at that point. I get you in terms of, you know, team chemistry and whatnot, but I think Spirit has just... I don't think they felt like a contender last season, right? Like, they missed too many tournaments where Vitality was there, and anytime they would face them, it wouldn't be a contest. Even against the likes of Mouse and Falcons towards the tail end of the season, they couldn't find success. So something had to change. I think that much was clear, and we'll see if this is the one that can get them to that next step.
And now circling back to what could become Spirit's greatest blunder, letting Kaiosuke leave over to Falcons. Falcons GamerLegion going to be our first match of the day leading into things. But really, all eyes are going to be on Kaiosuke and how he performs. And this is kind of what I want to mention when I said, like, I'm actually kind of worried about some of the weight on his shoulders. I think players have done a good job kind of, you know, playing under those conditions, and especially the young players say it doesn't really affect them all that much. But I feel like the expectations now, it's not like him being simple, it's him being Donk and just like coming out and having an event right out of the gate where you could just see that this guy is going to be something special. That doesn't happen very often, but it feels like it's sort of expected at this point.
I think to me it just seems like he has more of a Monacy mentality where he doesn't care. He just wants to play the game. Like, you ask him all this question, if you go ask him, hey, do you feel any pressure, you know, coming on the team?
Of course, yeah.
And Monacy is like, no, I'm just going to come in and do my job the best I can and play CS, and that's it, right? And that's actually kind of the best way to go about it. Like, if you just focus on that and that's what you know, right? Like, then the other stuff will take care of itself, hopefully, in the long term.
Yeah, we can run the veto as well while we're talking about this, because I want to dive a little bit more deeper into this, because I would say, I guess the big question is going to be, how is Kaiosuke joining this team going to change the nature of this team? What aspects does he bring? Because all of a sudden it feels like you have 3 players on this team who are going to be very, very interested in being the aggressive playmaking element of the team. Kaiosuke, Monacy with his AWP likes making those plays, and Nico, as we know, is fantastic in the entries. They actually have like a very aggressive 3-man core.
Yeah, I think that's where we'll see also how will they sort out all the positions and the roles on different maps. Which positions might Nico concede to Kaiosuke, which ones will he keep, and vice versa. That's what I'm really curious to see. But what he brings is, man, just firepower. I mean, it's just nuts.
It's raw talent, raw firepower.
Mechanics, you know, it's the same thing with Donk. There's not too much finesse that you can talk about. He's just quicker, better, sharper than everyone else right now. So that tends to equalize a lot of the issues that you have, right? We always say positioning, everything in Counter-Strike, positioning, tactics, utility, it's all there to make the duels more favorable to you, right? So you don't have to go for 50-50 fights or 40-60 fights. But if you're winning unfavorable fights,
but if you're just a god,
you're just being, yes, exactly, which is something Monacy does with the AWP, then it doesn't matter really, right? Like, and that's what I think Kaiosuke is able to do at times, and yeah, it's just going to be exciting to see how they kick it off. GamerLegion on the other side, these two teams faced each other a couple of times, right? Playoffs of Dallas, playoff of Melbourne Falcons. Didn't have too many issues there. GamerLegion had Acor as a stand-in. In Dallas, still impressive that they made the playoffs. But when they did play in a studio environment all the way back in Bucharest, while Dexter was still on the roster, GamerLegion humiliated Falcons and put them in the O2, and it's from that point they went on a run and won the whole tournament. So we'll see also with the new addition of Kersey, how will he fare against the real, you know, top dog in Falcons.
All right, I need a, before we send it over to the casters for the game, Yeko, I need a very quick yes or no answer out of you. Is Kaiosuke in a Falcons jersey what's going to get Nico his first major?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you added a second one, but I like it. It was powerful. It was strong.
That's a one, you know.
2 powerful and strong men up in the casting booth. It's Machine, it's Sponge.
Thank you. Feeling especially strong, actually, in my tank top for this commentary delivery. Chatty B and I have been given the gift of getting to cast this opening game for Team Falcons upon the integration of Kiosuke or Kaiosuke. I'm going to go for Kaiosuke. It might come out differently. I apologize if it does. But we spoke to him and he says he'll take either. But I mean, we're all really here to see Kersey.
Yeah, well, look, obviously new addition for GamerLegion as well. They had to make it through stage 1. Fantastic performances from the likes of PR and Rez to get them here. We can't forget about that. But the context of stage 2, the group stage, is one key factor. Only 3 teams from each group will make it through to the playoff stage. If you drop the opening round, only 1 team from each lower bracket will have that opportunity. This is a very important game, and Falcons on the debut. If you can't get Kaiosuke, you can always just call him Maxim. Let's get this one underway. Nico and Tessa starting towards main, starting to filter back. There was no top pop. Now they're dealing with Yard.
Yeah, okay, interesting. Nico is going to have an engagement with that P250. Rez tasked with taking those initial engagements with Nico. ZTR actually tugging the smoke and gets across. Nico choosing not to engage. A couple of shots from Unbreakable, but nothing connecting.
Okay, information flows. Now they need to rotate down towards lower. Torsen lay on the piece and first death. Tess bullet straight between the eyes. Kisuke has rotated down, has the support of m0NESY. PR still a late piece through Hut.
That'll enable them perhaps to pivot. They're trying to sell this, get numbers. They've confirmed at least 2 towards the site. m0NESY undetected though. PR chipping in into Tessis, and here comes that pivot. Yeah, he's opened up the avenue. They've played this so restrained. Nico in the heavens is going to have a chance onto the vent rotation. Tip of their head. PR doesn't find it. One will go down, and it's going to be a retake. Top site. Kersey maintains control of main. It's very heaven-centric. With no flashbang either. They're just going to have to flood into the site. GamerLegion lie in wait. Rez with that P250 versus the USP. It's a fair fight. Dropping into the site and down. Good night. Straight headshot from Rez. PR, only the one. m0NESY needs to run him down. Kersey under scrutiny. It's messy, and he doesn't find the headshot required. Nico gets the first tap. And now trying to run him down. Oh, ZTR playing naughty games with the door. Nico, door stuck! And he's got no time. NT from Nico. GamerLegion take the T-pistol.
Okay, well, he's going to get to hold onto his Kevlar there, which means an M4 is available in this force buy for round number 2. But that is the opening kill for Tesses, but it's PR, the man highlighted on the screen there, keeping the options open, finding the gap towards the A site, and the team allowed to pivot up the vent. So they put their toe in the water towards B, but they make sure there's always a way to get back into this. Very well handled from GamerLegion on the T side of their map choice. Oh, Nico's actually dropped the M4 to the young man, Kisuke.
Damn.
Given the vote of confidence here.
Yeah, immediately. Nico dropping your guns. That's already a sign of the amount of belief Falcons operate into the new edition. m0NESY and Kisuke going to start lower. Looking like top pop utility. Kersey lining up the Molotovs.
Yeah, so those rifles are going to be out of the wrong place. This is going to be tough to get back into because as they walk up, they do have to worry about the smoke wall Yard that is going to start to dissipate. Here they come. It's going to be too little, too late, she cried.
Way too easy. PR again with these openings onto Tessis. He's got him in back-to-back rounds to open up A.
Oh, Nico respects it.
Yeah, he has to. PR already working his magic. A couple of opportunities for the Nico Deeg, but not so much for the rifles, as you discussed.
Safe. Give it a go into the next, see if you can find any damage. m0NESY and Kisuke definitely don't want to go down, and well, Nico has. So at this point, round over, 2-0 start. Very, very well done. And the big question marks for the roll cells out there is how is Kisuke going to be slotted in on this CT side? m0NESY biting off more than he can chew there. That one is ill-advised on the peak. Maybe trying to get himself going early, but gives away a rifle into the next. So Nico, traditionally the outside rifler. m0NESY, the rotation on the AWP. You had Magis before anchoring down the top side alongside of Kicks in the door and main player. And then Tessis over towards ramp. It is going to be another round before we can start to triangulate the positions of the CTs. But for those of which have been paying attention to the FaZe at Realms, they've been playing an awful lot of pugs. We've seen a bunch of them turned into VODs and put online, especially with the trio, the firepower of Nico, m0NESY, and Kisuke. So maybe there's a few clues of what we can expect to see with their setups.
Well, at this point, they are going to be calling upon him to make an impact, to save them 4. Smattering of Deagles and 5.7s.
How many bullets did he even fired yet?
Yard side, yeah, that's the question.
It doesn't even feel like he's had a chance in a fight.
Smoke wall and straight down. ZTR not scared.
Okay, so I love this. You think about it. The previous round, they threw that smoke wall. They didn't go. They did a top pop. This time, they drop it, and silently. This is very important because right now the information isn't flowing for Falcons. They have no idea how many have actually crossed, and it is the lion's share with PR just as this lobby lurk. They will start to announce their presence, so there is confirmation. They did at least note 1 as a minimum. And they haven't rotated anybody down to B just yet. So Falcons, if they want to fight for this round, they need to get a little bit of a wriggle on. This is too easy. If you can avoid them, you don't have to worry about the firepower.
I mean, this is a sign of good game plan, good calling. There's the first bit of friction, and it's already way too late. Towson gets the bomb down.
Exits, I suppose.
Even that's not going to be easy to come by. You want to maintain that M4 into the next.
I'm surprised they haven't tried to get stuck in here and use the new loss bonus, or sorry, team reward bonus.
Just can't avoid PR. That's back three out of 3 rounds. He's met his fate at the hands of PR.
There we go.
Revenge.
First kill. Finally, he's on the board.
Yusuke gets his revenge for Tessus, and Kersey actually has been put on notice down to 13. He'll be fine in the corner. Maybe Monacy has a look with just his unarmored Deeg. Grab an AK, actually. Hello.
Thank you very much.
Oh, he doesn't survive. Okay, excuse me. Monacy going down, loses the AK. It's an upgrade for his teammate, and we get going. Guns will come out.
Okay, so Torsen is just going to keep hold of this Fambus, but the rest of his team with AKs or Galils, so all good in the hood. And GamerLegion, this is a great start. Very technical map of Nuke. Up next, we have Mirage, and then Dust 2 as the third decider if we need to get there. There's a highlight of an exit kill of an opponent not looking your way. PR's one as well, that's to the tip of the tongue, right? He's a great find
Another
for GamerLegion.
17-year-old. He's just getting much less hype.
I'm sure he had some offers throughout the break.
Yeah.
And will do at the end of the year as well. But here we go. Nico starting main. Heavy presence towards A. Honestly's AWP in the mix. The same not to be said for Kersey.
Wow, okay. Interesting approach for the top hole. Tessus and Monacy focus on a potential pace changey. Hut explosion, resmoke squeak, pressure now being thrown out. Those late wall of smokes erected.
I think we can see the change of the setup. If this is what we can expect on the rifle rounds, Kisuke is playing ramp. So Tessus, I guess, will take Magic's position of anchoring top, and then Nico gets to maintain yard. Light on util now for the defense on the CT side. We're at the minute mark, so 55 seconds of a whole lot of nothing. Baiting out util, calling through the nades. Now ZTR calls the go.
Oh, good find from Monacy. Patience prevails on the Hut fight. One slips through. He's not ready or prepared. It's nice from Towson, but Tessus, bit of damage. He found PR, gets his revenge in this one, but it's still an advantage for Falcons to close. No one's ready for him. Kiyasuke coming in from heaven with that recovered AK, and it is Falcons on the board with their first.
Okay, well done from Monacy there. They felt like they had a very good idea. It was going to be that top pop. The fact that the AWP of that rotating piece is ready and raring to go, as we do get a bit of a look there at the 17-year-old. This is going to be the talk of the town. Obviously, we have Zway, we've got Makazi, but for me, the question is, can we get another donk just a year later, obviously from the same academy?
Yeah. I mean, the question is not how he will perform, it's whether or not he'll be able to maintain the same level of performance we've grown to expect prior to his officials. Sure, you can do it in the Puggy realms, but will pressure get the better of you? At such a young age, I can't imagine a world where it... Well, actually I can, because Donk proved he can.
Yes. So it is possible, but you've got to be absolute freaks of nature.
Yeah,
You're
okay.
in the Zywoo category.
Yeah.
They're going to test him over towards ramp. Doesn't have support right now. Monacy could pipe down the ladder and be there, but it's all going to be the timing. So smoke starting to dissipate. Monacy is there.
Yeah, and Kiyasuke lies in wait as well. Monacy to draw them in, spots the shoulder, fires the shot. Kiyasuke on high alert as his teammate and support gets removed. Flash will delay them further, swinging into it, comfortable with the first, and a double kill. Kersey has the bomb, hesitant to commit, and they do so. Nice headshot back from the Frenchman, but it's all Kiyasuke. Makes his announcement of his presence, a quad kill in defense of ramp, just like that.
Simple stuff, isn't it? He's going to love the way that one feels. They come his way, he's tested, and he just gets 4 kills, making it look simple. If you go and you watch his games, it's not... the mechanics is the thing we're really going to be putting under the test. Now you're playing in proper team-based Tier 1 Counter-Strike, but his mechanics don't waver. This is just aim map for him. And something that he does better than most is his movement, right? The way that he's, hitting the crouch... Not saying full, just dodging those bullets, and it's been put under the microscope by plenty out there in the Counter-Strike realms, but that's a fantastic way for him to lock down ramp.
Yeah, I think the players, these modern era Counter-Strike players, have such a good understanding of the accuracy you have in those little dead zones, that right amount of velocity, and actually just dodging bullets in the actual duel. Straight Neo from the Matrix.
I've gone with a hero AK right now, GamerLegion, so you want to make sure you get a couple of kills. Disallow the CT side bank balance to accrue too much early. So it's 2 rounds on the trot short. Honestly, noting multiple bodies outside. Now the boost onto red. Has to flick up into this, and actually will be warded away with a couple of shots from Towson.
Ooh, Nico tapping the head of ZTR very nicely. That's the PR response, though. And now Towson's AK gets a chance. Tessus, he braves it, takes the fight, and sticks around for more.
3 for PR so far.
Yeah, he's having a mad one on that Desert Eagle. Now recovers himself a little bit more. M4.
Bomb needs to be picked up. It's in no man's land right now, but there's so much time they can reset. 45 seconds, both down the vent. Now, they don't have a smoke, but there is a incendiary. This is going to be tough to really use to any advantage. I feel it's just going to have to swing and take the fights.
Yeah, but it's just ridiculous that it's got this close. PR is having a mad one to start for GamerLegion. Unarmored Desert Eagle brought down after 3. Kersey, however, in the meantime, that distraction has served its purpose. Nico will hear this momentarily. Yep. Bomb going to be planted uncontested.
Towson will be very happy for the bomb to go down. Lost bonus and an extra $600, but can he clutch this out?
Yeah, that's the question. He knows where they both are coming from. Walking towards m0NESY, good clear. It was all about that timing. If he could have just slipped around the corner, perhaps m0NESY overlooks him. Instead, Falcons recover from PR doing damage. It was nearly a PR disaster.
Yeah, and wow. Yeah, no Coldplay concerts around here. But Towson now gets 3.1 thanks to Kersey getting the bomb down. I wonder if Kersey brings out the AWP now for this T side. No, I can see him just investing straight into the AK. So Dicey put under pressure, and that's exactly what you wanted to achieve. Towson will just operate with a Galil. So everybody gets a rifle for GamerLegion, and they get the damage that Ash and ZTR would have been looking for. So we're all tied up.
Towson's throwing spawn instas. Straight towards the cross. This is very fast. Look how quickly this is. Before he even gets to red, Rez spotted by the break of m0NESY. Okay, at least that information is gathered, and so is the opening kill. PR put on his ass by Kayosuke.
Well, that's the kill that you're looking for. PR. 9 frags to his name so far.
Ooh. Yeah, Kickston's found one. Rez has kept things alive for GamerLegion. Nico, however, completely overlooked. ZTR an attempted trade and damage down to 6 HP. That's Rez making a round out of it.
Okay, 2v2, very low sure, but still a chance to win this one.
Yasuke completely overlooked the potential of Rez underneath. Now Kickston on the rotate, a free one indeed. 6 HP, it doesn't matter. m0NESY, it's not the weapon you'd want for a clutch like this. Rez comes alive, announces his presence. He's certainly no slouch either. 3 kills from Rez. That was dire circumstances. When I see Nico's position and I see him overlooked, just like you, I can hear you saying, like, this round's done.
It feels like he should have had the second there, right, with the low HP into the mix, but no, that's not the case whatsoever. ZTR getting his first 2 contributions in that one, so the Swedes combining to put another round on the board.
And that was the duel that really made things awkward.
Here.
Yeah, awkward as well for Kiyasuke.
And they knew that Rez had to be down there because he got that kill through the puff of the smoke as they were entering, and they're fast again towards yard. So pace, name of the game.
Preemptive smoke break. I loved it from Nico. It nearly worked out for him. He spots the cross. Towson and Rez are very quick to this, and the bomb to follow as well. Kickson, no utility, so just his M4 and timing. Oh, he gets away with it. Traded out by Rez.
So this early pressure is going to put a lot of emphasis right now on the rotations. And here he is again.
Yeah, owned. Rez, nice shot. Double trouble. Opens up that B site. Diligent clearing from m0NESY, catches the lurk on ramp. That frees him up to focus on that B bomb site. Kersey given that AWP to hold.
Worried about a second lurk piece there, Nico, so just clearing through. How does Tessus get into this? Well, he'll join them through ramp. They've got a little bit of utility to work with, but getting past the AWP, that's going to be the tough task.
Yeah, no kit right now either. Oh, spotted. Kersey down to 12. Hanging on by a thread. Rez is low HP, but he's still hitting headshots. 4 kills from the Swede. Job done. Round 1. Nico just trying to get out with something. His life and an AK. That's the best he'll get out of this one. Kersey by virtue of surviving.
See you later, guys. You're all gone.
Slate wipe clean. Kersey not. 4 HP. The man brings his AWP through. But more importantly, GamerLegion posting 5 T rounds. They are really just running rings around Falcons.
Yeah, very, very strong stuff so far. And it's great to see PR and Rez continuing the form that they had within Stage 1. They were the 2 highest rated players. It was PR, then Rez, then Poor and Sani. MIBR not being able to make it through to Stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, GamerLegion made it look easy stage 1, didn't they? Breezing through it.
That's bang on. It was a 2-0 against Complexity and then a 2-0 against VP. So neither of those names making it either. As here we go, pace changing to a top rush.
Yeah, okay. Towson, perfect weapon. Up close, but hang on, awkward. A flurry of CT frags with just the pistols. m0NESY gets his, Nico another, and now ZTR and Kersey solve a very complicated puzzle. A two-man discrepancy. Weapons are falling into enemy hands as well. You can hear that audible MAC-10 reload. m0NESY snatches the AK and disappears down the vents. It's Nico that's going to have questions asked of him here. Couple of missed shots on his jiggle out. No rush.
Yeah, bomb needs to be scooped up, and what you're hoping for if you're GamerLegion is CTs have their feet planted, they're holding hard angles as opposed to jiggling, playing for info, and then rejigging the setup based off of exactly that. So Kersey making a play in through main. Oh,
he spotted something, didn't he? I think just the tip of the backpack. Oh, okay, well, announces his presence. Tess is focused on ZTR in lobby. They know where they both are, and ZTR takes a bullet from the UMP. Kersey missing his shot on that Heaven exchange. 30 seconds as he still looks to relocate.
Trying to go ramp is ZTR right now. There is a gap available, but m0NESY in the vent should be able to respond to things quite quickly. Kersey, if he can get a kill on A, it might draw the rotation away so ZTR can plant, and can't hit it.
Oh, that was away back in, and now it just feels like an imminent Deagle body shot to seal the deal. ZTR finds himself underneath.
Just save.
Well, you don't want to give him an AK-47.
Yeah, not for free.
Nico, however, takes Kersey's AWP for a spin. And ZTR brings his AK through, but a gap closer from Falcons.
Okay, that one right there, you're going to be...
wrong?
Oh, they're just gone for a pace change into a top rush, and unfortunately for them, there was a bit of a stack. The initial kill was with the Deagle, then a USP chimes in, and then that part, it all falls apart. So if you're Ash, you're going to be a little bit upset that you don't win that type of a round, but you already have 5 rounds, T-half, your map choice, and it's Nuke. So you're going to be content with that. If you end up losing the series, you end up losing the map, that sucks, right? You're not going to love the way that one tastes, but in the broader context of the game and the way things have been going, boys, we've been doing a good job. All right, we did a top rush. It didn't work. We played heads-up Counter-Strike. They hit a couple of nice shots. Let's wash that one away. Let's work out what our buy is going to be, and let's get back in because we can still have a mammoth first half of play. So ZTR with the save to AK. Some Deagles upgraded upon, 1900 lost for them into the next. So this is where you just sit, you take a look at the money, you see everybody on the right-hand side of your screen hovering around that 2K mark other than ZTR. So with the 1900 loss, they'll be able to get that Galil's all AKs into the next. But remember, last time they had Deagles and a hero AK, PR got 3 kills. We'll see what he can do this time round.
Nico. An AK-47 and long-range duels with m0NESY's support. Oh, that's a very well-timed break. ZTR, a sitting duck. Knife out, your hero goes down first. Nico, a composed tap to the face, removing Towson.
Gonna have to get the reload in, and they've been able to pick up the AK, so Rez puts that in his hands. Remember, just some damage. That's what you're looking for. Couple rounds left in the half, but you can still make it tough for Falcons down the stretch before the break. Now they will play the number advantage, so rejigging. Unbreakable for Nico. m0NESY heads back towards CT. Kisuke on a passive angle towards ramp. Kicks it and Tessus towards top. So all good and no issues. If you don't give them the fights, they will have to force them eventually. I think for Rez, it might actually be more beneficial for him to hold on to the AK. But everybody heading down towards B, if they can get the plant.
Feels like they should be able to, right? No one from the CT side has acknowledged that potential.
Yeah, just playing retake and worried about them coming up through ramp is Nico. So door's about to swing open. Here's the audible.
All right, now they get themselves moving. Nico not going to be able to stop that plant. Trying to cover him is Kersey. Hits his headshot. Rez as well. Combines. This is supposed to be a gimme round for Falcons. Now 2 coming in from Single door, Rez, no armor. Don't forget that aim punch is going to be brutal, and still a 1v3 handed to him. It still feels like it's impossible for Rez. Little fake plot on the defuse. Monacy isolated. Rez actually doing it. Another is required on the fake. Kixon needs to win it and does so. It's tight on the defuse. Kixon's got the kit just in time. How expensive, how costly, how stressful was that one?
Wow, all right.
Little sigh of relief, I think. I read it. It was subtle, but it was there.
That's a 3v5. That really should not be going that way whatsoever.
And I just wanted to ask about like Counter-Strike science there. Is playing retake when you know they've got low econ, you know, and you've got a two-man advantage? Why isn't there just someone like hanging out behind dark boxes or just like listening with his knife out somewhere?
I didn't hate the fact that they allowed them to get the plant, right?
It was the kills.
I just think that it wasn't a coordinated effort to then retake the site. It was Nico and Kizuke on their lonesome without any trade potential. Well, they were each other's trade potential.
Right.
And that didn't go as they had planned.
Yeah, Rez is looking like he's in it to win it with PR as well. They're matching the individual prowess. 5T rounds, as Chad continues to remind us, is already a very good haul. Well, Falcons be able to resuscitate with 7-5.
Yeah, that would feel like a nice cushion. Not a comfortable one.
No, but it's still nice. It's better than no cushion.
You like the way it looks?
Yeah, yeah. You still have to take it off before you get into the bed, though.
We'll see if it's practical or not.
Oh, a little bit of a glimmer. Spotted out. ZTR, his position noted, and he's still brave enough to make a cross. Kiyosuke's asking questions of Trophy, and that's some precision. Straight headshot. Rez distracted, worried about one, and instead it's Tessus with the other. Pushing Hut, walking in, easy frag. Monacy, great awareness as to the potential for the gap and for the exploit of PR. Now ZTR finds himself in a weird state of affairs. Towson essentially spawn.
Save again, because
TTRB.
Yeah, just hold on to these. Next round's only 2,400, and that is the last round to play. So you're going to want to have some rifles, and this will help you get there. At least give you something that's a bit more punchy. So Falcons ward them away yet again. And that's make sure that their money doesn't end up in squalor for the final round of play of this first half. Also want to remind everybody, we do have a secondary stream running in conjunction with this one. You can go check out G2 on debut with their new roster. Saw taking over the coaching duties, Sampaius the new AWPer, and Mattis, who those might remember from having a tattered mousepad as well as being in Fnatic. That one is going quite well against Furia at the moment, I would say. That's a Dust to Inferno and a Mirage map pool.
It's quick. And it worked out wonderfully for this little press and pincer from Tessus as well.
All right, Ash really wants to make sure we're tied up going into the halftime break. So he's going to use their second of 3 tactical timeouts within this first half just to discuss the finish. Remember, there's the saved AK, there's the M4 that ZTR has given over to PR. He's going to take a Tech-9, and Rez will grab one as well, Kersey with a Galil. Now, what is the call? Early on in the piece, we saw the quick standard secret smokes that they were scaling behind fast. They had used them early to be a little bit fakier against the Force in round number 2. Some of their slower rounds haven't really felt like the recipe for success. So we'll see if this one does have the flavor of pace behind it. Bit of a luxury there to have the T-side molly, be able to get that. Oh, well.
Would have been nice.
Would have been great. Still, burns of smoke.
Yeah, you're right.
So this is it. It's going to be ZTR throwing the smoke wall outside, highlighted by our lovely Obs, Rush the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then they're going to pop into top. So does Torsten try and peer through that into main? Yes, he does. He's ahead on the timing.
Oh, they're not prepared. Tessus just about finds the head. Somehow, given the angle he had, PR though, through for the belated trade. Needed the double up. Gixon denies, pushing in. Tech-9 goes down. What a spray from Gixon. Standing in the flames and delivers in mass quantity. Well, Nico's making no secret of where he is. He says, come and get me. Down the vent, up the ladder, firing shots. He ain't scared. And Kioske ready to finish off the job. not able to do so. Kersey first at the clutch, but m0NESY locks it in for a 7-5 half. It's a cushion. It's not comfortable, but they can work with it. Falcons 7, GamerLegion 5.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
Oh, that was so saucy.
So creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
Falcons' first official with hot off the presses and talk of the town, Kyosuke, joining their ranks to try and pursue those trophy lifts that this roster was forged for. But it's the very start of Stage 2. It is their first official. GamerLegion, however, made light work of that first stage. Coming into the second, we'll see if they can keep this undefeated spree. How many maps can GamerLegion run before they meet defeat? 7-5. Falcons have the edge, but T-Pistol, not a guarantee.
And a lot of utility brought in for Falcons on this one, so door naded off. Exchange of smokes, dropping down the vent in case there is the potential. And the knife in the hands from Torsen, so here comes the second wave. Oh, it's a fake. They're going ramp.
Okay, yeah, gonna test PR. He's been having a pretty damn hot hand. Kersey still manages to put m0NESY down, despite that instant deletion. Keeps it level. They're quite spread out, aren't they?
Yeah, well, they've used all that util to essentially keep the boots planted over towards A, and that's exactly how this one has fallen in. Now it's about the finish, so it's not going to be the nades, it's just going to have to be grouped up and trade heavy. 2 down towards B. PR backside it. If Tolson can bait, then PR activates.
That would be ideal. If he gets one and then dips away, misses his chance now. PR does try, gives it a good go. They both get theirs, but hang on. Kayasuke with 3 and more available. Has he got it in him? Nico and Kayasuke to bring this one home for Falcons. A triple already. And another tap, this time from Nico. One bullet from the USP puts down ZTR and puts Rez into an uncomfortable one. Head-to-head duel, he heard the step, he knows where you are. Goes both ways. Pre-firing, deleting, and now all up to the 1v1. Rez, he seems to have a good idea. He's expecting Nico towards the dark position. Process of elimination, clears it through, doesn't hit it. Nico secures it. Again, Rez, he knows how to make these rounds competitive. He's got the aim in combination with PR.
Well, we'll split the pistols there, and I'd say that's more impactful than the 4K he had on the rifle round early on within the first half piece. 3 kills there for the kid. And very, very good work, right? This is going to be the trade, which is necessary. You know, somebody run out there a martyr, they need to be traded upon, but it's those next 2 to breach in towards that B site, give them an opportunity. Nico just does what is necessary, and the combination of these 2 riflers, the star power, gets them the 8th secure. There's going to be 2 MAC-10s. Rifles for the other 3 up against the force of GamerLegion. Scout, MP7, and some 5.7s. Diagonal smoke wall dotted in. Kersey playing over the top. The only way to get past safely would be to play close to that smoke wall.
And it isn't Nico working yard.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep tabs on the T side as well, I suppose.
Kiyasuke's playing it very passive, doesn't have support, doesn't want to give anything up, and Kersey missed opportunity with the first scout. Quick pivot, look at this, they know they want to have their numbers in the right place, and so a full gamble down towards this B site, and already damage being inflicted, now combined, Rez and PR working together to get the job done. Somehow the bodies keep dropping, just tapping away, whittling away at the Falcons, and it all falls to the new kid on the block. Weapons to be retrieved. ZTR scavenges away the AK as he descends in the vents. An audible retreat from Kersey. He's got 40 seconds to try and save Falcons, to save FaZe.
I don't know how you win this.
Yeah, I don't see a world. They're above him. They're everywhere.
He might just save.
It's probably not a bad idea. $0 in his bank account. An unwinnable 1v4 ahead of you. Do you want to give another AK to the mix?
He's
in 2 minds. He is in 2 minds right there.
Leering forward, having a look, doesn't get anything, and he's just going to back off towards Secret and save. But that was feeling way too easy for GamerLegion. They had so many bodies down towards B to deal with that, and the 5.7s once at that range, nobody was willing to make space there. I'm not sure which player it was exactly pushing along the railing, but nobody would swing, and you can see the corpses now littered over towards this window side. That's a really poor round to lose there, and I think ZTR knows exactly that, wants to let him know.
Yeah, well, I mean, those are the kind of rounds that you know, they can compound into tilt. It did come a bit too easy. Look at the fights. They're not glamorous. They're not, you know, incredible aim or instant deletion. That's just a 5.7 and combination.
And they've gone into the stack. So unlike Ash and ZTR's T-half, where they just completely outmaneuvered the Falcons, Falcons have just walked straight into the stack.
Yeah, a little run boost move from Falcons. Coordinated parkour, Cirque du Soleil style, to try and set him up for an opening versus what would have been Kersey. He's playing it passive with his scout, though, just playing for info.
Now, this is GamerLegion's opportunity to tie the game. I understand that one round would only make it 8-7, but it will force Falcons most likely onto the save. Kicks him back towards spawn to throw out a smoke wall. Nico on silo, so this is just hoping to force some rotations, or at least keep them in the dark.
Yasuke got naded down there, softened up. They put the AK on his shoulders, and, well, he doesn't get much done with that save.
Should be able to get this back because it is in the smoke.
Ooh, he actually knows that's what they're greeting for. PR! Outrageous moves.
Wow.
Such diligence.
Yeah, this kid definitely doesn't have the same level of shine to his name, but the delivery that we've seen out of him, he's fantastic too.
He's playing it so well, manages his angles, composed on the aim, and finishes it off. And 4th as well. Quad kill from PR, and that's not his first.
17 and 13 right now.
I mean, incredible, impeccable. And up against a stacked roster, Nico performing up to par as well with 16.
And just to draw a couple more parallels, right? You think about there was a saved AK and some Deagles that were in the first half for GamerLegion, and they got a lot of damage out of that round. They put a lot of stress on Falcons. This is all, well, sorry, 4 out of the 5 staying alive. So very few dents being made, not stressful scenarios, just heads up Counter-Strike, and here it is. This is going to be a drawn-out eco from Falcons to allow the siphonage of utility. But all in all, we'll just be seeing them playing on T-Roof, using it as a jungle gym. I guess this is a good time as well to reflect on what we had seen from Falcons in the previous season with Magisk in the roster. You had Tesses, who would be supporting outside from Silo. Nico would be heading yard, as we'd all expect. You'd have Magisk in lobby, having to worry about ramp. Kicks in, throwing a lot of the utility towards yard, and then m0NESY has that flex piece.
Yeah, understandably.
So we'll see in that anti-force round, Kisuke was outside, so we'll see if he finds himself out there again. As this is a pantomime round.
Yeah, I have to make the sounds, actually. I have to provide them. Hang on. Sounds really realistic, I think.
I think, yeah, your practice has been paying off, that's for sure.
Yeah.
All right, well, Eco, done, dusted, and we're all tied up 8-8. So let's see, down the stretch, GamerLegion. Are you going to keep up this level of play? It is the quote-unquote easier of the sides, and Torsen will even upgrade away from that MP7, so rifles are plenty.
This is going to be a very telling round, okay.
What's the opener for Falcons? Is it to let your players play, which would be half of the course, is Kisuke going outside, so...
He's going to meet Rez. They're going to have a head-to-head here. Looks like Rez wants to fight. Backing his aim, and Kisuke prevails.
They're really going to try ramp. PR, he's on the boost. It's with the AK.
Why does it feel like we want another PR quad kill coming in? Anti-flash, telegraph. What's he got? First is good. Quick trade. Towson in response, though, strafes into support. Oh, love that. Relentless in their pursuit of the trades. Kersey gets another. Now, Kisuke, he actually seems aware of ZTR's potential positioning. Oh, didn't diligently clear it. And so his back is turned and he goes on down. GamerLegion erupt. Massive round from Towson. Picks up the slack that PR left.
Yeah, it felt like hell was a bit of a clown car there, wasn't it? Right? You just get bodies swinging out, taking those fights, catching them in the bottleneck. The Torsen with the double, and then Kersey, he's like, well, I'm swinging too.
Here I come.
I'll avenge my boys, and that was really where the difference was made over towards ramp. So
it was like he extinguished, like he swung immediately with it as well. Like they had that like false expectation that they could start to move. Towson gets the double kill, and then here comes Kersey straight away through the flames. Subverts the expectation and actually forces a timeout. Zonic, that's his first. He's feeling like now is the time to hit that panic button.
Oh, and the headset is off for ZTR, so this should be...
Oh yeah, it might go tech.
Bit of a technical, so we can all take a little bit of a breath right now. Happy Saturday.
Yeah, the weekend, baby.
Stage 2. We're going to have that running Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, and then we'll have our 6 teams locked in for the Lanxess, the Cathedral of Counter-Strike, next weekend. Will Vitality continue to reign supreme? That's the question on everybody's lips, or have some of these high-power upgrades, the arms race as it's been dubbed.
I want to talk about the other arms race, the one that's on our screens as well, which is the removal of Slend, the addition of Kersey, GamerLegion, reformatting. And they've always been quite a disruptive force. I don't think this is a team that's regularly underestimated. I think they're estimated.
I think if anybody came in and they're like, oh my god, Falcons are just going to blow GamerLegion out of the water. First of all, I'm not bringing into the account that this is the first big boy tournament coming out of the break. Obviously, we did have Fisher. Second of all, the map pool changes, how that's going to impact teams. Third, the fact that they have gone for Kisuke as their upgrade, somebody untested in the Tier 1 Counter-Strike realms, even though he is mechanically brilliant. Already putting on a good show here today. Towards the top of the scoreboard. 13 kills for him.
Yeah.
And yeah, GamerLegion, there's so much press around a coach like Ash and what he brings to the team. And then their pieces, well, this is the revival of Rez. This is PR, the next gen. And then Torsen appears to be a strong piece, does what the team is required of him. Kersey's the one that we are learning about. Now, it wasn't just the benching of Slend. There was the whole Dallas scenario where he couldn't get a visa. It felt a little bit convenient because they used A-Core to stand in. They had a pretty decent performance, and then they didn't want to stick with A-Core or Slend.
Can you imagine
tried something new.
Yeah, sorry, mate. It's weird. Your visa's like, it's just not... I don't think it was submitted on time or something. That's weird. I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
Your passport. No, it did get lost in the mail. No, but I got it right here.
No, A-Core's got one.
Yeah.
No, he's got one, so, yeah.
You start the break now. Actually, we don't have the mail. Yeah, we want to give you an extended holiday.
Yeah, but they have. My point being is that they have been, you know, competitive up against big names, and so that's something that is really unfamiliar to Kersey. I was speaking to Shocks, you know, everyone's favorite Frenchie, and he was telling me that, you know, everything is unfamiliar to him. The fact that setting up his SSD was new. To be fair, you could say the same is for Kioske. Presumably, this is all very unfamiliar to him as well. However, the amount of press, the amount of attention drawn by this guy on your screens completely pales, you know, in comparison for Kersey. He hasn't done anything, hasn't had that same amount of attention, and yet he is in that same unfamiliar feeling.
I'd prefer to be in Kersey's position.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot less pressure and expectation.
Yeah, I think so too. Especially when your team have been designed for trophies and struggling to pick them up, and you're supposed to be the catalyst to change that.
The meme is, yeah, just one more superstar
more
signing,
change.
just one more.
Simple for Kixon. Imagine.
I thought you meant the smokes, because he made him look
He did?
exactly that.
I really liked the instance they were throwing. GamerLegion had their own approach, very cheeky. All right.
You need to get some value out of this partial.
Well, there's a clear game plan, like a kind of second wave of smokes. Already, there is a body down there. And they remain silent, not announcing their presence. However, Rez is on very much high alert. He's just playing for info. Jump spot. Kioske gets one deagle shot, and it's actually not going to connect. Kixon has elsewhere, though. Does that pivot them? Yeah, it looks like it will.
You got time to work with, so starting to get decent output. Another kill, maybe a plant. You'd be very happy with that.
Oh, but yeah, they're right to assume that Rez might have got a little more active, a little further forward, a little more vulnerable, susceptible. How does he play this? An important trade. Kioske delivers. Bomb going down towards that B bomb site. Like you said, another kill, a plant. Is that plant a reality? Looking good to do so.
Honestly, just has to hold vent and they win the round. Well, they're in. So,
holding vent.
Avenues for the retake are available.
Okay. CTR's allowed to slip through. Late ramp arrival from Towson. Tess has just looked away, averts his gaze, and he gets punished for it. Attention drawn. CTR pokes his nose out, closes the door, gets another. A little bit of fakery, a little bit of trickery. Bomb is still ticking, though. Pressure on. Despite the man advantage, they still have to get onto that bomb defuse. CTR gives it a tickle. Swings on in, found by Kixon. Rotting that clock. PR swings in. Headshot from Monacy. The win is theirs. It's all theirs. Falcons steal one back.
Do you know, I actually believe that became more confusing for Falcons because walking in after you take down Rez, Tessus gets the ramp space. It seems too good to be true that there isn't somebody else on B. You're thinking, wait, if they're playing in this configuration, why is there not somebody else already down here? And that's why I said all they have to do is hold vent. But
right.
The expectation from Falcons is that there has to be a couple more bodies down here to deal with this. So very well done. I said they needed to get a value add out of that partial buy and to be able to tie things back up 9-9 and now put the CT economy in a rougher position, that's for sure, is a great way to kick things off.
Okay. Kioske on the warpath. Aggressive AWPing from Kersey, trying to subvert the expectation in front of that trophy smoke.
So they haven't really got what they were hoping for because Rez will still see the secret cross very early. He's that canary in the coal mine. So there's nothing outside. It's more if they're pivoting in front of that, and there's also bodies who are currently glancing in that direction. Kersey forward with the AWP can also segregate this top pop.
Especially if it's the bomb coming in last. Sure, you got the opener. Oh, he's missed it! Monacy allowed to escort the bomb in. Tessa's double entry. Hang on. Maybe, just maybe, this 2-on-2 still has legs for GamerLegion, despite the shortcomings of the AWPer. He gets another. Doesn't use that nade to break the smoke. It does insignificant damage to Monacy instead. Kersey from heaven, an audible step, peeking into Monacy. Missed shot. He's had a few of those. Draws attention. Rez is expected. Iyasuke controls. And Kersey got to try and get out of there before Monacy hunts him down. Convincing sequence from Falcons to finish. Would have been a whole lot harder if you lost the bomb in lobby.
Yeah, look, under the pressure to hit those shots. We even had a seasoned vet like Device yesterday just missing quite a few as well. So this is Tesses breaking in. Beautiful work from him onto ZTR, and he's not even seeing his opponents, is he?
That first one was smoke wallbang. The second one was flash smoke wallbang. Yeah, no, that's just crazy. Muscle memory from Tesses. Reacts to the chaos, the pandemonium of the execute, and does open up the site. Timeout called. Is that the last from Ash?
It is, and he knows that if they don't win this round, it could be going down the Swanee quite quickly. 2,400 loss bonus into the next. They've been able to get out the AWP again. ZTR into the nerfed MP9 of Ambassador Torsen and Force for the other two. PR and Rez, when given the opportunity, they have been delivering. So if you can keep them out of the play, you know, one's towards ramp, one's towards yard, trying to avoid them. The rest feeling a little bit more susceptible to go down. 9 kills apiece for Kersey and ZTR, 11 for Torsen. It's not to be a stat pad, Andy, but it is also having some conjunction with the positions that they do play. So a buffer of 1 round right now from Falcons. Quickly become 3 if they can wipe the board in this one. m0NESY's AWP towards yard. How do they respond to the smoke wall? It's up again, a ramp push. Rez and PR taking a little bit of space. Kersey will get nothing for the Trumbles with the HE.
Rez and PR, a reaction to that absence of information, and ZTR's MP9 works out. Walks into Squeak, finds his. Kersey on the pixel, finds m0NESY. Back of a GamerLegion timeout, and they are laughing. Starting strong with 2.
Okay, this is... Oof. I don't love the approach. They could have just used the smokes to get across secret and then try and find a finish. Nico's actually picked up the AWP, and they're going to keep searching for fights.
Hoping for an overextension. Kersey, ooh, nice shot through the corner. Very nice shot. Puts him on 8 HP. Kaisuke low. Kersey ensures he's put lower. Oh, you know, Nico should have a window of opportunity for that fight to go his way, but now this one's cooked.
Maybe the best Kersey round yet.
Yeah, most definitely. That's a lot of impact felt.
And
round 1
stops the CT economy from getting broken at this point of the game. So just kicks in. He's not really going to have too much to say in a round like this. And yeah, I just think use the smoke wall, get down. You're in a 3v5 disadvantage. Change the playing field. But instead, they backed themselves. They thought, all right, well, we're better than these guys. Let's just shoot. And unfortunately, you get nothing.
And you're most definitely getting nothing. When you look at this setup, this jiggly setup between the Rez and PR crossfire, you're not getting in. Kickson doesn't even try.
I just like the I guess, timing that GamerLegion used in that round. So they had Torsen and ZTR both in 2 minds. Or maybe not in 2 minds, in the ability to do either option. If we do now start to get some friction in lobby, we can always still drop back and hold top. If we're ready to go with our ramp players, we can pincer into lobby. They get that kill onto Tessus for free, and then the rest of them marooned outside. And then they don't even need to worry about the rotation. Because if they just pipe down secret quickly, then it's, oh, we need to go back, we need to drop down. Who's the one going to respond to it? No, they just stood outside, they fought the AWP, they gave away multiple casualties, and now Zonic has given another 30 seconds for Ash. So Kickson saves the AK. Kyosuke able to buy an AK of his own. Tessa's in with a Galil. m0NESY will have enough for a Galil or an AK, depending on the util requirements. Then Nico might just be down to a Deagle. Seems to be his weapon of choice when he can't get the AK-47. And yeah, m0NESY just completely unawares of that. He was scoped in, but angle advantage to Kersey.
Yeah, massive round from the new addition to GamerLegion's ranks.
Oh, Tessus is going to take the bitter pill of the Deagle. Gives Nico a Galil. So finances will be the conversation. One of these two teams getting broken at this point might spell disaster in the end of the map.
Behind this smoke wall lies the Falcons trio. They slink silently into this double secret.
Oh dear.
Oh, they're re-aggressing. Get your knife away, boys. They're coming for you. m0NESY gotta get more than one. The Galil connects, and so does Nico's. That's a big one. Tessus, that Desert Eagle, needs to find something here. At least if just confirming the presence of PR on ramp. Cut down to half HP. Kixon anticipating this re-aggress with a fake runaway. Strafes out wide. PR not going to be caught off guard by that. A quick reaction shot from him puts us back into an even keel. Towson's unknown. He's actually starting to investigate into that deagle, and Tessus confirms, okay, one ramp, one hut.
Yeah, so do you want to brute force into B right now? You should. Smoke drop forward. That will force the rotation. PR heads down. Needs support before he can give this one a go. Kersey not too far behind. Monacy would love to punch in the digits and will.
Nico's got a nade. That would have been the end of PR had he thrown it. Now, perhaps a bit late. Yeah. 6 HP. Towson, set for success. Ooh, the FAMAS betrays. Monacy delivers. That's his second. Very trying times now for Kersey and PR.
You had a smoke. Maybe there could be a chance. But
it feels
right
like
now,
Kersey's just said, yeah, sorry, mate.
Yeah, you're on your own. And PR, he's circumnavigating the site, just making sure that everything's in order. Yep, the buttons still work. And yeah, this nuclear reactor will go off. I better get out of here.
Hello. What are you doing over there?
I liked the fact that we just saw from Kiyosuke that he's willing to jump.
Yes. Yeah, that was cool.
It's like, okay, so you don't always have to be setting me up with the swing. I'm willing to put my life on the line, trade it, and he knows he's got quality around him. So saving the AWP.
So this is what we see. We see Kiyosuke being the bait, Monacy and Nico cleaning up and cleaning house. That's that trio 1 yard work in magic to put 11 on the board for Falcons.
So with both teams towards the bottom of the barrel as far as the loss bonus is concerned, this will just be back and forth, and you're likely to see more saves, but there's not many rounds to work with. MP9 for PR, auto shotty for Towson, ramp pressure for Tessus.
Yeah, okay, Tessus, he wants to ask questions, and not bad from PR, still gets his. Sure, ramp lost. Tessus, however, really has had a rough time on Nuke versus PR. His nemesis, CTR. Puffs up his chest, trying to deter the finish on B.
Yeah, it's a balance there between restraint and getting into the site to give yourself a better position to work with, but he will need support, and quickly.
He's going around. Diligent util, everything covered.
Remember the loss bonus. If they don't get this one done, they might have to save.
Ooh, breaks the smoke, exposes himself, does not deny the plant. Kayosuke gets it down. Auto shotgun on the retake.
Yeah, maybe if you're Towson, hang around to do some damage, you get an upgrade, but for the other two, definitely hold on to the AWP and the M4. This is 12 now. Falcons on debut with a new boy. Hasn't been easy. No one said it was meant to be. This is their opponent's map choice, and they're only 5 kills away from getting the job done. This round is secure, safe and sound.
Yeah, and I mean, it's stark contrast, right, to that messy one we saw against the 5-7s. Just waltz into the site, diligent util. Shotgun does find himself a chance at an upgrade if Kiyosuke can do that, though it's denied. Kersey gets away with his orb. And Towson doesn't get that upgrade. Gets that shotgun taken out of his hands. Ash trying to G up the boys. They need two
can't
consecutive...
take the timeout, can he?
No, sir.
That's the best he can do. Some claps, a couple of words of reassurance.
Maybe some eye contact.
Well, look, let's return to the second round of this half. They were able to win it with a lot of 5-7s, right? So there's no reason that they can't win with some lighter upgrades. That's already been shown within this. But if this map does fall in favor of Falcons, I'm looking at round number 18. I'm looking at Kixon getting an entry with a Tech 9. I'm looking at them snatching away around and throwing GamerLegion off kilter.
Kersey, aggressive AWPing. Molly, frag perfectly placed, and they're being held, but Nico goes down. It's a big shot, and he gets away as well. Opening kill. Perfect in their pursuit of 2 consecutive. Hamstrung are the Falcons. Kiyosuke down. Rez, perfectly placed crosshair.
No question about his aim and PR as it continues to deliver. Kersey now rotating towards ramp. Looks like they'll have company. Monacy, Tessus, and then the late piece of this being Kixon. The 3 of them need to fight forward in this 3v5 scenario.
I presume Monacy's going to flash for this. Here it comes. Tessus just jiggling around. Spotted a shoulder, baits him in. Monacy brings him down. Okay, that's awkward. That's a clawback from Falcons.
How much info did they get? Because they don't know if anybody slipped down secret. You can see ZTR's position. He has no idea. He's playing so safe. And he only has that SMG in his hands.
They're making the wiser of the 2 options here. They are walking into the less guarded site. You want to remain silent, not announcing your presence, and be diligent on your clears. And ZTR, a tight angle, favoring an MP9 perhaps. Here we go, announcement of presence. ZTR readies himself. PR has made it down towards Deacon as well to be disruptive. A jumping MP9. Modesty removes PR though. ZTR a little late on the draw. Nade on his face. Run on down. And this one all falls to Towson. MP9 at range. Tessa should have the distinct advantage here, but Towson wins it out. Finds the M4. Can win this. Can save GamerLegion. Falcons fall. It's at the hands of Towson. Massive clutch to keep him in it.
Good grit. Good determination right there to stay in that one. Kirsty, before he goes down, gets the kill onto Nico. Rez ready for Kyosuke, trying to play ahead of the smoke wall. There's a 3v5 advantage that they almost let fall. Towson coming in clutch, keeping them alive, and just one more of those, and we'll take this thing to overtime.
Tessa's got to be feeling funny about that one, right? Losing that duel to an MP9. Sure, you're 60 HP, but he's in the open. Perhaps uncertainty as to where that fight was coming from, but it is a massive clutch from Towson to keep the dream alive.
You're hoping in this moment, and what you just discussed there, that Zonic is saying, hey, forget about that round. I know that we put ourselves in a winnable position for it, but we were at a massive disadvantage. Right. We lost 2 of our star riflers in the opening exchanges, and then we still pulled it in to get the bomb down and also keep their cash limited. It means that Torsen is operating with an MP9 again. Sure, broken bite for that of the Falcons. 2 Deagles, 2 AKs, and AWP, but it's better than it would have been otherwise.
Yeah, and this is just that recap of those opening 2 you saw and discussed. CTR even catching Modesty, but it was just that little pick off onto PR. Doesn't matter in the end. Towson with impact. Couple of Desert Eagles in priority in pursuit of nades. Run boost for Monacy this time to set the AWP up for a little opening gambit. Whereas wise to the potential for an AWP, using that smoke to relocate. Monacy finds that elevated angle, albeit a little late. Kirsty tasked with an early B hold. If they try and go down secret stairs, he will be that canary in the coal mine. Starts to probe. Asking questions of Red Container. I think he may have spotted the shoulder of Kyosuke. He puts him down.
Another man advantage, this time not 2 immediately. So
and another opening back-to-back rounds from Kirsty.
This is perfect from PR. He should have 2.
Oh, just as he throws his nade. That's exploitable. Tessus has a go. Nico quick to the trade. Freebie for Monacy, or say free. Damn, Rez even finds the headshot just before he goes down. So a 3-on-3 with an aggressing AWP. Oh, Kirsty had the chance. That was the bomb carrier and only a deagle for the captain.
Overflicked.
Yeah, and the body shots, he's going to be remiss about that one.
ZTR's loud. Monacy's heard this. They know exactly where he is. Monacy will have heard this, and that'll be that. 13-11. Falcons get the job done. All the way, all the rounds required, but on debut with Kyosuke, the map will be theirs. Will the series? It's one to be proud of. They've come out of the lab. They've made another change. It is against GamerLegion. The people at home, maybe on name value, thinking there should be no chance, but this is a team, especially on a technical map, not to be trifled with. Good stuff.
Hi, my name is Kyosuke. I joined Falcons. The teams I played before, it was only one team. It was Spirit Academy. The coach, Sotvik, teach me everything. I learned from him a lot. How I found out about CS, just my older brother showed me, and I was getting better and better every day. My manager in Spirit Academy, he just told me in TeamSpeak, Falcons interested in you, and negotiations started. Not a whole position changed. We've been hardworking all the bootcamp. I think everyone in the team enjoyed. I think I'm best at aiming and crosshair placement. I'm trying to improve it. I don't feel like that pressure as people talk. I don't feel that. Yes, of course I'm ready. That's why I'm joining Falcons.
It was a scrappy game between Falcons and GamerLegion, but the Falcons just managed to eke it out right at the end, 13-11. Kyosuke in his debut, 17-16. It was PR for GamerLegion, who actually looked like the brightest crayon in the box.
Stole the show.
Yeah, it was great.
He stole the show, but unfortunately, just a little bit, one bridge too far for GamerLegion. It seems like the experience from Falcons manages to shine through at the very end, but yeah, that was not a pretty game of Counter-Strike.
The experience shined through at the end, but I was shocked that the experience didn't shine through at all during the game. Retakes for me especially were like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Lack of patience, lack of waiting for the second half of retakes, coming back into that lower bomb site a number of times. I mean, GamerLegion put so much pressure on them. Falcons just felt disjointed in those scenarios.
Felt like Falcons won due to firepower, right? Like there wasn't much there in gun rounds, really. Some of those situations, like you mentioned, where they have the advantage, where team play shines through more, they fumbled them a little bit, but on the other side of things, where they were at a disadvantage, and the players sort of needed to step up, they did, and managed to bail them out of a tough situation.
Yeah, this is round 9, obviously, so we're gonna get a
full equal, just a couple of upgraded pistols, right? Monesi gets one through the smoke, Tessis, Nico, GamerLegion trying to change the pace. There's always a risk, you know, doing it blindly, and Falcons were sort of ready for it. That's what they were playing for in this Eco, just managing to find the early kills, and then for once playing the number advantage situation much better.
And they really needed that round win, because that's when GamerLegion was really putting the pressure on them, like really fast-paced rounds, getting down secret quickly, getting into ramp rooms, getting into, like, they were going very fast early on, and I think it threw Falcons off a little bit to start this game.
Yeah, I think also they won every single round after this, right?
Yes.
The Falcons did, right? So they were 5-3 in the hole, about to be 6-3. Instead, they managed to go on a roll in this game. That was the difference maker. But yeah, the gun rounds were a little bit of a struggle. We got a glimpse of how they're going to set things up. Nico stays outside on the CT side. Kyosuke goes over on ramp, which I think is a good way to do it. You know, look at someone like Vitality, that's where Robs is, Mouse, that's where Jimmy is, so it is still an important position where he can find impact, and he had that great 4K early on.
And it's obviously not as much of a static position as you might initially think with how much teams are pushing in towards lobby. We saw Kyosuke do the number of times. What do you think of his game overall? Because obviously all eyes on him in this new edition. Obviously you could see the mechanics, you could see the skill, you could see the sharpness, that quad kill he gets over in ramp room when they're peeking into him, but I feel like we didn't get a complete game quite yet, which I guess in a way is to be expected with Falcons bringing in a new player and having to switch things around.
Yeah, I think maybe Falcons as a whole, you could see the nerves of the first game with the new roster a little bit.
Rust out of the break.
I can imagine that the communication wasn't really on point, wasn't crisp, that things were a little bit all over the place for them in this game. But hey, most important thing is you find a way to win, right? And you can address all those things in VOD review.
Now let's touch on PR, and I'm going to add Rez into the equation for the GamerLegion side of things, because PR obviously lit up the scoreboard, led the way for GamerLegion, but man, Rez was having impact. Like this whole thing about like rejuvenating the career in GamerLegion, it continues, because he's still sharp, he's still got game, and he was hitting some banging headshots.
He was, and the interesting thing is when either PR or Rez has a 1.2 or higher rating, like GamerLegion wins 90+% of their games, right? And PR had over 1.2 rating, but still wasn't enough because of some blunders, man. Like, you know, and sure, they played well individually, but then also in some moments, like things really fell apart for them. Even in the second half, like there was another anti-eco situation. Sure, they did win a force buy of their own, right? But later on down the half, again, they have, you know, the reins, and once there's only sort of pistols on the side of Falcons, like you can see this, why is Kersey like trying to flank here against a half buy in a 5v5? That's just like a really, really poor move. And now Rez is in an all-in position.
Yeah.
When Kersey already gave info that there's more guys there, why isn't someone down Wentz? Why aren't you, if Rez is doing this, why isn't ZTR already down? Maybe two guys even. You're trying to sort of invite them with that forward position from Rez instead of he just gets traded, right? And then this retake is really difficult for them. And again, it felt like they had things under control, and this round sort of sends them spiraling.
Yeah, it's a good round. I mean, this is a good shot from Kix and really saves the day here.
This really is what's holding GamerLegion back.
Okay.
You know, like this happens, and even more so when they get to the stage, but this is where you sort of start scratching your head and are like, why, you know?
Yeah.
Why are you doing this?
Well, it's funny because it might have cost them the game, but it almost cost Falcons the game as well. Like, both of them were sometimes sketchy in these mid-round situations. I like, honestly, if you can't tell, I really hated some of the mid-rounds on the CT side from Falcons. It was really, really uncomfortable for me watching. I didn't see like a whole lot of, maybe it is the communication as you're alluding to, but just the ability to just like be patient, get in position, wait for your teammates on the other side of the map to get ready, and then retake a bomb site collectively together. And that's basic, fundamental Counter-Strike that they were missing out on. So yeah, a scrappy game that we're going to write off to first game with the new team, first game coming out of the break. Let's see how map 2 goes. Maybe it just took one map and they're all warmed up now.
Yeah, let's see, because, you know, still the big three for Falcons was at the top of the scoreboard, right? And m0NESY had a lot of great moments.
Great to see with Nico as well. I mean, with some of the struggles he's had through CS2, I felt like there's a world in which he could have kind of like disappeared into like the younger talent.
Well, especially on Nuke, right? Like Nuke has been a nightmare for him in the last couple of months, had some of his career worst performances. So in this sort of a mixed role, but now on T side, he's not Yard anymore. Kyosuke is the main Yard player, at least it looks like. Maybe it's strat dependent, whether they just want to send one guy Yard or multiple people there. We'll have to wait and see for a bigger sample size. But yeah, as you can see here, they were all contributing.
All contributing. Well, they're all going to have to contribute again. Map 2 is going to be Mirage, Yanko, and obviously, you know, you're giggling already.
It just feels like probably like Kyosuke and m0NESY have played like 1,000 pugs on Mirage.
You have to imagine, right?
In their, you know, ripe old age of 13 or whatever it is. So this is where you're sort of, I just have a smile because this is where you feel like they know every nook and cranny of the map, every little move, every little peek, every little play that you can make. So on paper, this should be one of the stronger maps for Falcons.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, we'll have to see if there's going to be a wrinkle thrown into the mix considering the gameplay of Rez and PR. If those guys can have good games, especially off catwalk, if you can control middle, which is going to be hard against the likes of Nico, Kyosuke, and m0NESY, and Kixon's going to be there as well in mid, like, that's going to be a hard thing, but if they can at least control that part of the map, you're going to have a fighting chance, right? Like, middle of the map is king on Mirage.
That's what you're hoping for, right? And some of the early signs also from Kersey, you know, he has a lot of adapting to do to tier 1.
Yes.
You know, there
a lot
were
of repeaks.
Some repeaks there. We show that push, you know, in against a half buy, right? Like those are moves that you just can't go for in tier 1, and it's going to be very telling for his future on this lineup. How quickly can he learn that and adapt his game style? Because right now he's behind the curve.
Behind the curve, and GamerLegion is behind the curve in the series. 1 map to Falcons, 0 to GamerLegion. Mirage is up next to the second map in the series. We're off to a break, and we'll be right back with the game.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, that's the shot. Forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback! Oh my, what the Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
The other big change with all of this is the economy change. So the CT side, we always know, okay, you win the pistol, you lose the second, 1,400 loss, this sucks. Even when it's close, right? You know, you have those rounds where you're winning a 1v1 or a 1v2 and you just have your one guy and he turns around and spawn and he sees 3 of his teammates who don't have enough money to buy and he's like, who am I going to drop? And then there's MP9s and everything like that. You don't have that problem. They're always going to drop you. But now with this buffer, the $50 per kill, a potential for 250 extra per round, you guys have had, what, a week and a half now to play with it? What are we thinking? Good?
The
bad?
change is good, I think. Yeah, very good.
Very good. Yeah, consensus of good. Okay.
I'm getting in extra FAMAS on CT side, an extra MP9, even though it's worse.
Yeah.
But you know, you're getting in that extra piece of utility. Also, you know, it's you can feel it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it feels like the CT side is under less pressure?
Definitely. I think the second round is a huge difference now. I feel like you now actually have the advantage.
After winning pistol?
After winning pistol and they plant the bomb. I think now you have.
So do you want to let the T's plant?
I mean, obviously it would be still better if they don't plant, but I feel like now you actually can get good guns, good utility, and you don't always have to make a calculated risk from the very beginning, you know, that you have to go for something and you stick to it. So I like the change. I think it's going to be good for the city size, definitely.
What do you think, Tom?
Yeah, it's a good update. Just now T's won't have an advantage when they plant the bomb. Like you have like 3 or 4 M4s at the core riflers, I would say, at the mid. Like, and yeah, anchors should play with the MP9s to keep the nades. So, but it won't be the situation when T side has better guns than CT side because of this buff. So I think it's fair.
Okay, do you guys think that it will create any unique economy or saving or exits that you do?
100%. We already experienced in practice where people like would save in pistol round, for example, to not give you kills.
Oh, okay. On the T side.
Yeah. Like when we were CT, they would like run away or something where they would not give us kills or something.
Okay. Damn. All right.
I don't know, it was weird.
Yeah, that does sound weird.
Yeah.
I think the most interesting one is the small buffer. When you're on city side and you have just $50 from an op,
yeah,
and you need that 1 kill to get an op.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying.
That's gonna be really
exactly.
sick. That's gonna be really sick.
So you might, right. So that's one of the things we'll have to keep an eye on, right? In terms of, you know, can that make the difference? The op coming out in the next round. Okay, yeah, because that's one of the things when I'm casting I like to focus on a lot is the economy, because it's like if you don't have weapons, you don't have utility, you have less options, right? It makes the game so much harder. But yeah, this change, you look at it, if you're winning, you just have a bigger buffer. It feels like you're under less stress of getting broken. But in the close moments, you know, that extra flash or that extra upgrade that you can get, it does make a big difference, because one of the things in the modern game is how good teams have become with, you know, we save 1 rifle or we have 1 M4, right? How much can we get out of that 1 gun? It's so much better today than it ever was, right? If you had 1 rifle back in the olden days, it's like, well, we're still going to lose the round. Today, it's like you have 1 rifle, you have a couple of 5.7, it's like, they can win this. Like they can win this. So it just feels like more options overall. So everyone's happy. That's good. This is the first time I think everyone's happy with an update. Like, this is crazy. Valve must be celebrating in the office. It's a good day.
Mirage, known for headshots, known for duels, known for separating the good from the great. Well, GamerLegion, they managed to make Falcons sweat with every round of regulation map 1, and now we've got ourselves headshotting and such on Mirage. Will GamerLegion be able to keep it as close? Will they be able to take it the distance? That's a question I have for Chad Sponge Birchall joining me in the booth.
Yeah, just some classic frustrations for Ash in that one, isn't it? Within that first half, I said, well, you know, it's not going to cost them too much losing to those Deagles and USPs in that first half. If they don't end up losing the map or the series, and then it ended up being a 13-11 scoreline. So it's tightening up those issues if they want any chance in pushing this one the distance.
Well, you know, Chad, I like to really bring the hard-hitting journalism and analysis, and I've analysed that Falcons won the warm-up on Mirage. They got a lot more kills in the warm-up, so I think that means we've got a 2-0 here.
I want to return to your initial point. If you haven't watched Kyosuke Face It POV, on
hard not to, actually.
And what are you doing with your life? Because it's a thing of beauty. So we'll get to see if he can stand and deliver in a similar fashion. Wasn't the top of the scoreboard on Nuke, Nico and Monacy. Helping them get that dub as we got the CT set up for GamerLegion. One window, 2B, 2A. One player over towards the triple box, that is Rez, and baiting that in is going to be Torsen from Ticket.
Diligent util. Out ramp ahead of that, and then Monacy, what? Just double headshot, long range through a smoke. Rez reveals himself on triple before Monacy puts him down. Into the site, an effective start. Falcons pistol.
Oh.
Ooh, Kersey, that's a nice tap.
Still going to be tough to win. 2v4 goes 2v3. And Tess is on the flank.
Is he going to go for it? Yeah, he is going around the world. It's being expected by PER. Confirms 2 towards the CT side. Monacy another. Having a great time on this T-pistol. Holding for PR. Nice tap. 2 to go. Time on their side. Planted for... Actually, not planted for either of them. So they're going to get a little anxious now. Trying to close that gap. He has got to reload, though. And he is just going to have to stick that 10-second. Yeah, time is going to win this one. But Monacy, the reason it got this close... Lovely work into the A site. He takes a couple of kills, 3 kills for the CT side, or for PR at least on that CT side.
Yeah, so really felt like it shouldn't have been, like, Nico with the repeat there is worse once it's identified that the plant was default as opposed to reverse or front triple. I like the approach on the pistol. Lots of teams like to play retake A, so having the ability to not only constrict smoke, but also go the deep con smoke, make some space with the Glocks over towards jungle. Simple stuff. Now, PR getting those 3 kills did give him 2,900. He can drop 4 across to Rez. Rez for the impact in this. He's been very sharp. Same as PR on map number 1. Scout for Kersey. 5-7 for ZTR. Deagle for PR and an MP9 for Torsen. Now, we'll also be looking to see how the T-side setups have changed for Falcons. Just discussing some of the slight changes we saw over there on Nuke. But out mid as a pack.
Topcon smoked and they start their progressions. It's only PR and a Desert Eagle. No Kevlar and no problem for Kixon. He finds the headshot. Diligent flash work leads to another. Runs down Towson in that ladder. Now they boosted ZTR up on this box. Now it's criminally undercleared. Rez only the dink. That's not enough output. Kixon's had great work. 3 kills from him in this round and sets up his boys to just put this one in.
Okay, that one's comfy. That's exactly how you want those type of rounds to go down.
Oh, that's a nice shot.
Okay. I'll see if we can get add another to the tally. Has a chance against Kiyosuke, but there you have it. Zonic's happy with that. Now they'll be up against the Eco and should be the 3-0 start. So it's likely to still see Kixon playing the same position he was before because he's an in-game leader who likes to be within the pack. So you're going to see him top mid. And then Monacy, Kiyosuke as the other 2 pieces to join for the mid control, which will put Nico on an extremity.
Well, this round, an exception to that. And heavy presence in middle here from GamerLegion. This could be a field day. Hang on, PR managing to actually start off strong. They get a couple of kills, more than they were worth.
Yeah, decent damage. Add that to the bank balance. Just got to find these last 2.
Oh, yeah.
Let's find a 1 dig.
Yeah, I feel like Tess has kind of called this clear. Yeah, not a 1 dig, but a 3 dig.
Well, this is winnable.
It is now.
Nico and Kiyosuke paired up. ZTR over towards A with only the P250 in hand. Rez into the Galil now.
Heavy disadvantage in the 2v2.
And waiting for re-aggressors. So Nico watches behind as Kiyosuke stays on guard over towards middle. So much time to work with. Just about to hit the 50-second mark. Bomb scooped up. Now, they don't need to get too tricky with the util for the finish. They really just need to pair up. And even if they trade on the first kill, it still puts you in a 1v1. And right now, ZTR is not playing for information. He's playing over towards Ticket. He's tucked in. He's giving over the site, allowing the bomb to get planted. And you'd love to plant open to give yourself a couple of options for the post-plant. Oh, how diligent is he on the clear? Very.
Very indeed. The headshot is going to be connected, though. ZTR, the best of situation in that one, and it has put Rez into that 1v2. Whether or not he gives this a look in, that remains to be seen.
Worried about the CT, and if he was quicker on this, there would be a chance. But now the bomb, it's already a third gone.
I don't know why the double up be nervous. I think it's because the low HP player is playing second.
Yes, I understand exactly that.
Like if Nico gets one tapped here, okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. Falcons 3, GamerLegion is 0. It is, however, a very threatening half, oh, not even a half buy. It was what, an eco. Couple of pistols, a P250 actually drawing first blood from PR. Nice work up mid.
All right, well, Kersey can bring out his AWP, has 6.1. And these are the type of rounds where you really don't have a right to win it. The fact you put pressure on them again and make it a 1v2 situation or a 2v2 for the majority of that, that's great, right?
Oh, and that is great. An opener like that from m0NESY.
Especially under Rez.
Couldn't ask for more, could you? That's the con player gone, removed.
All right, makes finishing this round now a whole lot easier for Kixon to call through. So congregating now over towards the B apartments. Kixon will throw out some late mid-utility to keep Kersey and co curious.
I mean, how many bodies is that in mid? That's the whole GamerLegion squad focused on this mid fight.
Yeah, and the beast. So the runway wide open, or at least it was. Market play. ZTR needs a couple.
Yeah, PR is going to be able to support. No, he's not. No, he's not. I'll take that back. Tessus, fantastic headshot. Only the one from ZTR.
Save.
Tessus just breaks into the B bomb site. He kind of just claims that site back after losing out to that Res Deagle.
I really hope that the map pool for Falcons is Mirage, Dust 2, Ancient. Because when you have this level of skill in the team, obviously they still play fundamentally sound Counter-Strike. They play off of each other.
Just one nuke.
There, the strategies are there.
Yeah.
But when you get to have these shiny toys, you wind them up, you let them go. Right? Don't bog yourself down with an Inferno and a nuke. Like, you're going to play it. People will pick it against you.
Yeah.
Likely to see them just banning Overpass because their previous ban was an Uber, so you can just go 1-for-1 in that department, even though I think that they could be a very good Overpass team as well.
Yeah, that's true. I'm going to be intrigued. I reckon, you know, like by the end of this season, there'll be instances of teams that have been working on Overpass secretly, and you know, you get some of those good old-fashioned like, oh, they haven't banned their permaban. Here we go.
I think the idea of that seems more reasonable than it does with Train, because even though it's the same name, it's a completely different configuration of the map. Whereas Overpass is still very, very similar to the last iteration that people played in the early stages of CS2 and of course then CSGO, other than I'd say cosmetics.
Yeah, textbook pathing from Tessus, owns it into B, and it's still undefeated Falcons map 2.
Tech.
Yeah, that looks like a Techers to me.
All right, let me check what they're saying. NL, Tech, NL.
Okay.
NL, for those of you playing at home, means not live.
Or Netherlands. Probably not that, though.
Probably not. Well, we're in Germany. It's next door.
Yeah, I suppose. Maybe they're just planning their weekend trip.
Yeah, well, if they win quite quickly... Oh, m0NESY, shut up. He's been given the shush.
Yeah, hey. Zip the lip.
We could use that referee in the Maltese cinemas.
Yeah, got some chatterboxes.
They really love having a conversation in the Maltese cinemas.
Especially when you are like the only 4 people in there.
Yes. Something that we will let the viewer know, in a scenario like this, when we are quite literally directly above the teams, when they're wearing their headsets, they have the in-ears, they can't hear us.
No.
But right now, if PR does have his headset off, I don't want to be talking about the particulars of what you could be expecting, who's got a good spawn, what they look like they're lining up, and vice versa. So,
yeah. An interesting tidbit that perhaps is interesting to viewers at home as well is that, you know, League Ops made requests of us during rehearsals to cast at full pelt. Just to make sure, like, they had the headsets in ears, they did a full thorough test to ensure no bleed and to ensure that the players aren't picking up anything from our casting location. It's just a cool little tidbit that the League Ops are considering everything. And they're not called League Ops now?
Excuse me, Alex, it's tournament management?
Tournament management. I think League Ops sound cooler.
It's just not a league.
Yeah, you've made a good point.
But if it was like
I want to be
the
an
League of Operations,
yeah.
Now we're talking.
An extraordinary gentleman.
They all have like, they wear special rings, and they have a secret handshake.
Now we're talking. I can imagine they have secret handshake for sure, you know.
Michał Slavinsky at the head of the table.
Obviously, yeah, but he wears like a hood. You know, you don't actually see
I hope they all wear hoods.
Yeah, you don't see their faces.
So they just refer to one another as referee.
Yeah, referee 2679.
They'll
all right.
do a prayer to Graham Messioso Pit before they start their day, and they get underway.
I think he still sleeps in his referee shirt.
He misses those days.
He does, I reckon.
You've heard of Stifler. What about Stickler?
We've reset. We're ready to go. Headset replaced. Let's go. Round 5, map 2, stage 2. It's the big boy table. Falcons arriving. GamerLegion warm and losing their first map. And now losing their opening death. Monacy's gone down. Falcons having to stomach the loss of their sniper.
That is wild, because it was actually the exchange with Kersey on the top rope, and then
Rez just bops
Rez just through Con gets him running away. Ay caramba.
It is cool to see the Rez redemption arc.
Resdemption.
Resdemption. Resurrection. Was in that prison for a little too long, but still stretching his legs and looking good.
I know, be out of jail. We'll see them later on, but this might be a frag for Kyosuke. And it is. So boosted into window, will profit, turning it into a 4v4.
Oh, very uncomfortable.
Now the dominoes quickly come folding down. Or falling, I would say. You don't fold the domino, unless it's a pizza box.
Unless you're really strong.
The T-Man, what's he got for us?
He has the jump. There's a little bit of timing on his reposition.
Very well done.
He has done very well. Now look at the diligence. Wow,
Excuse me?
Kickson.
What?
Yeah, that is almost too aware. Incredible work. Bait shot from the strafe. That's cheeky. That's horrible for Kersey. Has to deal with that. Nasty little circle jump bait.
It looks like we've lost a player from the server, have we? So
yeah, was that after he died? I think it was. I think we saw 5 deaths.
We've just gone into another tech here. Excuse us, everybody.
You're excused.
I can see... Oh, Torsten's restarting his game, so we'll be there in a minute. I can see Vitality taking to their setups. Further down the lane, G2 and Furia currently locking horns. The Mongols, I can see, is that Senzu on 9-10 wearing a hat? They're right down the other end, so I think it's Senzu.
They're playing scissor, paper, rock, Chad, as you'd call it in Australia. And I think...
Who won?
Honestly won. He's hanging his head in shame. I wasn't paying attention. I actually have no idea who won. 6. No. Okay, we've gone from attack to attack. So now at least the headsets are on and they can talk.
Well, which one of the toes do you want to see?
Good question. All of them for free, please.
Woof woof. The dogs are out as Ash would love a round.
He would. I think at this point, it is actually Ash's... Oh my god, Ash's law. 5. If you lose 5 in a row, he will always call a timeout.
Okay.
It is. I've never seen him not follow his own rule.
Ash's law.
Yeah, if you lose 5 in a row, you must take the timeout. And so it has been called. They've got their guns out.
Oh, it wasn't from Con, it was from Window. Okay.
Window, just a perfect headshot. And then this is the recovery. And I love the framing you used as far as dominoes are concerned.
The folding or the falling?
I'm not sure. Are you hearing a really high-pitched scream?
No, it might just be you.
I think I'm just having an aneurysm.
Oh, you're hearing the high-pitched... Yeah, that just means you lost that decibel. You never hear that again.
I just lost a decibel.
Yeah.
That's
cool. Called getting old.
Oh, it just happened live and direct.
Yeah, unlucky to you.
That was weird. That's gone now. Okay.
Up for an A piece, I do believe. Kisuke in through the underpass. Kickson was with the pack over towards A, and that's where the bomb is, but Kickson just making sure there's no presses top middle off the back of that timeout. So GamerLegion, their start, PR over towards A. Singed out, Torsten and Rez to contribute.
We should have PR here if he's not careful. What a flick. PR has his ears pierced. Just pokes out a lobe and Monacy takes the whole head.
Now you get to work the round. You don't just have to run into this. Still so much time left on the clock. Almost all of your utility. You've only used a couple of smokes up to this juncture. And block. So if they were about to breach...
I mean, you know, you were just talking about how these maps and the style of play you'd expect from Falcons, but Monacy has just twice gone ramp and delivered an opening. What a luxury.
Well, this is where they always felt the most comfortable players like Monacy. The biggest change he had to worry about coming in from the academy was the fact that the utility's on a whole different level. And on the fade, Torsten almost gets the double up. Monacy walking funny.
Yeah, that is a massive turnaround from Towson. Kersey's AWP though. Ooh, and Kiyosuke working on it. Asking questions of him, and a one-tap laser beam to the sniper. The dominoes once again start to fall. Towson refuses to fold without another, gets a second. Nico, however, matching the output. Lovely tap. And Kiyosuke, he has his back turned, but will swing through and adjusts. Instantaneous onto ZTR, just out-aimed. They're using their aim to fight themselves out of awkward scenarios, especially after Towson gets Tessus and nearly that double onto Monacy. Perhaps a different story if he leaves with 2 and clears out ramp.
Still almost made a round of it, didn't they?
He did, he gave it a go.
Yet to get one converted at GamerLegion. This is a drubbing at the moment. There is the opener from Monacy. That's without the X-ray, and we'll even put it in slow-mo for you. How many other ways do you want it?
I want to know what that looked like from Kersey's POV, you know? Like, how much did he get? Not a pretty one for GamerLegion, is it?
No, it isn't. And this is it, right? It's time to start getting rounds, but you can't fully invest. You didn't save anything. You're just rocking in with the M4 Scout, 5.7s, Deagle. And I could go, oh, but yeah, but they want one of these on Nuke. Well, the problem is right now they're in a massive hole. So to start digging, it'll be good on those shovels, as they do have the clamp down around middle possible, but the smoke towards window will remove the vision. It's PR. Haven't seen that same level of precision out of him just yet.
They just broke the smoke for him. He profits. I like this from PR. All the backs are turned. He has the opportunity and he has the aim as well. Monacy, though, crouching, misses, gets the tag instead. Finishes the job with his Glock. Okay, Rez and Kersey could do something. Never mind, just Rez, because Nico just one-taps the AWPer again. Kersey can't seem to catch a break. It's either...
Oh, they know where Rez is.
Yosuke or Nico just tapping him out of the round. Rez kicking up a fuss, kicking up a stink, gets Kixon. Spamming away, winning the duel, gets another, removes Nico. How is he alive with 1 single point of health to spare?
And he can win this because it's against the AWP. So the bomb goes down. He's path back to short. Might not be expected. Monacy's so worried that he was closed. That's why he went for the fake.
And with 1 HP, he has to have the element of surprise, right? He can't be announced. Gambling, Monacy stayed on site. Oh, he's aware of the possibility. Jumps up! Oh, that's an incredible way for Rez to take the first round for GamerLegion.
Oh, I wish Rez was a bit of a smack talker, because there would be a, what are you getting up to there, bro?
Whoa!
And Monacy's having a smile on his face as well. They still have this massive buffer of 5 rounds to their name, but...
I mean, that one looked genuinely done multiple times.
I don't know what Nico's thinking there. Hold up, shall I just keep spamming through the smoke with my gun that is going to have a whole lot of traces coming off the back of it and hope that he doesn't shoot back? That right there is not great.
Yes. Yeah, that's a little shade of the Falcons of old, perhaps.
Just trying to get the job done, I think. I think Janko might have some fun Serbian words to use for that one.
Something about a donkey.
All right, well, is that a sign of things to come? I don't mean in terms of Rez having that level of impact, but rounds for GamerLegion. A staunch start towards middle again. They're not forcing the fight, but they are definitely trying to keep them contained. Well, now they're coming.
Yeah, they are. They are going to be pushing up into Kixon. He's not oblivious to the fact it's a possibility, but simultaneously he's been called back to spawn to replenish Kiyosuke's nades. Okay, so window arrives and they are very focused. You got the full focus. Top, mid, and under. Kixon asking questions of PR's hold. This has to be a one hell of a flash from Nico. Gets ahead of the play. Lovely proactivity from PR. 3 down. Round sure as can be. GamerLegion's. A little bit of an attempt from Tessus. Has Towson on notice. PR put to bed, but the damage is done. 2 on 4, bomb at the top of middle with 40 seconds to problem solve. It's a top con smoke and a molly window. That does give them the license to move. And moving, Tessus is. Kersey, the smoke break will expose. Tessus wasn't prepared. A little bit of leg, cheeky little bit of info. Towson has the cross. Tip of the head. Perfect from Kersey on the reposition. Honestly, not enough time to work his magic on this one. Tries to remove one, but there it is from Towson. Orb will be preserved. A second round in consecutive order.
Yeah, and it's Rez in the previous and then PR. Those were the two delivering massively on Nuke in the GamerLegion jersey. And here he is again. We'll catch him in the replay. A perfect timing. Peers forward. And one mag gets 3 kills, completely stunting any option for Falcons. Just not ready for that. So very, very well done. As Zonic will take a tactical timeout. The first moment he's feeling under pressure with their T-side half of Mirage. Now 6 should be content, but the last thing you want to do is these momentum shifts that we highlight, right? The confidence can be completely taken away from you, so you want to make sure that you're still fighting for these rounds. Whether or not you post another one on the board, you can't just let this half slip away and go on cruise control.
Let's go, boys. Nice, man. Let's ride on this now. Jeremy, you're gonna cook them. Let's go.
So this could be direct. 3 setting top mid, 2 over towards B. Peppered through, Kyosuke low. Modesty looking for the fight.
Yeah, he's very quick on this.
This B split.
Well ahead of the expectation, and the fact that he's got nothing, no resistance ladder really frees him up. And here he is, the man we just heard them talking to, Jeremy.
Big Jez.
Ooh, and an opener. Lovely start. Delivers what his team expected of him. You start the AWP on apps and you leave with an opening kill.
Rez has just cleared where Monacy was. So they do have vent room, which is a very nice piece to have, but not when the CTs aren't looking to rotate brazenly through there. Now, there could have been that head-to-head. Rez was ready for it. Well, here they are again, so minus the margins between these two lock and horns. Bomb will need to be picked up, 55 seconds, so there's no emergency on that. Monacy has one of the 2 smokes remaining right now for the T side, and that is problematic because he's the man in this vent room.
Dixon's going to do a nice little like self-smoke con and molly window. Or just the con smoke. He just progresses straight through. Walks up on that and sets him up short side. Chip damage. Actually, Rez takes the brunt of it from Monacy, returning the favor. Kersey's AWP hasn't relocated. They find that out for free. Ooh, oh, caught between a rock and a hard place. Nice hold. Rez and ZTR chip in. Monacy stubborn into the site with a stunning headshot, but it's Towson on site to secure it. 64 points of health and a dream, and not quite the first. Ash very happy with what he's seeing. Team play on display, opening from your AWPer, and money broken for your opponent.
Okay, well, Falcons have enough for 2 AKs.
This all started from that Rez pop-off.
Exactly, and it felt like Monacy gave it over to him in that moment. Look, not aware that Rez had completely relocated in that round, but still going to be a little bit too flary and flashy, but this was fantastic. They read the play, the fact that Torsen was here as well, the unknown entity, the man to be able to lock this one out.
Ooh, look at the bomb, that's cool.
Hero AK for Nico. Light upgrades for the rest. Lost bonus, we'll see them buy into the next round of play, but GamerLegion, they would love to grab 4 and make it 4 on the trot. Nico searching over towards A. Problem is, he has this AWP at ticket. This is not an easy fight.
Oh, it is for Nico. Well, he treated that one like a science. 100 mile an hour peak, and then here is Kyosuke. Straight into PR's head. You wanted an answer. You wanted a little clawback kill. The unarmored Deagle has made things worse. Exacerbates the problems for GamerLegion.
Well, right now it's the 2 Swedes over towards B, ZTR and Rez. And as we can see, top left of your screen, the radar, they've all grouped up. So multi-kill is available.
Yeah, Rez on Edwards, ZTR falls away with that info, and they're going to go running at him. The flash is decent, but he still gets output. Rez as well. Double kill. Nico needs them both. They know exactly where you are. Rez has been brilliant, but brought down by Nico. Towson's approach, he's going for the silent apps arrival. Will this be overlooked? Nico and Monacy, neither of which considering it. Looks like Monacy now sets his sights on that potential.
They must have seen him.
just like that.
They must have spotted him there as they were flicking around. I just heard a raise in murmur, one that was quite urgent.
Yeah.
From the other side of the tournament floor, and I suppose that means one of the two players in B there must have spotted him coming through the apps.
Like a teammate on their POV, you know, when it's one of those quick swipes.
Exactly.
Someone just screams like you saw a flash on the radar or you saw a little shoulder. I mean, that's another kind of completely, you know, underutilized element of like team play, being able to, on your death, be able to keep the comms flowing if it's necessary, if they miss something. But Ash, he's gone for a second time out here, and I understand why. This went from looking like it was about to be a stomp, a 6-0 opening. Rez's clutch inspires confidence, inspires a run of 3.
Look, I don't want to be a doomer, because I've definitely already got the boomer status, but even... Not even, okay. Let's live in a world of maybe.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Then they need 5.
Yes.
And that's going to be very tough to get to when you're losing the rounds that are meant to be the gimme. Still hard to win, don't get me wrong, but you've done the hard work of winning those consecutive rifle rounds to break the finances, to then not get the job done, and Nico just sits you on your ass. So
yeah, I mean, that's why you give him the hero rifle. He makes the difference there. Now you're the ones that have cobbled together something.
Yeah, and they've done a gamble, haven't they? So 4 over towards A with the presence.
Dangerous game being played by Rez. He's worse for wear after the nade exchange, down to 69. Haha.
So PR rotates back to B. Started on A. I guess they're expecting more of a probe towards ramp and middle, and they didn't get that within the first 40 or so seconds. So he'll join ZTR for now. As Falcons continue to jiggle and work through the map control. There's no short prong, so they can get up without a whole lot of friction, but it does look like they want to pipe through into Rez's domain.
Fade spotted, headshot provided. Kaisuke opens up. Kersey with a response. He needs to double peek and he gets it. They did not expect him to have the audacity to go for more. Triple kill from the AWP. The Frenchman steps up. GamerLegion needed it. And it's managed to be falling into a competitive affair. How has PR won that one onto Nico? He sticks around on the fight, low HP. PR pulls it across the line. Now Monacy under scrutiny. They can wallbang him. He fakes it out. He's getting run down. Isolates the first. Just enough time to punch in the code. And ZTR, he can pick it up for GamerLegion. Big round on the table. Stays elevated. Monacy trying to track him. Drops into the sandwich. Plenty of time to play this one out. Kit recovered. He'd love a smoke. Can't seem to find one. Monacy letting the clock do a lot of the heavy lifting here. ZTR doesn't have the audacity to stick it, and Monacy calls his bluff. Second time's the charm, gives it a go. Flash and swing, Monacy, internal clock perfect. Half a second in the defuse, he pulls it across the line for 8.
Did look like once he got across the CT there, he's just going to keep fighting. Very simple-esque. I had that X7 Ents clutch in my mind in that moment, but eventually the sensibilities prevail and he plays the bomb. He uses the clock as his best mate, and
big one from Kersey,
yeah,
huh?
And he had to, right? He understood the scenario. It's a beautiful triple. What I like about this round the most is Nico's late activation with the double, right? Nico, when this roster existed before, had to be one of the more entry pieces. Now he's supplementary. Now he's coming in to, first of all, mop up any of the mess, but make impact like that. Opening kill has been found on the PR, and this is looking like 9 rounds on the T half for Falcons on their map choice.
Yeah, I can see why it's their map choice, huh? Everyone looking incredibly comfortable, apart from GamerLegion. Ooh, good damage onto Kixon, and CTR confirms it's done significant damage with the spot from short. Okay, this is going to be oodles of info, right? Rez is going to be able to say, be clear. Very early doors.
And there's info for Torsten as well, so he knows the fight's coming.
Carlson, ooh, gives it a go, has Tessus low, and actually taken down by a teammate. Nico, a freebie for Kersey.
This is about the flank now.
It is. Rez is very hot on their heels, and ZTR looking like he's probably set for another from this default box. Backs are turned, easy find, traded. Kiyasuke finds one, needs a whole lot more of that. Monacy not considering that flank. Back turned and an easy frag. They'll close it out with a fourth. Is that something? Can they work with it? Is a third map required, or can Falcons glide into that upper brackets? Second day of play.
Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Can I try it? I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it.
What's happening, everybody? I hope you're having a nice Saturday. We are bringing you the action for Falcons and GamerLegion. Map 2 of the series, and a very convincing start. 8 boasted by Team Falcons after their T-side campaign. It started even worse for GamerLegion. They did manage to resuscitate hope with some heroics from Rez, kick-starting somewhat of a resurgence. 4 of the last 6 rounds of play going the way of GL and GLHF. To take this the distance. Looks good for Falcons, especially if they pick up this defensive pistol. Nico blocks the smoke, tries to play in front, will have vision top mid, and confirms very little out. Now jiggle out. Kiyasuke plays short side. Tessus blocks smoke. Are they going to likely run through this? Glocks versus USP up close, and that's how it goes down. GamerLegion are in. Sure, you got the kit and the smoke on Kixon, but such clean entries. I don't even know if they've got a way in.
I think you should just hold on to this armor. I understand that you can get the team-based kill reward if you go for a couple of these, but I think overall the Kevlar is going to have a whole lot more level of importance for them if they want to go into a force into the next. So you drop this one. and you bang on 4 out of the last 6. So GamerLegion, they definitely are hitting their stride. It's not like they won the first 4 and then were absolutely drubbed. Kixon is going to give this one a go, apparently. He had a look, had the smoke, had the kit. Didn't get a chance. So there's a kill for Nico, an extra $300. Everyone else, actually, an extra $350. So the 50 for everybody. He takes himself a little bit more to work with. Monacy immediately bought him with a Famous and then sold back. Do they want to take a tactical timeout to discuss this one through? And this was tough for Tessus, wasn't it? Just the whole team running his direction. Kersey continuing to find some impact. Great to see. Well, he's not on debut anymore, but him in stage 2. So there's the Famouses. One for Nico, one for Monacy. That's made possible by holding on to the Kevlar.
And a chance for Kersey to immediately put Tessus in an early grave.
I am curious, just looking at this, I understand this is a force buy. So I was imagining that the setup was going to look something along these lines. Monacy as your window player. We'll see how this Apartment's aggression goes on a PR. He's going to get double... No, he's not going to get double swap. Either way, he's done. And they were all just rotating back. So they've cleared that out. Maybe that's bad information. Maybe at this point, Falcons think, oh, well, we took down PR. There might not be a whole lot more to follow. They might just go over towards the B side.
You're worried about B, you're worried about middle. You're not worried about just walking up ramp. Saying that, Kixon is. Throws out the flames. Now they're confirming their suspicions with some util, full AXEC util.
Yeah, they're coming.
They are. Kiyosuke's been summoned. Monacy as well. Kixon, low HP. Output from Sandwich would be impressive. Does he have it in him? Oh, jiggled out. Nice awareness from ZTR to remain hesitant. Nico gets active. Undeniably difficult to win that one. Falls into a 2v2 with Bomb likely to go down. Rez tucks in behind the triple.
Their best fight because of this plant would have been through CT. So this pivot from Monacy and Tessus sending him the wrong way. There's that kit retained from the previous.
Here we go. That was more than Rez bargained for. You could see by his movement it wasn't something he anticipated. Regardless, it's worked out wonderfully for GamerLegion to weather the storm of this one. Kersey low, Rez holding. There's a world, I just don't think we live in it, where Monacy, actually spots him on ticket, a chance. And Ash, he knows just how important that conversion is.
All right, well, very well done there. And Kersey, again, a multi-kill within that round. It's great to see more and more from him, the newest addition in the GamerLegion jersey. Finding impact there not only with the AWP, but on the pistol round with the Glock, and now against the Force. And must-win fights, especially after PR goes down. Now
nearly killed 2 of them, by the way. Like, it was like 9 HP and 34 or something.
Did an awful lot of damage, which softened them up to be finished off. And there he is, cheeky with the gap. Well, it's a symphony of Deagles over towards middle as they pepper through the smokes. But I wanted to talk about the CT side setup because Falcons' previous CT side setup was Kixon B. And all 3 of these rounds, it's been this man.
Yeah, Tessus on B nowadays. He's made short work of Towson. Oh, and another one! Tessus! He's comfortable! $700 pistol makes mincemeat of the whole squad! GamerLegion ripped limb from limb by a Dane and a Deeg.
Yesterday we saw Yabi just absolutely style on him, and now it's Tessus' turn today. Look at the smile on Zonic's face.
It's a Copenhagen special or something. What's in the water in Denmark? Yabi's Deeg, now Tessus.
Nico's smiling as well.
Bloody hell.
Everyone's having a great time.
Oh, yeah, and Nico gets his as well. What is that from Tessus? He's had a rough shake of the stick, some poor rolls, difficult rolls. And he's alone on B against a fully bought up squad, and he takes 4.
Well, that's where I was going with this, because he got to be the short player previously, and then you get condemned to being the B anchor. And he just stays so calm. The first is good, but it's what happens after that. And his angle management is picture goddamn perfect. Tessus, take a bow, my friend.
Oh, man. I mean, you know, like the nuances of like how to positionally get the most out of a Deagle. Tessus just puts it all on display. And you don't trip over your shoelaces here. At least Kioske gets his opening. Kixon spotting tickets, so he should get this info rather safely. I say it with bated breath because I've seen what the Deagle can do. Kersey might have to try his hand at that. An interesting CT smoke. It gives him options. Lets him play forward. PR. A little bit of chip damage. Nico the same. Worse for wear now. ZTR puts him down. Opening kill for GamerLegion. Getting chaotic. Kiyasuke kept humble. Kicks and double. It is PR and it is winnable. Bomb down. Working around the smoke. Kixon in there with him. Oh, they pass each other. Ships in the night, but Kixon's got the cannon in his hands. Triple kill. Massive impact from Falcons captain to stop that one from spiraling into something more disastrous.
And that's the other side of the positional coin I was talking about. Kixon used to be the B anchor.
Right.
Now he's playing over towards A. Nico will retain connector. Kiyasuke going to get short. And then Modesty, of course, as the AWPer, will be the quote-unquote window player.
Well, something you were saying, you know, about Kixon and his preferences, you were talking T side, but perhaps it echoes into CT, is that he likes to be a part of the pack. You're certainly more involved in a lot more when you're playing on that side of the map.
Sure. Yeah, that is a good point. It just tends to be the bitch job for in-game leaders to jump spot B and throw a smoke and call for backup.
Tessus, he's no stranger to the short end.
If he needs less support, right, if he actually just shoots them, that helps. So
true.
We'll have to see. Obviously, this is very early days. This is the debut of Falcons with Kiyasuke in the roster.
And no disrespect to Kixon, he's got his fair share of mechanical aim. I just don't think he would have got 4 when Tessus did.
This has definitely taken away a little bit of the excitement out of this second half now. GamerLegion fought hard, and you saw the celebrations from Ash once they had dealt with the force buy. You thought that you had done the hard work.
Yeah, but you kind of did. Until Tessus happened.
And now you're going to find yourself in a scenario where you are on a full eco. There's just a P250 for Towson. And you got to take your time. But at this point, Falcons will be getting up to 11. Just 2 more rounds going to be required after this. Winner of this game will play the winner of the Mongols 3D Max. You find yourself in Group A to kick off proceedings. Simultaneously, we have G2 versus Furia. It's also in this same group. Winner of that will take on the winner of Vitality versus Astralis, which is our next match. The Danes squeaking through yesterday against Pain. Get to take on the world #1 of Vitality.
Joy.
Lucky you.
Congrats. I'll tell you, I did the lobby yesterday, walking around meeting the new arrivals for Stage 2, and the vibes from Vitality are just so immaculate because, you know what? Team that keeps winning, they're in a good mood. It's weird.
That's crazy.
Everyone else is kind of tense, nervous, setting up their gear, kind of furrowed brows, and then Vitality are just like kicking footballs, giggling, having the best time. They do just have this aura of confidence right now that is, it's palpable. You feel it. You know it.
I think it's going to be about bringing the intensity once they get in the server coming up next to make sure that they can get straight back into last season's vibe.
Well, what's interesting is they did take a proper break. I don't know. I think just psychologically, I would personally, if I was in their shoes, be like, "Oh, I don't want to be too cold.
Sure.
I don't want to step too far away."
Can the season keep going, please?
Because it's going so good. But I mean, they, as you've talked about throughout the last season, they've been one of those teams that are really careful with their amount of game reps.
Especially in the New World Order or the VRS. But a flash forward on the ramp, kicks it with the MP9, swings in and gets the opener.
Must have been a fantastic flash. Felt like there was a lot of hang time on the conversion there.
It already sucked for GamerLegion, but now it gets worse.
Honestly, he's holding for you, PR. Wow. Despite that. Oh, he's been caught by a fumbled jump. Kixon, good work. This MP9 output's gone crazy. He actually gets the AK upgrade courtesy of Kersey.
I'll start playing the music. The bomb
it is
will be
feeling that way.
up from ZTR. It's 3-letter Swedes in combination to try and claw back a 2v4 number disadvantage. In reflection, I am liking some of the newer positions that Nico's playing. I think it feels like there is definitely a world where they... Well, actually, I don't know. I think at the moment, Nico's still playing Yard on Nuke CT side, right? And then Kiyasuke taking Rap. So that's a position where you get to put your mechanics on display once they come your way. I'm liking what we're seeing early, and how could you not with a 2-0 victory? Very, very likely now.
Yeah, especially against a team that, made light work of Stage 1. The fact that you come in as a Stage 2 team and hand them a 2-0 of their own, that would be testament to, being rightfully placed. Falcons, no slip-ups here. Couple of speculative taps from Nico, hoping to catch Rez swinging. And it's Kixon to finish the job. A nice clean headshot from him. A very impactful round. That was 4 kills from their captain.
And just to put a an extra exclamation point on that point of yours right there is we've had an impactful round from Tesses earlier on in the second half where he put his individual prowess on display, and then Kixon right here. Well, actually, he's had a couple of
back to back.
So this is great. It's showing that there's going to be layers to this team. You're not just going to be relying on 1 or 2 players. You know that you're going to be able to get output from all 5 if required. It's more going to be how do they handle a 5v3 on Inferno at the major.
Yeah.
Lest we forget.
I don't think they ever will. I could see it in their eyes when I was talking to them in the lobby. It was still being replayed. Kiyosuke, however, he doesn't even know what they're talking about.
He's just happy to play some Counter-Strike.
He's just happy to be here. He's a grinder. He just wants to be playing. It's cool that there's extra stakes here. He'd be on Mirage anyway at this time of day.
And we haven't seen anything that makes us believe that he can't do it. He's got 18 kills right now.
Haven't seen a fumble, haven't seen, a lack of confidence, haven't seen overthinking or overthought, however you were supposed to say it. Thinking, I think. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I thought.
And I'm thinking this one's done.
Yeah, I do too. 5-on-3, no chance for GamerLegion bomb on an island in middle.
It looks like debuts are going pretty well. G2 as well versus Fury. You guys can go and check that action out. But we're going to call this one done, dusted, all over Red Rover. How else could we frame it?
It's done. In a minute, in a second, in approximately 5 seconds, 8 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's the end of the game. 13-6, Asia lacking. Falcons a very confidence booster to start off your campaign in Cologne. The Cathedral awaits if you pick up the next best of 3.
Yeah, this is great stuff, a good sign, and the arms race coming out of the break is to contend against Vitality. They're the world #1. They've had a historic first season in 2025. The questions are, can they continue it? And if not, who is going to be the ones to stop them? Sure, they lost a best of 1 to Legacy, but here at IEM Cologne, there's none of those. It's best of 3s with a best of 5 grand final. We're going to throw this one down to the desk.
Yes, thank you, gentlemen. Falcons taking a nice 2-0 win. Second map, a lot cleaner. Obviously, we're going to see some things polished up, but compared to the first map, Falcons looked much, much stronger. Had that magnificent Tessa's ace in there. Great performance. We talked about like the aggressive nature of this trio now with Falcons, with Nico, with Kiyosuke, with Modesty. They went 11-2 in opening engagements across that map. That's not bad for an aggressive core players. And we're actually going to be joined by Nico out of the victory on the desk. What's up, man?
Hello, hello.
How we doing?
Doing good.
Yeah?
Much better than last year.
You can't just open up with a banger like that.
We were saying 2 teams that were not at the Austin Major, you and GamerLegion.
True.
I
mean, I was a bit there.
You had some barbecue.
Most of us weren't there.
Had some barbecue. Tell me, do you feel old yet?
Me?
Yeah, because now, you have to drop the M4 to Kiyosuke in some rounds. You're not going to go yard anymore on T-side Nuke.
I feel
the new generation is coming.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a weird feeling, that I can call myself 11 years older than someone, that was me, a couple of years ago. So that is a bit, it's funny, but I'm happy where I am. I don't have any issues doing it. I know why we decided to go for Maxim in the first place. So I'm gonna give him space. He's the upcoming star, and we all believe that he can be one of the best players in the world. So there's really no space for me to do anything that I really want. So I really want to make him comfortable, and not only me but everyone on the team as well. Rene also sacrificed a lot of the positions. So I'm happy, and I'm also kind of glad that I can take a step back a bit from some positions and focus more on the lurks and just focusing on my game as well. So we'll see how it goes.
Talk to us about what you've seen out of him, in the boot camp and practice leading into this event since he's been on the team. What are you doing? You pushing me?
Just making it looks better on camera while we're not on camera.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, well, tell me about what you've seen out of him, the qualities you got from him as a player, because, I mean, the skill is obvious, like the mechanical skill, the ability to just win fights is there, but what else has he got that's making him such a strong player?
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, his firepower is just on another level, but I think he reminds me Reminds me of me. Both yes and no, but it just reminds me of Ilya. I wanted to say when he came in the team, like it's just crazy how mature they are in the game and how much they understand the game and rotations and everything that you kind of tell them, or you don't even need to tell them. They kind of already know it as well. And you know, them being that young, like 17 years old, and knowing all of these things already just makes it so much easier for us to kind of. We don't have to go through these, you know, like
onboarding
periods, onboarding and stuff like this. So I think these are the most things that I was very surprised. Also, his communication in the game as well is very good. He's over aggressive. He's confident, and he's doing. I don't know. I did not expect him to be this good, like from the very beginning, because it's an international team. I think if he was in Russian, he would probably feel even more comfortable. But even in our team, he's. I don't know, he already feels like we played together for a long time.
That first map was a little close, you know, wasn't the prettiest of games of Counter-Strike. Should we attribute that to the first game of the season for you guys? You know, it seemed like there was miscommunications with some rounds with advantages, didn't really look all too clean.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Obviously, first game of the season, we wanted to start off good, you know. I think it's very important that we start off with a kind of a good first map. But, I mean, you know, these hard games can happen. GamerLegion is a very strong team. They're also very good on Nuke as well. And for us on Nuke, we have also some, you know, new positions as well. So it was a bit... it was a good experience for us to learn some of these things as well as a team, but it was a bit rusty, you know, the Anticos as well that we lost. There are definitely room for improvement in these rounds, and I feel like if we wouldn't have lost some of these rounds, we probably could have had an easier game. But I think at least we felt like we were in control all the time in the game, even though we lost some rounds. We had some hiccups, but we felt the energy was really good during that game, and that was that was what got us over the edge.
You played a pretty good series yourself, you know? You're kind of saying you're giving some space over to the young guys and letting them do their thing and getting to focus more on lurks and maybe some big picture stuff, but I mean, you still clocked in a sick game today. Are you feeling comfortable? Are you excited about these kind of changes, that you get to kind of do something new inside the server?
I would say that this is definitely the best I have felt ever since I joined Falcons individually.
Okay.
I don't know, as soon as I took the step back, for some reason I felt immediately better in game and I could just do my own things. So maybe we lacked some of these aggressive players that I had to kind of replace. So it's good to have Maxim kind of going for these roles, and he obviously loves doing it. It's not like we are forcing him. So I feel like it opens an old door for me to do what I love doing, that I don't have to really always kind of finish the round in the next, 20 seconds.
Yeah.
So I can play out the round until the end, clear the angles, come out palace, get the refrags on the side and stuff like this. So I would say that I feel more comfortable in these positions, and we'll see. I'm pushing myself. I'm getting older, but I do believe that I can still deliver big numbers, and we'll see.
Just one last question. I want to just get your take on it, because we've been asking a bunch of players, and I played a game last night. What's the CT economy feel to you guys in the professional Counter-Strike? Can you really tell? Like, it seems when we talk to some players, everyone feels like they have more money, maybe not noticing it like a huge impact in the moment, but everyone can tell that CT side is getting a boost.
It's a huge impact on the CT side, especially very early on the half. If you win pistol, finally you can get a better buy than the T's, right? So even though the change is kind of small, like it looks small, but it's a lot of money when you count the whole team as well. So it's a huge boost for cities, and I think we are gonna start seeing more of CT meta again, especially because of these early halves. I think this is what kind of the cities were struggling the most with, just to get a good start. And if you don't get a good start and you get broken early in the half, then it's very hard to come back to it. So I would say the change was very good.
Cool.
But we will see how it plays out.
All right, well, congratulations on the win on your first day, the debut of Kosuke. A lot of fun. We're going to see you guys later on in the tournament. We're off to a break, and when we return, we'll get the second game of the second day, or the first day of the second stage of IEM Cologne underway. We'll see you there.
Semi-finals.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, We instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, fuck! Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashbang! Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back. Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Counter-Strike Combine 2025, Dallas, Texas. Some of the best Counter-Strike players in the world. They're going to be put through their paces, tests, trials, tribulations. Who's going to pass? Who's going to come out on top? We've got one man, Rushley A. Rushlison, standing by, official referee, joining us today to adjudicate. Nobody does it better than this guy in the business. Let's get into it. No, just need to plug in the keyboard, the mouse, and straighten the monitor.
Okay, go.
Oh, monitor first. Interesting. Under the cables now, found the hole. In the hole now, under the table.
Okay.
This is where it gets tough. He could hit his head here. Oh, first USB's in. That's clean. Second USB in. He's up. He's on the chair. Done. Stop the clock.
I'm sorry.
16 seconds.
I'm sorry. The skin is not on. I'm sorry. The what? The skin is not on.
Rush.
Yeah. Ah, you need to.
The official adjudicate. No, it's fine. You're fine.
He's against me.
You're fine.
Motherfucker.
Okay. Oh, monitor first as well. Learning from his teammate.
It's learning from my teammate. I fucked up.
He's struggling with the USBs. He's struggling with the USBs. Stop the clock. 17 seconds.
Fuck.
All right. Are you feeling prepped and ready for this? This is about reactions.
It's about reaction and I feel ready now.
Okay.
Oof. 156. I don't know if he's good, but let's see.
He's taking a breath between each go. I like it. Getting himself poised.
He's gonna be good. He's gonna be good.
Are you gonna take this technique?
I can do better than this. Okay, sorry, mate. Excuse us.
Oh, the consistency!
He's consistent for a couple of years now.
Oh, you got in his head. You got in his head. You got in his head. Ooh. Consistency across the board there.
Yeah.
157 average for Zywo. All right, Apex up to bat. Now look, he is an older gentleman.
Yeah. Let's see if all people can have
They
good
do
reaction.
say that the reaction times start going down at 25. I want you to be comfortable.
Mom, I love you.
Oh! He's done him on the first!
You see? 22 years old.
It's about the averages. It's about the averages.
No.
You can't get overconfident here.
Don't let me stress.
Oh, that was so long.
Yeah, this one was really
Mate, you're holding the angle, you're holding the angle, you're holding the angle.
I'm not good at holding angles. We are not used to be long like
But
this.
still, 158. We can work with that.
Oh, it's getting
Still
worse.
in it though. Still in it though. Still in it though.
It's getting worse. Oh, it's getting worse and worse.
But you can redeem it all here.
No. It's about now.
He can redeem it all right now.
You can do 120. No.
158 average though. 157, 158. So Zywo's getting by
He's younger.
nothing.
The best player in the world. I mean. I'm just being consistent.
Well, the big dog's going to enter the server. Astralis arriving to the studio. They've got a tough task ahead of them. Team Vitality is going to be on the other side of things. The reigning champions of the Austin Major, of IEM Dallas, of Blast Rivals, of IEM Melbourne, of Blast Open Lisbon, of ESL Pro League Season 21, IEM Katowice 2025, and most importantly, Yanko, the reigning champions of IEM Cologne, winning that trophy back in 2024.
You could have just said the reigning champions of Counter-Strike, Jason.
I was hoping the list would really let it sink in, you know? know?
I don't think anyone would object, but yeah, what also a difference does a ROPS make? Last year, Cologne being the sole trophy that this Vitality squad won, and this year it's been everything, save for the first one of the season. So obviously an incredible, historic season for them, but we've been talking about these other teams making moves, and now it's about, all right, how are you going to keep this up? Can you keep this up?
Can you keep it up against a freshly shorn Apex? Look at that head. It's beautiful.
It's crazy how it still looks good on him.
I know.
Like it actually legit looks good.
He's like a fine wine.
Not like you, but actually looks good.
Oh, well, that's, I don't know really where to go from there. Well, here we go. Apex as the leader, as the heart and soul of this team, who's got this team focused on the future. I have to imagine during the break, they probably had a good time, extended break, enjoyed the success, reveled in the success that they worked hard for all season long. And coming back in, I guess the question mark in terms of what they're going to look like with their first game back.
That's the thing. That's the only thing you feel like you can sort of pray for if you're playing against Vitality, is that they're going to be slow coming out of the player break, right? Yes. Because they had to obviously play the entire major. They win it. They had a tremendous season. No one would blame them for taking, you know, extra time off, right? And maybe just practicing for a week or 10 days, something along those lines. It's going to be another long season, right? And on the other side of things, it is IEM Cologne. It is the best tournament we have out there outside of the majors, and something that Apex only managed to win last year. So I'm sure he's wanting to go for a repeat.
And we know how much those historic trophies mean to him. We saw it on Katowice as well when he finally got to lift that one. So going for a second, he wants to become the best in-game leader of all time.
Ooh, and they waste no time calling the bluff of Astralis with that overpass pick, right? Like I was wondering if that's maybe going to be the pick of Astralis. Like, are they that desperate that they're going to go into overpass? But they do the same thing they did yesterday against Pain, where they veto out Dust 2. They pick Nuke this time around, which is brave going up against Vitality, and Vitality comes back with the overpass pick. So exciting from the get-go with Vitality.
Yeah, where the hell are you supposed to go against Vitality as well? One of the strongest map pools we got. Chad and Alex are ready to take us through the action on this one. Vitality and Astralis on day 2 of IEM Cologne. They won!
Stage 2.
Yeah. Day 1.
Day 1.
Day 1.
Technically day 4.
Technically. And also, what might be the slowest 3 maps in the 7 map?
Yeah, we used to have the Holy Trinity, which was Ancient, Vertigo, and Anubis.
Yes, rapid. But we did remove all of the pacey ones. Dust 2, Ancient, gone. Mirage, Train, gone. We start on Nuke. And we'll get this one going. Vitality, I'm excited by the fact we get an immediate glimpse at Overpass from Vitality. That's cool.
And I was taking a glimpse at the pre-match huddles.
Oh, yeah?
Apex intentionally looking across the row as he's trying to get his team together for the huddle, saying, come new, essentially mocking the Danes and Hooksy and being very, very clear at wanting to get their attention while doing it. So playing the mind games.
5 sets of Kevlar. The button is sticky. I've got a sticky button.
Sticky button. Top split.
Look at the flank from Flames. Like, he actually could very well... I mean, he could have denied the plant. He doesn't want to reveal himself. He still has that element of surprise. Not anymore. Yeah, easy for Device. He removes him cleanly. That's one back from ZywOo. Maybe there is a way to get back into this one, but you need more of that, and ZywOo delivers. We know how deadly this man is with any weapon, but the pistols in particular are something he does very well. Stare the same, though. Catches him swinging through, and Messi immediately has his head popped. Hits 2 in quick succession. There isn't a way. 1 bullet from Down. 1 bullet! Oh, Messi! That is ridiculous! Man's got his own hashtag. Man's clutching up in the pistol. Right? Right?
Yeah.
Right! Oh my God, it comes down to the last second.
He had it. I just can't believe Astralis let that slip. Because yesterday and earlier on in the tournament, they had matches where they started so poorly.
1 HP, V3.
I am baffled that they let this one go. Oh my giddy aunt.
I mean, it's the quickest you could possibly tilt a team. Is winning a clutch like that in the first round of the game.
I just want to remind people, for Astralis, in some of their series in Stage 1, they started on T-sides very, very poorly. We're talking 10-2 halves, 9-3, and the way to avoid that is to win the pistol and then get the conversion. To lose that type of a scenario is really going to sour the mood. They forced it, so there's a chance for them to try and break serve immediately. But that is hopefully not a sign of things to come if you're a Danish Counter-Strike fan.
That's a good
It's more
start.
like it.
Yep. Zywoo sat on his ass by the device Deeg.
Late squeaky lurk smoke, so Flames has to stay worrying about this.
Oh, lovely barrel of Yabi's Deeg just poking out and betrays him there. Device's Deagle gets another opportunity on towards Apex in that warehouse. Not going to connect.
Well, 2 down towards B, and there is Romps down here to deal with this, as he will pick up both. And it will just be Hooksy. So opening kill, this time down on Zywoo, the man who was the hero to get last round started for Vitality, but it's still not enough for staying alive. And that one is now going to spell an eco for Astralis. So, oof, there's a lot on the line today. Of course, we've touched on the fact that you want to make sure within the Stage 2 groups, you are winning your opening game. There are only 3 teams per group who have the opportunity to make it through to the playoffs next weekend in the Lanxess. If you drop to the lower bracket, that dwindles to one of those 3 spots. If you win your opening 2 best of 3s, you can lock yourself in for a quarterfinal at a minimum. You get to play a seeding match to see if you can go straight through towards those semis. And Vitality would love to keep that going because, hey, they want to defend their title of Cologne. They want to defend their title of the world #1. They also have a 34 best of 3, best of 5 match winning streak. And that is the most ever. Ever.
Yeah, I mean, we're truly witnessing a historical era.
It is a sign of the times as well that we have moved away from best of 1s other than majors, and that's a conversation for another day. But I think it should definitely show a very strong sign that in best of 3s that they're able to have 34 consecutive. And their map pool is wild as well. 19-3 on Inferno, 17-2 on Dust 2, 15-3 on Nuke, 14-6 on Mirage, 9-1 on Train.
So as far as, you know, coming into a veto as Astralis or
where
as
do you go?
Support staff, like, you're looking at that going, what do we do?
Well, you could have gone into Overpass. However, they picked it.
Yeah, they called
So they said, hey, I know that we're the best team in the world and you probably don't expect us to bring this one out on day 1. But Yanko put it, calling their bluff, straight into Overpass as the second map of this series. And unfortunately, for the Danes, Ancient is the ban of Vitality.
Yeah, that's been a comfort for them. Immediately nullified and removed.
They didn't look great on it yesterday against Pain, but we'll say that's an anomaly, an outlier. Rifle round numero uno. AWP for Device.
Yeah, Zywoo's getting frisky. He wants to go for that early silo biff as Apex spams away at the smokes. It does look like the AWP is going to try and cross red on this, though, so Device and Zywoo will meet. Oh, no! Device a little shy of the mark there, a little to the right. Now baits it in nicely. A little bit of team play on yards, down, baiting in. Stair profits, Apex trades out. Oh, an exchange between Yabi and Rops, actually. Very close quarters on this ramp smoke. You back away, just hoping to punish if anyone was to dare to smoke walk.
Yabi was playing some of his absolute best Counter-Strike yesterday to get them through.
That's a nice start to 2v4. Opened up with ramp access.
Smoking a molly on Hooksy, so if they go towards B, smoke single, molly stairwell. All right, lurk smoke gives you a little bit more. This can still plant in that for Astralis.
Ooh, not bad. You get confirmation Mezzi's trapped. Flames delay and facilitate plant. Can you do anything else, though? Yabi, he's got the aim, but so has Mezzi. We learned that in the pistol, and now a 1-on-3 for Hooksy. He's done it before on this site in the first stage. This one, much more open and shut. Flames gets it done.
Yeah, you can see that the poise there for Vitality to swing in together off of that information, so very well done. But the bomb goes down, the loss bonus is there, and we should see another buy just without the AWP of Device. Returning to those landslide score lines on the T sides for Astralis, it's beginning again. Even if they're able to only dot, 2 to 3 rounds on the board, and then maybe they have a strong CT side, so far they haven't been able to piece a comeback together once they are down in the dumps. Oh, they're not going to full buy, so just going to be partial, even though they could have quite truly all had AKs with Util. Hooksy might want that Device or might want to make sure everybody has all nades required so we can call from the strap book.
Vitality not to know.
Late pop top.
And it is a late pop top. Mezzi tucked on that CT vent. Yabi, Mac 10 gonna try and take space. The further he gets away from the hut, the better job he's done. And he does find Flames, softens him up. Stair will finish. Mezzi, however, in combination with Rops, have just completely shut this down. Vitality very quick to react. The comms is flowing. Protocols in place. Astralis gets nothing for their troubles and for their ideas.
Okay, well, it wasn't the all-in, so it's not the end of the world. There's only one player without head armor in that mix as well for the Mac 10 to strike upon, and that was Apex, the Yard player. So Device does get himself some positional advantage. That's all he has in this one.
Did you have a call out for that corner back in the day? What did you call it? Well, not back in the day, sorry.
It used to exist.
Do you have a call out for it?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I have no idea. I just say that corner, you know the corner, the one.
The one with the fence.
Oh, nice shot.
Yeah, that whole area, that's how you used to get to secret.
Yeah, that was the secret stairs.
And then those doors were massive and they soaked up so many bullets. I'm going back to 1.6 days, so apologies to all the younglings out there.
Do you think you could still do the Twinkie jump? Whatever it was, Red Rock?
Red Rock?
You reckon? I reckon within an hour, within 30 minutes.
I tell you someone who could, I think first try.
Yeah, go on.
Neo.
Yeah, you know.
And he used to be able to do, we called it Red Rock 2 in Australia. It was wild. There was, you could jump up on the truck in spawn onto this pillar, and then from there, you jump to the right and you'd be on this massive rock that could see so much of Yard.
Which was essentially not possible for the everyman.
Immortals, you have to do a crazy boost. Neo was an absolute joy to watch back in the day. Okay, it isn't... Oh, Steven's been caniffed by a teammate.
We can't keep calling him Steven. It is good. It's better than Bobby, and Bobby's good.
Bobby's playing now.
Bobby is playing now.
They're coming top again.
Okay, with guns this time, with all the bells, with all the whistles.
Let's go, Steven.
Flash in. Messi blinded off. He's somehow alive. Somehow he gets output. How? How does he got two there? He was caught with
off guard.
A nade in his hand, a flash in his face, but Yabi. That's what you want to see. The Dane stabilizes for the boys. Zaiwu puts him down with the damage done. The round is won. That's what Hooksy saved his pennies for. An intense barrage of utility breaking into the A site despite Mezzi's best efforts. I'm baffled that he manages to get two in that scenario. It's still not enough.
Yeah, he got more than he was worth, that's for sure. Very well done, but it's all about Yabi, isn't it? It's his responses and continuing to play some great Counter-Strike under the leadership of Hooksy. He's the one that eventually snuffs out Mezzi, but it's Yabi's double. Zaiwu appears at the CT vent again, but some sharp shooting.
All right, is that just a little blip on the radar, or is that the start of something?
Well, one more of those, and you can break the CT side finances. This won't be top pop this time round. We've got a couple of opening smokes for the CTs to block, and a lurk smoke out the door for Astralis. Stair wants to part through this, and those odds are insane at the top of your screen.
Yeah. I mean, that's what win streaks on win streaks will do.
Diagonal smoke with top main, and the reason that you like to throw that top main... Oh, hold up a second. Was I catch him? Yes, he will. Very well handled. That top main smoke, it allows lurks in. It creates another option. So with the number disadvantage, options feeling quite tough now for Astralis.
They've got one smoke left.
And that's it. They use one for Squeaky, then three outside, and you were hoping to be able to get some space with that. You haven't.
Okay, Device falls away from the flash. It was thrown by Zaiwu, who's used it to cross to that red box.
This would be a huge kill.
You're right. Yabi is set for success. How aware is Messi?
What?
I don't... He's aware. He is aware. In answer to my question, very.
It did look like he was just walking, didn't it? But there's more to it.
I wonder what that looked like. Yeah.
He crouch peeked into it, so definitely so aware of his angles, Mr. Merriman.
Perfect.
Oh, Zaiwu, he's held the tiniest little angles this round.
Yeah, he has, and he's made it look so easy. Also, Zaiwu's an M4A4 enjoyer, Chad. You must be happy with that.
Hooksy.
Go on. Never mind. Apex is actually in the vents. That's my fault. Was he saying peace there?
Or like...
Peace out?
Like deuces?
Like, yeah. Or maybe he's saying that's how many rounds you're getting T-side.
Or maybe in total.
Total, yeah. Hi, guys. So it appears that our opponents are very good.
Or that there's two in the vent. That would make the most sense.
That would make sense.
Yep. You thought there was only one? Guess what? There was two of us.
Okay.
How do you like his haircut? Obviously, he did it because he said he would if he won the major.
Yes. Yeah. I think he's actually rocking it.
He is rocking it.
He is. And I loved the Lahane reference.
I don't know that movie, but here it is.
Yeah,
no, it looks very easy from that.
I think that's the thing about Counter-Strike is when it's being played at the highest level, most of the time, unless they've got, you know, simple sense, most of the time, they do make it look easy for themselves.
True.
Like Zywoo's too there. Like, they're just kind of walking into his perfectly placed crosshair and he just pulls down a little. Let's see what happens now.
Well, now he's got an AWP.
Yeah, he's taking it out to try and fight with Device, and oh, he spotted ya. Okay, so he's got the numbers at least. He knows, thanks to his parkour and that extra elevation he gets by being on top of that box, Device doesn't realize he's been counted.
So likely to see action on Rops, right? You've got one player down who can try and constrict the vent rotation. The rest should see if they can pop out ramp.
This is not going to go well for Hooks.
He is very lucky to be alive.
He is. I like that Mezzi hasn't overcommitted. He doesn't like chase it down. And Robs needs to get out. Supportive AWP falls down. Great shot from Stare on the move. Apex being here, though, is a bit of a surprise.
You want Robs to play first.
Yeah, they do.
You want to bait him. Sounds wrong, but it is right.
Yeah, look at the spread of Astralis, though. They're all over the map. Hooksy's trying to contain Lobby, and upon this fade, it's a good range for a Tech9. He's leaving pre-fade. They are looking for you. And he doesn't find the headshot. Mezzi comes
React ramp? No, right now, no reaction at all. Continuing to saunter slowly, jumping up heaven. Stout will be able to get them positional advantage, not the weapon for the job. Yabby up the ladder, not known to be an AWPer. Might be retake.
Yeah, Mezzi is going to have a look ahead of the smoke. It's too much of an indication. Has vision, hoping that they peek into that AWP. Stare, however, flanking Mezzi. So yeah, Astralis. Ooh, important find from Stare. It opens up the floodgates and they just swell into that site to secure themselves number 2.
All right, with Rob so low, you might just have to go for the save. Looking if they can retain that AWP, but that's long gone.
Okay, so I know we don't speak Danish, but if you were guessing what 1, 2, 3 would be, if you were counting in Danish, what do you reckon? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. That's a bit Swedish. I'm a bit Swedish right now.
I'm not sure, but how do you get to 5? Because that's the amount of players they just took down within the round. So no saves whatsoever, and that does cause a couple of issues. Flames only has 3.4, Rops only has 4K. Now that is buy territory, but it's not full buy territory. That is a great shot from Stare.
Yeah, lovely work.
And the timing almost. Mezzi feels like he's reading the play very well. But Stare will get an impactful double within that one.
Yeah, that really has opened up Astralis into having a T-side they can work with.
Yet to get consecutive. Going to be necessary if you want to break them. Said it before, we'll say it again.
Okay, that's a lot of early pressure top. Flames calling for backup. Stare drops in. Wow, what was that? Just starts unloading mid-air. Hang on, Mezzi and Flames, solid work. And there's another one from Mezzi. His frag's just coming in pairs right now. Territory gained for Device, but Zywoo seems very cognizant of the possibility.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Even getting as far away from the angle as possible as he
Stare's dead.
Through, and Rops catches him with his knife out.
Yeah, that's a great understanding of where they believe the players are, so able to take away all the space, right? It's like you'll see in matches, oh, they come where the guy is, and then nobody moves. Like, well, no, let's take away, let's set up the worst possible scenario for them to have to get by. So again, back into the winning ways. Consecutive still yet to be donned for the Danes, but it's not done yet. There's still a few rounds left within this half. Don't you worry about that. I would say Device was having an off day yesterday. I don't know how you feel. Like,
yeah,
he was still having impact, but not quite like this. All right, Devitt.
Off angle. Oh! He clears it! Perfect read of the situation. Device, he's heading for the vents. Robs reveals his position. Device now knows emboldened. He can get down the vents, announces it. Robs in the 1v1. It's exactly who Vitality would want to close this one out and deny Device one hell of a clutch.
Big sports for Robs.
Running it down. USP just going to try and take the fight. Knows he's low, running him in. That is brutal. Such an incredible amount of output from Device in the clutch. It leads to a plant. He does take the frags, but Robs, he's not playing scared whatsoever.
That one got...
Throws his rifle on his back and says, "Here I come."
That's so much closer than it should have, didn't it? The device turns that into a 1v1 situation. After that was a 4v2.
Like, after ZywOo dies, he's not worried at all, right? The wallbang hits, I think he starts getting a bit nervous about his
one.
death.
That's wild. Because he wasn't really ready for the fight.
Not at all. I mean, there's a world there where that Tech9 finds his head, but Rops closes it down, yeah. He's acknowledging. Real recognize real.
Well, 7-5 is still available. Just one round required now. And
you've been constantly throughout this first stage, sorry to talk over you, but reminding me of the, you know, that gap closes rapidly. It looks ridiculous. 7-2, there's been very little glimmers of hope, but all it takes is a little tail end, a little top spin, and suddenly you've got a competitive half recovered. But these are those rounds. It's round 10.
Exactly. If Astralis can continue to stay threatening, which they have been, you make the dent now, wipe the board. Could be cooking with gas. Oh, there's some confusion about smokes or lineups or... Now he's got what he's looking for. Okay. So a little bit late on this last piece. The timing as the first two start to fade is going to be a very curious factor.
Was it all part of their master plan?
Well, they're hoping to force a rotation, aren't they? Because they want to bear down on top again.
All right, what are your protocols? How do you play this? Flames tucked, anti on Squeak. Mezzi having a tough time with the flames they've thrown. Look at this, just a sea of flames, and still Mezzi and flames combine. Down they go. Astralis break in. Forced away by the flames. ZywOo respects it. Bomb goes down. Device maintaining lobby control as well. Strong post plant for Astralis. Big round for the Danes. Especially if you take down Robs. Asking questions of the lobby. Orb lost ZywOo down to Stown. And just like that, Stown actually with his first two contributions in the round ender there. It puts 3 on the board, and as you highlighted, puts Vitality into Weeko.
And now, well, actually, you probably just forced the last 2 rounds.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because you've got 1,500 on ZywOo, you've got 1.9 on Mezzi, 1.8 on Flames, so you likely at this point just force both rounds.
Yeah, so this is how a 7-2 becomes a 7-5.
Exactly. So Astralis, by keeping up a level of pressure, have put themselves in a position to still have a very competitive half, and that's why Hooksy celebrates that round win. A very important one as a part of this first map of the series.
One very quick way to break morale would be running into a Mag 7 and a 5-7 and losing.
Doing the same round?
To this, yeah, they are.
So it really limits the options of where these topside players can hold.
Just rinse and repeat. This time Hooksy taken down by Mezzi. He gets output, so does Flames. They've both delivered. Same scenario. Tracking's amazing, immense. He eats the flash. Elects to just track blindly, which seems like an oxymoron. You shouldn't be able to do that, but he kind of did.
Stown. You've got a full belt of utility. You've got the bomb. You've got the sight, in a way.
It's a weird one, isn't it? Oh, is ZywOo just leaving? Yes, he is. He lets Stown play.
And very noisy.
Audible.
Oh, Stown, he's got no way to know that they have completely evacuated and evaporated off the scene, so he's trying to be diligent with the clears. He's worried about a player around every single goddamn corner. And if he looks down that vent, Apex has a nasty surprise for you.
He's got the util to ensure he can have a go at the plant, right? Molly Heaven, throw a smoke. He doesn't even go for that. He's just going to plant it up close, flying up the vents, up close and personal. Apex jumping around with a shotgun, hits him, puts him on low, and another one. The Mag 7 is the one to close it down and deny the 1v3 attempt.
And this is where it feels quite hollow if you're Astralis. You did the hard work, you broke them, but they're able to respond again with a very strong topside hold. Flamesy and Mezzi both getting kills, which is what happened in the previous rifle round, but then it was ZywOo. Look, this kill, it feels, in the moment, not inconsequential, but it becomes so much more impactful than it actually
It's a rifle,
right?
It's a man advantage, and it disappears as well. Jumping Mag 7, brutality.
All right, well, you'll take 4. you don't really have a choice at this point.
But you'd certainly like 4 over 3. Still, that absence of consecutive, it's just cursed them throughout. That felt like their best bet, but denied by Vitality's
And remember how they lost the pistol? So a half of maybes.
Oh, look at the damage. Still they win out. Hooksy and Stare collaborate, clear out yard. Even more damage for Device this time, just stomachs a little chip damage. Now, the lobby crunch is coming. 2-man hut push, easy for Yabi, anticipates Mezzi's on the reswing. He's playing this one well, swings out wide. Mezzi cheeky to go as far afield as that. Yabi, oh! The adjustment and pre-aim on the deeper line. Lovely work from Yabi.
Now they know Robs is the ramp holder, and you also have a 5v1, so send out a little probe.
I think Stare has got his probe hat on.
You have to take the kill.
And that's the bomb.
You better run.
That is the bomb. Run, run, run.
Like, he's not going to chase you up the vent, is he?
He wanted to. Gets caught out. Okay, 8-4 Astralis. They're keeping it competitive. Vitality, though, starting strong.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
Oh, that was so saucy.
That's so creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
A competitive first half that could have had more if it wasn't for this man on your screen right here. Mezzi, on the pistol round, won a massive 1v3. The bomb was down, he had no HP, and really no right. But that's what kicked things off exactly that way for Vitality. 8-4 in their favor, but it was down the stretch, back and forth all the way into the halftime break. 2 clutches to Vitality's name.
Running into that top side against the 5-7s as well. Like, there were so many ways in which this could have been even 6-6. And Astralis not tripped over their own shoelaces at times. Vitality will punish mistakes. They've got the individuals and they've got the synergy flowing nicely in that first half. The odds haven't changed or shifted too much, but Astralis pistol conversion first gun, we could be having a
What's this about? Okay.
Geeky.
Oh, did they make noise?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, he's on main, and he didn't drop the regular way, so Stown might not be expecting this. I think he done goof there.
I do too. Oh, nice tap. Down. 2 and the third deludes. Device caught by catches Apex, excuse me. Yabi reacting to the loss of the info yard, but it's just going to be Mezzi and Zaiwu, and I refuse to write them out of this just yet.
Well, it's these two combined that won the first pistol. See if they can do it again. Waltzing in. Device in hut with the dual Berettas. Down the vent.
Oh, yeah. It's an easy freebie. Thought that one, didn't know that was a gap. And missed first shot for the cross.
I'll get the bomb down.
Zaiwu posted bomb plant imminent. P250 at range. It's the perfect weapon for the job. Slams that door shut, peeks through. Staying nimble. Oh, and hitting every shot he takes. The Zaiwu P250. Iconic. For good reason. Finally brought down by Device. It's set up for Mezzi.
Expect him single.
Has he got another clutch?
I'll expect him single.
Another clutch. Calls the bluff on the first. Now reveals himself. It's Device that closes it down. Solid 3K from Deve. Gives Astralis something to hold on to, something to work with, something to dig their heels into after a very valiant attempt from Mezzi and Zaiwu. What was that? Just 2-on-4 goes into a 2-on-2 with the bomb down.
Yeah, tough there. Flames with the movement done goofed in that scenario. Yeah. I think he could have had the jump on down in that situation. Interesting way for Vitality to try and deal with that T-side pistol. And Device is straight in with an AWP. So this is definitely a sign of the new econ. So he's going to get 3 kills, plus they wipe the board. So it's the 3,500 plus the 250, plus the 900 that he gets from those frags. So AWP into the first round against the Force.
Okay.
Really feels like Astralis have left those MP9s in the past, haven't they?
Yeah.
Feels like you've definitely got a bigger gun, but you've got more to lose. So, oh, the vent slink prepared for. Well done, Yabi. Gets an opener.
Thank you very much.
Trying to run him down.
And they are trying to isolate him. Apex gets caught pulling out nades. Mezzi, look at the damage from this MP7. Oh, he's burning while blind. Support arrives.
How are you meant to breach into this?
I don't know if you can with the health you got. Yeah, okay, rejigging the weapons to the healthier members. That makes a lot of sense. Zaiwu investigating their options top. Device. Oh, he's about to lose his AWP to Zaiwu.
Well, up the vent, but you just have to deal with the CT vent player.
He knows one's lockers.
Sorry, T-vent player.
Yeah, I think he spotted T-vent as well, so he knows where 2 of the 4 are. Or 5. Easy tap, and then they fly up the vent.
Oh, no.
It's not an easy tap by any stretch. Instead, Stown allowed to get 1. And now, Device noted the presence of Heaven. Good kill from Hooksy on the way in. Apex down.
Oh, my God. Scope's heard.
Yeah, he's got him. Clean this time from Zaiwu on that Galil.
There's a couple of flashes here. Can help out Flamesy.
Absolutely nothing. Yeah, Flames does need some help because they are encroaching fast. Good find. It's Stare and Hooksy to save them. That AWP does not get lost. Recovered nicely. And a second round survived.
Crazy that Zaiwu found that gap. Really, really sad that he couldn't get the kill onto the player towards Squeaky Door, because he gets that. They're able to come up vent for free and they don't lose a player within the fray.
It was a tantalizing position for Zaiwu, but yeah, I mean, I guess it's just a little bit of spread. Crosshair looked pretty damn close to the neck. Didn't quite find it. You can see he's uncrouching, and actually, no, yeah, it was just into the body, shy of that headshot. And an important one from Stare as well to ensure Zaiwu didn't get anything more done. A little bit of frustration visible.
well, they're under pressure now. It's only a 2-round gap. They are down to an eco just with upgraded pistols and a little bit of Kevlar for 2. And a chance for Astralis to make it a 1-round game before the guns come out again. I don't want to highlight Device misses. Right? It's not something that he's known for, but in the last couple of games we've done, he's had a fair few. Just now want information. They know players were Yard. You'd hate to give away an opening kill in a round like this. And they're retaining a lot of their utility right now, Astralis. There's still a whole bunch of incendiaries especially left over. A couple of smokes to block with as well. Speaking of smokes, there's one from Apex to continue to apply pressure outside, but they pivoted towards ramp. That smoke is a bit shallow, but that nade isn't.
Oh, bang on the mark. Mezzi again is ringing. And Stare, how many do you get here? 0. Flames using that Tech 9, a bit of a jump on Stare. Oh, and the jump eluding the spray from Stout. He uses almost all of his magazine for that first fight, but fortunately, Yabi here on control and takes control. Bomb plant's nice. Extra cash to splash, but the round being converted for Vitality just seems like a pipe dream. Should be a comfortable retake here. Hooksy has the kit. Yabi biding time. It's down from single. Yabi goes looking, loses his head, a little uncomfortable now. No immediate trade. Hooksy likely to swing those doors open, blocked by Mezzi's body, but sprays him down nicely. Here comes Device Cleaners. You like Tech 9 sweeps the rest under the rug. Okay, well handled by Astralis. Vitality getting something out of that, though.
This is 4 consecutive rounds if you count the last round of the first half and now the 3. So this is the longest Astralis have been able to string rounds together.
And every single round, Vitality have managed to be planting as well.
It does just afford them a little bit extra in the buys. Thought Mezzi may have caused a little bit too much chaos in that moment, but Hooksy won't flub his lines.
Important frags.
Now, no AWP applied by Vitality to be the remedy. Odds shifting now.
Well, win a pistol in its conversions, and the odds cut in half.
Well, this is competitive, and this is aggressive. Device out to red.
Should be good for this one. Oh, catches Apex.
Tags Zaiwu as well, I think.
Yeah, Kalat finds the lethality. Zaiwu on notice. Nice from Yabi, actually, chipping in elsewhere, as this one is just a walk in the park for Astralis. Okay, Stout catches Rops in pursuit of glory. Avenges Device and scoops up his AWP for his troubles. A freebie as well for Yabi. Solid hold from the top site. That was something that Vitality could rely on. Flames and Mezzi quite consistently holding on to and at least getting theirs. Yabi the same.
What a classic first gun round approach, though, on a map like Nuke. Just do a yard control, right? You take full control of yard. You're not allowing them to force the rotations. You stunt them before they can get started, and this is a great way to do it. Device doesn't miss this time round. Ooh, almost pierces 2 of them with that shot, and yeah, Yabi understanding exactly what he needed to do. That's the ramp player outside, so this is telling you... Sorry, Stairs over towards ramp, excuse me. Yabi over towards top with Hooksy. Oh, lost bonus, plants, and another buy, but Vitality, how long until you get going? Sure, you can drop this map and still win the series, but that wouldn't be the way you want to start this new season. In the last, it was Bounty, your first tournament. You lost to Eternal Fire, now Aurora. Since then, best of 3 losses. You never know what they feel like. Rops in the Vitality jersey has brought a lot of success in 2025. That's what everybody wants to see if they can continue in the second half of the year. How good is this team? Only time will tell. Is about a minute on the clock now. Apex with secret control. Flames on top of main. Lobby presence from the other 3. And nobody from Astralis needing to push. They're not playing for information. They're playing quite a turtled up setup, to be completely fair. One smoke to work with on Device. A couple of flashes. And that's about it. Looks like they're going to try and peel in and pressure top. 40 seconds. Here comes the flash.
Drops in, perfectly catching Stown, opens up the floodgates. How ready is Yabi? Hooksy already chips in. Flames puts Yabi down empty-handed. Hooksy, though, kicking up a fuss. The nade in combination. It stares frag, but empty hands for the rest.
Is he giving this a look?
He is. Deagle in hand and body shots connecting. Oh, whittling away at Flames. One more bullet would do it. Goes for the Hail Mary on the no-scope. And a smoke on the bomb will cause anxiety. A chance onto Apex as well. Narrow miss. And a round for Vitality. They break through.
Well, you see that, right? So Vitality get the space, and then they just sit and set up the net. All right, nobody's pushing Secret. They haven't come to surge back out through main. They're not pushing Yard. They're not pushing Lobby. All right, well, there's only so many positions they can be in now. Great flash to find the first, and then everybody erupts in towards this top split. HooXi does a very valiant attempt on that top side to get a multi-kill, but it's that frag right there that essentially changes the dialogue and chances for Astralis to have another consecutive round. There's some energy. There's an opener.
Big one onto ZywOo as well. Catches him on the jump spot. That's not a wallbang. That's just a clean headshot on a jump. What a way to start it off for Astralis.
Apex is across this time, but looking for a little bit more.
Yeah, he's moving. And he's shooting. Spotted out. Braves it. Gets across. Okay, so that's going to amplify pressure the longer he lives. He's forced HooXi forward and now hunting him into the vents. Oh, a little bit quick from HooXi. He adjusts and hits that reaction flick to the head.
And that's part of this mentality shift for HooXi. I think once upon a time in a G2 jersey, he takes that information and he falls back and he gives it up. This time round, he plays ahead of the Flames and gets an important kill to give them a two-man advantage as the other three left now floundering in lobby to walk out hut into Yabi's domain.
Yeah, Yabi seems wise to the likelihood of this. Not playing for the hut exit so much as he's hoping for the sweep. Now he's on it. Oh, spotted out. He's lost his advantage now. Mezzi puts him down. Good from Device, but now losing teammates. Mezzi, good output. Double kill from the Brit.
Need a plant while the Flames are up.
Yeah, this is a very small and short window. Gets it done. A second molly to delay further. Lobby, a real focal point here. If Stown goes down, they lose a lot of potency.
Flashing, fighting?
Maybe not the fight. Yeah, fighting, turning, easy, comfortable for Astralis. They'll pick it up. Double kill from Device. I'd love to see that opener again. What a banger onto the Woo.
I don't want to say Vitality are in trouble, but they're definitely starting to get hot under the collar. They're pressured right now. This is not an easy game for them by any means. We're all tied up. The bomb goes down again. The loss bonus is there. There's two players who are just outside of AK range, being ZywOo and Apex. So do you want to go with the partial? Here's that opening shot. Bang, Device. That is beautiful. And this one from HooXi. Yeah, we're talking about his willingness to take those jewels. Essential to not just give away the space. So very, very well done from the Danes. And that pressure, you can see it manifesting in a tactical timeout being called by Xtaz. Apex has already bought in. So I'm curious if he's been overcalled by the coach. Do we see him sell back? Because you've got enough on everybody else besides him and ZywOo, and the buyers are starting to follow through. So Rops is chipping in, Mezzi the same. They are going all in for this. Hopefully the game doesn't get away from them here, Vitality. What has Xtaz contributed to the next round of play? Apex is being allowed to get across and get this secret space. But remember, the first gun round was a full yard control from Astralis. They could pull it out again.
Yeah, Device and Stown starting aggressive. They eat the first flash and think twice. Unconfirmed damage onto ZywOo and Apex from the HE stack.
It's more of the same though, isn't it? It's a bit more totaled up ever since that opening foray. So Apex is going to continue just to try and take this secret space to force the rotations, utility, and pressure as multiple bodies now rotating down towards the lower deck. But this time, Apex, he is not alone. So, hey, we're getting this space. Let's use it to our advantage. That seems to be the change-up Xtaz has called.
Well, the diff change-up are down lower is this two-man defense. Stown going to be confirming, drawing attention. Yabi might be forced into a fight with the Flames. Nope, thinks twice, backs up. Stown, will he be overlooked here? Yes, walking around the corner, lackadaisical. Apex down. Nice headshot. AK on that CT side feels good.
Enter top, or are they just trying to get closer to Stown?
He's ready for that potential. They cut noise. Mezzi is going to peek into Stown here in unison with Flames. Backs into the angle. Flames removes it. Very well done by Vitality. Robs lingers. Here's the drop-off of that A defense, but it's the B side, I think, with a focal point. Still that pivot up the vents, though.
Freebie.
Just like that. Lurker gone. Intention clear. Yabi, can he finish off Flames. Flames is going to give him a swing. They find him. And a second. What a commitment from Stare. He goes full spray. Doesn't work out for him. Vitality with the bomb down and a very uncomfortable retake. Probably not one they're even talking about. HooXi is going to put the fishing rod in the water. Running at Zywoo, and he's just evading him completely. Oh, Device, he needed to give it a full go. Swapped out to a rifle to try and help out HooXi. Could find a second available. Has he got it in him?
Hold your horses.
He certainly could. Oh, the spam. One flash nearly caught Flames for the finish, and he's on for the quad kill now. Flames to save Vitality from the HooXi clutch. He goes for a ballsy sit. Flames, how do you play this? A bit too close to a comfort. Bloody hell.
Wow.
That is 0 point something. Left on the defuse from HooXi, a 1v3 attempt that is valiant.
That's a B's private part away from being a defuse right there.
Oh, it really is. That was like a step too far, a notch too close for comfort.
The thing that I look, a little bit of an unforced error that came out there is, you see that smoke that was sitting mid-site? That was a CT smoke.
Ooh.
I think it was meant to land single just to completely block the opportunity, but because it played mid-site, they played around it, but once he was identified, that was Yabby in the open, they were able to, this one here. Now, I understand he killed him through the smoke, but a player started charging through window.
It forced Stare into this wider, like in the open as well.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. Maybe it was misthrown, maybe it was intentional, but either way, wasn't the key to success.
Wow, that was a really, really close one. And the fact that HooXi gets so close as well.
Third clutch going in favor of Vitality.
Yeah, and it is a close game. Those will be the difference makers.
Look how brutal the finances are. AWP, MP7, Deagle, 2 M4s. His Device back to his usual tricks outside.
A little bit of everything, huh?
It's been good on the openers.
Yeah, Device.
It's his fourth.
Laying down the law. Yard is closed. You better be throwing smokes before you have a go. Apex pays a price. That's a very well-informed spam from Robs. Good awareness, good game sense on display. Puts Yabby down to half health. Flames returning to the scene of the crime, actually investigating the Yard side, expecting Device to have fallen off, and it is a correct assumption. The AWP has gone all the way to join Stare on the potential for a ramp finish. Device now staying active. We'll be able to report safely numbers of the cross.
Surely they use smokes now. They have a couple to work with. That's drawn the AWP away.
Pause Device. Logic.
Up at Masters right now, Vitality.
Held by Hut though, and Device returning. Oh, loses out. Flames, another impact frag from him.
30 seconds.
Yeah, he's stepping up. They're wrapping as well. This is cheeky. So late in the round to be wrapping Heaven, but 20 seconds. They have got enough time for this. Bomb coming in through Heaven now. Mezzy into lobby, asking questions, kicking up a fuss. Nice find from Robs in. HooXi's MP7 trying as hard as he might to maintain control. But they're now planting the bomb, and man, disadvantage. Astralis having rings run around them. By Vitality. Oh, it gets better as well. Zywoo, nice angle. Not an easy one to tap the head.
You take that if you're staring. You'll back off because you're eco into the next. So any upgrades are a positive factor. Ooh, okay, well, gets given a kill. Zywoo peers in for that. There's extra cash for his team to work with, but really should be the eco for the Danes into the next. And this is 11 now for Vitality. I do love how quick the reaction was, right? And it's perfect. That you get to see the details of Counter-Strike and the thought process unfolding and how high level it is. A couple of flashes. Device leaves outside. It opens the smallest of windows. Flames gets across in towards Warehouse. Device comes back. Feels like he has the jump on him. Misses the shot. Flames punishes immediately. They understand Device is dead. They wrap Heaven. They sandwich the site. Rops hits a couple of absolute must hits.
And it was also the fact that the two players in lobby weren't allowed to like focus on the exit Heaven because there was someone coming trophy asking questions of them at the same time. That was the kill onto Device.
It's insane. That's how simple it was for it to be back on.
Right.
And these two are great. Without these, right, they get to turn and focus fire Heaven. They don't have to worry about main.
Yeah, they ended up having like, it felt like everything. They're asking questions, main, lobby, Heaven, all simultaneously. The power of a couple of flashbangs from Mezzy, pulling rotations, manipulating. I mean, use the word perfectly, puppet master. Just making Astralis dance to their tune. Puts them up to 11, and I mean, there has been a very distinct shift since the timeout of Xtaz.
Astralis are playing to win. They do not want to play for overtime. They are playing right now to win this in regulation. So with that Galil, they are shoving behind it. It's actually crossed us down. Stez bought himself a Famus. There's no AWP for Device, who's been doing good on 2 SMGs and a Deagle. So they don't want to let this one finish in overtime. They want to fight for their right.
Okay. Early excursion solo for Apex, trying to sell that Yard is occupied. However, after that Molly, it's likely they'll be able to call Yard rather quiet. This two-man operation between Yabi and Stown, starting secret, but now knife out.
Can we just look at the A site, please, J-Raz? Empty. And what does it look like they're setting up for?
An A site pop.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Richardson. Yes, indeed.
It would certainly put you in a bit of a pickle, would it not?
It would. You would be, I think, saving immediately.
Yes, yes. I'd say you get a B for your hot molly, though.
Oh, dear. Ah.
Well, the worst case would be losing all your guns and the round.
Yep.
Which is the case for Stown. Yabi should be able to retrieve a little upgrade off that, though. Eventually. And for Vitality, they're not really interested in losing out and giving you any upgrades. They know you're working with whatever you're working with.
What a shame, right? That this is very likely now going to just be the map for Vitality. And if you're a Vitality fan, not a shame at all. But in terms of Astralis, right, who had to work hard yesterday, they had to play 2 best-of-3s just to get through to this moment, and then completely outmaneuvered late in the piece, the economy broken, your map choice, you're going into Overpass next, which you haven't seen Vitality play. You haven't played yet, so we're going into the black box.
Well, back in my day, Device AWPing on Overpass was textbook. I mean, he literally wrote the textbook on fullback AWPing and all of that stuff.
Indeed, but in the modern day, I think Zywu might just have his number.
Yeah, that's fair. Device, however, has got 2 more frags than Zywu, so we all know what that means.
He's the better player.
Right, obviously. Oh, Apex, I think he got the spot there on Device. Goes both ways.
It is nice to see this level of competitiveness out of Astralis. Right?
Yes,
yesterday was labored. Oh my god.
Rough for Stown. Another one of Rop's signature smoke spams. Zywu walking through, clearing out all of the possibilities, and now Device just responsible for main, going to be tucked in towards that red pole. And wrapping. Yabi on that ladder, he's just going to fly in, perfectly timed. Oh, brilliant from Yabi. Deagle, we know what he can do with that. Not required, Device is there in support. Astralis fighting back, giving a little summit. Mezzi wants to try and make a couple of duels happen, and he has managed to isolate the first, but from behind, surely he's not ready for this backstab. Yeah, Hooksy's got him booked. Astralis extend play. Just when you thought this one was over, there's another twist, there's another turn, and Astralis fighting for OT.
Now, it's only 14 kills for Yabi, but if you look at his last couple of series that he's played, this man right here, in terms of these scenarios where it goes from 0 to 100, he seems to be really good at navigating these type of fights, and you get it again. This is not the weapon for the job, but he uses it perfectly, pivots straight into the fact that he knows that door lurk has to play through. So really, really well done. Important double, and then some upgrades to carry through. So it goes from hodgepodge to rifles across the board, and just 2 more rounds to take us to OT.
Yeah, they've found an extra level.
Oh, nice nades.
Uncomfortable for Merriman. Top main spotted, Flames deleted, Device on one today. Oh, and there's more available.
Huge info. Huge info. The bomb would have been noted in that little foray outside. Rop's ahead of the Flames.
He's coming for you. He welcomes it. You say you want to have a head-to-head duel? Rops versus Hooksy. Hooksy wins it.
Well, Device would have at least spotted 2 players towards outside, so he should have a good idea of how this one is going to finish forward. Stare on the off-angle lower, but how much room is Apex allowed to walk through? You can see with the X-ray, Yabi and Hooksy aware that this is possible. So do they go and clear it, or do they head down? And Apex might just get blindsided.
Yeah, Hooksy, I'd back him in this fight. Oof, especially when Apex is staring at the door in the naughty corner. 2-on-4, it is ZywOo and Mezzi. They've both been in tip-top shape. Had a couple of near misses on the 2v4 clutches. Could they end the map? Could he end the map? It's only ZywOo. 1-on-4 and already spotted out. Spammed on down. Beautiful. Yabi closes it up. Hooksy, great output as well in defense to extend. It's 11-12. We are still on Nuke, folks. This one's not done.
It did feel like with the backs against the wall that just winning the rounds is the most important part of that, but Vitality actually getting in and getting the bomb down does allow now 2 AK-47s and what is going to be something a little bit lighter for Rops, ZywOo and Apex unless they drop those guns. Now, last tactical timeout has been saved for the perfect moment. Next, Taz, do you have the way back in? Throughout this, you know that getting that secret control was something that you were able to get across with Apex. This time you've gone for more and you got the space short, but you lost bodies elsewhere. You even had it so much so that on the force bite for Astralis that felt late and dire that they didn't even play towards top. They were really wanting to block elsewhere. ZywOo has been given one of those AKs. Tech 9s for Rops, Apex, and Flames. And they have enough utility to work with for whatever finisher or opener that Apex and Xtaz would like to call.
Here we go again.
I like that. That's your new little trick.
That's a new trick. I've been working on that. Apex 10 HP. Well. You get anything out of this, I'll be very impressed. Make it 8. But some shrapnel finds him. Mezzi opening. And a closer as well onto Hooksy. That's very uncomfortable. Okay, winnable. Winnable, though, for Astralis. They just have to be locked in. No commitment here out of Vitality. Heavy damage inflicted to 2 of them. We need someone to step up.
That's the 2 A defenders dead. So you're going to piece this one together if you are Apex. All right, we've taken down the top because they came to us. They wanted to try aggression. Now they're the ones who have to step up and get the multis if they want to sew this one back together. So how do they plug the gaps? Device down towards B. Stound floating, worried about Yard. Nobody has eyes on top side because Stare still hunkering down towards ramp. But throughout the pause, we're now at the minute mark. All that util is still available for the finish. They can be diligent with this. But with nobody on the roof, they might want to try and breach out ramp. And there are 2 players lying in wait. Device calling outside clear.
Yeah,
at the moment, the only question is top.
Have some questions to answer. You'd think you'd use those low HP Tech 9s as a little scouting party. Throwing util ramp to draw rotations or at least affirm their belief that that's the port of call.
Oh,
perfect!
No.
Device caught out. Cycled through his nades, Rops puts him in a grave, and it seems like a certainty now that Mezzi's double will translate into a 13-11 regulation finish for Vitality Map 1. Stound walking into a Tech 9, can't believe he's still there, gets output on that low HP as well. 5 alive, and Vitality, perfect, they thrive. Converting off of the early double. First map in the bank, keeping the wins flowing, starting as they need to go on.
And no trash talk out of Apex. Thought we might get out of his seat, but he knows that one is closed. They knows they just got away with it. But the aggression from Astralis, that's where people are going to fault them. But that's not where the game went wrong. I like the fact that they stuck to their guns, but we've got plenty more Counter-Strike right around the corner. We've got the desk. Don't go anywhere.
And 2 side, I think. There you go. In front of us. 2 hot. No one main. Dead. One more hot. Maybe Tetris. And one door as well. When I'm picking door. 2 door. Oh my god! Sure. You ready, guys? Careful CT box. Yes, Coming close now. Yeah, I'm not gonna be close to him. You ready, guys? Yes. Okay, 3, 2, 1, flashing molly. Main dead. Top hot. Silo, top silo. Hello. That is dead.
It's heaven.
Heaven and side. Side. RPK. Go on the right. Dead. That's all far. I have main, no one main. Careful door.
Could we see one full door?
Hut. In hut. Your launcher. Falling back. I'm staying Tetris. I'm hiding. Could be out. I'm going in the smoke. Nice! You want top Matthew?
Zywu, you're now back in action after the player break. First question, how does Zywu spend his time off? What do you get up to?
Spending time with family. I spent 1 week with family because it's been a while I didn't see them, so I think it was the most important thing during my holiday. After spending time with friends, girlfriend, time at home, because we travel a lot, so I like to chill after that, so that's what I spend during my holiday.
Tell me a little bit about Overpass now coming into the mix. First of all, what's your general take on it? Do you like the Overpasses back?
Yeah, I really enjoy to see Overpass back. I think back in the days it was a really good map for everyone. I think it was technical map, and I think when a really good team know how to win this map, know how to play good on this map, I think they were really good in shape, and I think they could win tournament. So I think it's really important map to have in the map pool right now. So, and also we have a really good highlight on this map, and we have really good memories. So I think it was a good challenge.
How much time have you actually been able to dedicate to practicing Overpass then? Because obviously it's not always ideal when it comes in a player break where you want to be taking some time off, but were you practicing it all?
Yeah, obviously we did some practice. It's tough when we came back to holidays to just leave the map away, and because we know we have a tournament two weeks after. So obviously we have some practice on the map, we did something, but we are not sure it's gonna work because we didn't even play one map yet. So now let's see if it's gonna work, but I think we have a good team for this map, we have a good environment as well, so I think we feel good.
And finally, just overall goals, expectations for Vitality. You pulled off what was practically a flawless first half of the year. I imagine, it's hard to put anything else up there, right, that's going to make it even sweeter. It's just more of the same for Vitality?
No, obviously not, because even though we did, like you said, a flawless first half of the year, but for us it's not over, because we want to keep going. Not because we finished the first half of the season with a good note, it's over for us. We want to still win Cologne, we want to win any tournament after that. So now we still have a good vibes, good energy to win some tournaments, and we're never gonna stop because we have win the major or flawless half. No, never gonna stop.
Well, considering you won it last year, I'm going to give you the golden pen, and you can go ahead and sign the wall.
Thank you, guys.
Nuke goes to Vitality, 13-11. Hard-fought battle. Respect over to Astralis on their own map pick, putting up a really good fight. Maybe surprising some people, but Vitality, not their strongest game we've ever seen, not the cleanest one, but fortunately for them, they've hit that point in a team's lifespan where we really don't care how they get it done. We just know they win.
I've seen this movie before, Jason. When the Vitality wins 13-11 and there's opportunities for the opponent and they just let it slip away, come at the king, you best not miss. He had 1 HP in the pistol round, still clutch 1v3, right? That's it. That's the one round. If Astralis is able to actually secure, they probably come out on top on this map, but they're not. And there's a long line of teams that could be saying, what if in their games against Vitality.
Yeah, you can point at that 1v3 clutch, but I'll just say there's not enough good things you can say about Mezzi in this map alone. I think this is a god tier performance from Mezzi. If you go back and watch his POV in this demo, this is one of the great performances. Obviously stakes aren't as high as the playoff stage, but incredible run of form for Mezzi here to get them over the line. I think he was instrumental in this victory.
Yeah, him and Flamesy leading the scoreboard for Vitality. They saw a lot of action on the CT side, being tested on that bomb side, and they definitely stepped up and delivered. And two of the most overqualified support players, role players really in the scene, it feels like.
Yeah, well, on the other side of things, our Vodeva had a nice rollback the year as kind of a map. 22 kills for him, tied for Mezzi at the top of the server, but Device's op was looking real sharp today.
Yeah, and he was able to find plenty of openings. The Chad was pointing it out in the cast as well, especially in that second half. It felt like Astralis had a lot of favorable situations, but then just the pressure of of, you know, going up against Vitality and maybe overthinking it and being a little bit too rigid in some of those rounds really came back to bite them.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that pistol round 1v3 for Mezzi. There's also the eco round they lost in the first half. Second half, when they switched to the CT side, things were looking really clean. Just a matter of time before Apex and Vitality were able to break through. I think the problem is the team is just so deep. There's so many win conditions on Vitality because of how good all of the players are. It's hard to stall them out for an entire half.
And the big problem now, Jason, is they've been through this so many times.
Yeah.
Right? Like they've had their backs against the wall so many times that it's not foreign to them, right? Even in this game, you know, okay, they're up 10-9. They're going up against a mixed buy from Astralis. They're going all in and things don't sort of start off great for them, but I think they're still able to adjust, come back, and I think this was the round really that Astralis, once they've let it slip away, that really came, that's gonna haunt them.
It's gotta be frustrating too. I mean, I like the fight they put up on a map like Nuke, and we can actually dive into round 20 as well to kind of highlight a couple things. I mean, just the fantastic calling from Apex, fantastic calling and teamwork from Vitality as well.
Well, let's kick it off, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about...
Hit the play button. There we go. Kind of.
Thank you.
All right, one more. Tech issues.
Thank you.
Soon. There we go.
All right, there we are. First of all, device with the AWP, you can see it's a mixed buy. There's a Deagle on stair, there's an MP7. He finds the opening kill, right? And in this sort of 4v5 situation, you can see the smokes were falling down on Yar, so there was a play behind this from Apex, but now, from the side of Vitality, they sort of have to rethink it here, right? Like, you have to figure out something else. It was supposed to be maybe an A split quick with Apex sneaking main, something along those lines, but we'll see that they're actually going to slowly start going back to Yar delayed.
Yeah, this is kind of the cool part of the round where you can sort of see the mind ticking of Apex of how he wants to set this up. Mezzi's going to shift over towards ramp room. Their entire goal at this point is to open up the route outside. The supportive player who watches outside also shifts back to ramp room. And in another round, this little fake towards ramp that Mezzi's about to throw might not work, but if you look at Stair, he's only playing with a Deagle in ramp room. So Device is really, really leaning to support him if he feels pressure.
Yeah, exactly. And if you look at the minimap, that's what they're waiting for, right? Mezzi's number 5. He's going to throw a small sort of mini fake, just try to draw some attention to himself, to pull some rotation, and as he's about to do that, you will see the effect that has on Device and also the space it creates for the rest of the Vitality players on Yard.
Oh yeah, and now they get to slide out, they get to make things happen. Device is going to rotate back 35 seconds, they've got no information, gets caught in too wide of a swing, and now Vitality could just pick up the pace because they know that Astralis know where they're going. They're happy to be loud about things, and this is one of those things that will not show up on the stat sheet, and this is what I love out of Mezzi. Sees both players, just backs away from the fight, buys time. We heard the comms come out. Even though he goes down at the end of the day, the fact that he's able to come back and get that information after throwing the fake and survive, it's such a beautiful unsung play.
Yeah, absolutely. And he did a lot, first drawing attention to himself and then understanding, okay, they'll probably try now and crunch me, kill me. I just need to stay alive, get info, you know, not let them get the easy reaction going, and then the rest of the Vitality players on that A split really made it happen.
Any other British players would have just pushed into lobby, gotten killed, and started yelling at their teammates, but not Mezzi. That's why he's been knighted. That's why he's Sir Mezzi from now on.
That's why he is His Highness King Mezzi. This was crazy. It was 1 HP. I didn't even realize until we got to the desk and saw the replay.
But you're exactly right. Like, it does come down to those small margins, and I mean, off the back of that, you say like the 1 round difference in the game, that could have been everything. I mean, the start that Vitality gets out to is mental after that kind of a clutch. It took some time for Astralis to recover, and it's, I think, a testament to how much better Astralis has gotten in the Hooksy era that they're actually able to fight back into this game, make that second half or that first half as respectable as possible, and then actually put some pressure on Vitality and give themselves a chance to win it.
Yes, the glass half full man, Jason Moses. I'm looking forward to the next map. I'm looking forward to Overpass. You know, as I was talking about it a little bit, it's a map that should suit them on paper. I want to see how they set it up. I'm imagining Zyvo and Apex on A and Rob's maybe the rotator, right? Flamesy, Mezzi on B. We'll see how they approach it on the CT side, but definitely something that Apex will prefer playing over Anubis, which is also funny. You know, you talk about that was the perceived weakness for Vitality. They haven't played it once in the last 3 months. No one tried it at the major against them, right? Like how things turned out. So it's scary to think that their map pool somehow might get even stronger now.
Might get stronger. We'll find out. I'm actually excited to see Astralis on it as well. That Danish Counter-Strike coming in Overpass as well. Get Device on the op out there in bathrooms. It's going to be great.
And Hooksy's somewhere.
So Hooksy's going to be somewhere. He's there too. We'll see you guys there for map 2 of the series.
wings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. We arrive at what we thought was our peak. We instead discover a whole new chapter.
I'm not going to lie, you've got a beautifully shaped head, young man. Is this the first time you've gone? No, you've done it before?
Yeah, I've done it during COVID because couldn't get a haircut back then, and my hair was growing too fast. But it's already been a week and it's going really fast. So yeah, I will be back soon.
You kept your promise though. Was this so? This is a deal you made with the boys?
I made it on stream or whatever. I said if because back in 2023 I made the same promise, but I didn't do it because my ex was not happy, and so I didn't do it. But now. My girlfriend is still not happy, but I had to do it.
Good. I appreciate that. And obviously you boys running on cloud 9 right now, not the team, but the feeling. Things are going fantastically. Coming out of this break, did you guys take an actual? Are you concerned that you'd lose the lightning you've got in a bottle right now? Like, was it? How much did you work through this break?
Of course. You know, and even although during the first season we have a time break, it's important to put your mind away. I don't think it's because of break that people drop down. It's just because of too much confidence, or they think they've done with everything. So for us, it just we took a break because it was needed, and actually the break wasn't long enough. It was like 2 weeks and a half ish, and not 3 weeks. So yeah, it was pretty hard at some point. But yeah, for us, it's just focusing on how much else we can do.
Yeah, really nice. I mean, just staying in the same place you are right now, I'm sure would be incredible. We get it, ladies. At Vitality's Overpass, the world #1 electing to pick it as their choice in this best of 3. It is the opening game for the boys. Vitality coming into stage 2. Astralis fighting tooth and nail, back-to-back best of 3s to secure one of the final spots in this second stage, and immediately have to face the Demon Emperor of Vitality. I don't know why I got so anime with it.
I was like, okay.
Who is the Demon Emperor?
All right. I thought, they were good guys, but now in this framing, they're the bad guys.
Yeah, they're the baddies now. Unfortunately, you win long enough, you see yourself become the villain. Someone said that once.
Vice knows that, as we will be getting Astralis Overpass as well. It was only played 4 times throughout stage 1. This is the first tournament of the big boy calendar that has Overpass in place since the update, and the odds understandably favoring Vitality.
Ooh, I'm curious. Okay, this is going to be fun. So have we naded the door?
We have naded the door.
And we are going to fight. Oh, you just looked away and suddenly there's 3 on your screen. They've got very lucky to get away with nothing.
Good information. I think the bomb was probably spotted on the radar there.
Presumably.
Stair was starting over towards A as the lone defender, and still is for now. The rotation is still more than available. Hooksy with that util. And just resetting. So to try and finish this, there is not a piece of util for Vitality to work with. It is just 5 individuals with Kevlar. It's going to be all about the bullets. And as they conga line up through the bathroom short area, they're going to explode into the face of Stair in a moment's time. The rotation silently slinking back to join him.
Okay, well, now you've spotted out Stair. They might start to accelerate. Yeah, he confirms commitment. Bit of damage and headshot provided. Lovely clicks. Device finding himself a pair. Stair and Stown chip in, but ZywOo is in the clutch and immediately makes it a one-on-one. 1v3 goes one-on-one. He's on for a quad kill here. Yabi on the... Oh! First fight, immediate deletion. Comes in from Dumpster and puts ZywOo down. Stops that from spiraling. Sure, he gets a lot out of it, but still, that's Yabi's round. That's Astralis off to the races.
I can't believe they almost sat the other one. Touch factor has been in their favor throughout this series so far, and felt like it was going to continue. Nice device on his one within this matchup as well.
And then Yabi close. Very important frag from him.
The bomb going down does facilitate a juicy looking force buy. ZywOo into an AK, Galil for Rops, pistols for Mezzy and Flames, and Apex with his signature scout. Some signature moves for Apex on this map. Now, when it was in the map, one of the things he was very good at was these pacey timed walks, like you just saw there on the pistol, but on rifle rounds that would catch the rotations off. Classic opener. T-Stairs smoke, some spam through. It's going to be Stair and Device as your combo. We've heard from Yabi that Stair's the most aggressive piece, so he's going to get the star rolls. So likely to see the combo, maybe Yabi and Hooksy anchoring B and Stown as the rotation man. Whereas I think we'll have Apex as the rotation man. Rops and Mezzy anchoring B. Maybe. Flamesy and ZywOo with the A pair. We'll find out once we swap sides. That's going to depend on how many CT-sided rounds Astralis can get. And right now they have 3 players towards A. Device monitoring long, Stair on the jump spot, and Stown has joined the defense for now as they do have all this room right now at Picnic.
I'm trying to work out how Device's angle works. Is he just going to try and punish the jump up, or can he actually go down to a scout line? Okay, so he is just holding for this jump up, and oh, lovely. Yeah, a bit of a jump scare for Apex. A very important trade from ZywOo, though. So hold your horses. 45 seconds, Yabi flirting with being the third man on A, but because it's overpass and because of that con rotation, it's never a guarantee. However, losing Stown on site is going to open up opportunities for the finish. Yabi gets there in time. Blocks that dumpster smoke, gives himself something different to work around, work with, but down to a crisp is Stair and Yabi. Not much bullet efficiency. Just lack the extra bullet to finish off the job. Good nade. Hooksy swallows and Rops will finish off. Actually, Flames will no-scope to finish him off through the wall.
Through a smoke and a wall.
Yeah, of course, actually. Not the guy that's in front of him spraying at him.
As we all expected.
Oh, no.
Well, Device's off angle worked.
It's cool.
But then he was immediately traded, so very well done, as you mentioned, from ZywOo. And those...
Let's see how easy that came. Oh, well, he did just swing into his crosshair. Yep, that came easy.
Here it is.
And, got him. No worries.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
My upper M matches. That was ZywOo.
That was ZywOo making that sound.
I don't think they know nades. Maybe.
I don't think they know nades? Is that what he just said?
They've got a nade. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage.
Did he just say, I don't think they know nades?
It sounded like it. He also did, just so you know, like as someone that's in a relationship with a Frenchie, they use this as a word. They go,
what does it mean?
Just done it. It kind of means like, bah, well, you know. So he just went, they don't know nades.
Okay.
Ah, well, you know, they don't know nades. I just kind of had a horrible, like, nostalgia.
Out 2 rounds in.
I don't know how he's come to that conclusion, and I presume they do. But regardless, I just got reminded about this constant like nade towards the boosts on short water and this fight for that control and info. It all just came flooding back to me.
I don't expect the meta to change.
You don't?
No, not at all.
You know, I've actually got a gripe. A lot of people have been saying, oh, but it's a shame that Overpass didn't see any changes. Did you look at Party?
There are
no fence anymore.
Okay, yeah.
That's huge.
The heaven railing now has a gap in it.
There you go.
No water.
There's no water. That's 3 changes already.
It used to be that little ledge where you could jump up on the short sandbags.
Oh, that's gone?
I could keep going.
Check that one.
Yeah, there's quite a few. They're minimal changes.
but changes nonetheless.
Yes. It however, will play
exactly
the same.
I'm glad to see the fence go. I will say that much.
A bloody fence.
It was killing the vibe of any sort of CT aggression, and
it was not a party vibe.
It wasn't a party vibe. Now it's much more streamlined.
Think about a party, guys. You don't want one fenced in.
No, you don't. You want to be able to stretch your legs, jump up and down on the sofa or the bench in this example.
2-1.
Yeah.
Still got the music. Head over there, Jay. Let's have a party.
That's,
no.
I see what he's done there, though. I see what he's done there.
Let's sit with the club music.
Yeah. And it's in the middle of the day as well. That's very Berlin.
It is.
It is. You know, this is that kind
9 a.m. in the morning?
No, it's like Sunday, 8 a.m.
Okay.
You know?
You had to go home.
Yeah. The party will end maybe in the next 5 to 10 hours.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
You'll end up grabbing yourself a doner kebab and a bottle of water. Let's get this one going then. A full economical... Well, they did save some armor and some 5.7, so
yep.
What am I saying?
Let's say more of the same.
More of the same.
More of the same.
Exactly what we're here to look forward to. And look at their lovely multicolored gloves. Everyone's got their own favorite color.
See, it is harder on a map like this for the CTs to pull off any hijinks.
Well, because the map is massive.
Well, yeah, and if you don't head towards B... look at the layering, guys. It's layering. It's beautiful.
It is. It does still mean you...
It's layering!
Oh, no. It's lovely to watch. You know,
they have pistols. They might play close. What should we do to deal with that? Throw lots of nades of different varieties.
Like, you know that, like, ooh, nice shot from Devices D, gets Zaiwu down. But that rule about, like, not running into close range angles versus 5.7s, you don't have to if you use your nades correctly. Very nice to watch.
They're going to go and grab this AK-47 weaponry of the Inheritance variety.
Skin specific. The placement of those reason stickers, it just...
The tchotchke as well.
Yeah. He's staring into my soul.
He's seen better days. Oh dear, Mr. Device. You're a 4x3 user as well. But where's the AK?
I feel like Flames is not going to kill it. And I should stop feeling. That's what I've been saying that for a while. I wish I could. Wish I could. But regardless, we get to see Device AWPing, and that is something to be excited about. I'm not saying that in even remotely being facetious about that. He is one to watch. He's definitely looked like he's shaken off the...
lethargy.
Yeah, the lethargy of the double best of 3 day. We did see a couple of uncharacteristic errors. He's definitely back to his performing now. Top of the tables, map 1, 13-11. And now pulling out the AWP glass cannon. Let's get into it. Vitality, what's the plan? It does seem like this double con start is very much undisrupted right now. They're not spamming, they're not getting aggressive. Oh, I spoke too soon. They are spamming, just not connecting. Robs gets active towards the short side. Flames already asking questions top con. It's Stare.
It's quick and silent. That's the problem. Oh, dear.
He spotted them, right?
No.
I thought he was on some sort of pixel line.
Well, maybe he did. He was talking.
Yeah, I think he's playing it for info. And that informs Device, who's now rotating in for a very good, favorable AWP fight. Just like that. Opening found. Nice shot back. Wow, ready for Stown. And Device, he could be in trouble here. Gets flashed off. Booked. Absolutely booked. Team play and aim on display. Flame steps into the mark and delivers a round-winning double.
All right, Hooksy and Yabi, can you save? That becomes the new question. As Rops patrol short, Hooksy on the fade of the Monster Smoke is going to try and liberate them a little bit of space. But Rops is here in time.
Have a sidebar for us, which is... You know, is it worth considering that this is all like by design, Vitality in deliberately making sure they show their overpass early?
Yeah, a fear factor. Yeah. I think it's a great idea.
Like saying, hey boys, we can play it. We beat Astralis day one. It just kind of, it becomes something that's everyone's aware of coming into the next veto and the next and the next.
I like Yanko's framing on it though, like the fact that Anubis goes out, there's an opportunity for Vitality to have an even stronger map pool.
True.
Because they all have a very good fundamental understanding of Overpass and the way that it should be played. They have very good pieces for it. Like, if we do get that CT side setup of Rops and Mezzi holding B, good luck.
Yeah, that sounds ridiculous. It's just like 2 turrets that are guaranteed to get 1.5 minimum.
With the nuance of geekiness of all the util and they, you know that Rops is in the lab.
Oh, you know. You know those ones where it doesn't look like there's a lineup, but you're just aiming at the sky and you're re-smoking Monster from wherever? He's got them. You know he has. First pause called, but it's not Rugger on the mic. I think he's actually just kind of allowing an additional 30 seconds to talk through perhaps the next gun, because it's not going to be this round.
And you know what else this allows, right? If they are strong at it, which so far so good in that regard, some of the maps that teams were like, oh, we now know like how we were going to beat them on that map, and now they're not picking into it anymore. And it's like, do you want to pick that into them?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not.
But you have very few options against Vitality, don't you?
Short molly.
That's an eco.
Run boost or not? No, not going for it. Just a flash and go. Rob's aware of the boost as a possibility. Such control. Once you have that short water, Abby getting spammed as well. Nothing to report. Fountain side, Mezzi passive, and they're just chilling. They ain't in any hurry. The only way this goes wrong is if they were to, commit to B immediately, running into 5-7s. Otherwise, I just don't fancy Astralis' chances here.
Yeah, time gets to be their ally, doesn't it? Because eventually there will be a rotation. Or they stay full commit because of the type of buy. So either way.
Yeah,
Uxie has some flashes if they want to go for a peek.
Robs, just enough vision. Restored just in time to save his hide.
And more so, the position he finds himself in is not in the open committed. He was within the pipe, or the ability to pipe back through said pipe.
Pipe.
Now they're just going to group up and execute in towards B, so the next rally through short. And again, it's close, but 2 kills this time. Robs is low, there's a chance.
There is certainly a small opportunity. Caught on retrieval though, and there it goes, out the window.
Okay, Stare, well, as he saunters down connector, the door still closed, swings open, and one spotted. Can't even find the frag onto Apex, who'll get his 3rd kill. 5-1, more than enough T-side rounds already for Vitality.
Oh, but they're not content with 5. They want to make a statement. They want teams to be fearing, banning, overpass up against them for the foreseeable.
And if you're able to make this a very, very dominant T side, it means you won't have to show a lot of what you've been cooking up on the CT side.
Another good point.
So this is the debut that you're looking for to start off the new season.
Playground molly lands.
Straight through.
Raiwu wants to fight. Oh, he thought he finished off the job. Flames will do it for him. And Device is piecing. He knows he needs to find one and does so. Catches Zywoo swinging. Now they do have this little duo. Stown is ready to poke his nose out and ask questions of him. Device spots and doesn't hit the shot. He's ready for Stown as well. Flames, great awareness as to the possibilities here. A smoke on top of the molly, and Yabi has cheated over. Apex, he gets to the blind spot.
How quick is this?
He gets to the blind spot, the worst hole. We'll come up with a better name.
I might feel that way for Device in a moment.
Yeah, boxed in. It's horrible because the second he has to draw his attention elsewhere, that's when Apex is going to start cooking, right? It's such a horribly deep clear. Potentially.
He did just start talking as the audible was made.
Bomb is down playground. They're not running this one quickly. As he tasked with retrieval. Looks like Hooksie's been spotted out and nearly goes down to Robs' lurk. Yep, there it is. Apex doesn't finish it off, so he reveals his position without the frag.
Yeah, but what does that mean? There's pressure A and B.
Yeah, Nate may be going to find some additional damage, but it's really up to Yabi and his output. Did get overlooked, attempts the transfer, the belated swing from Mezzi will find him. Awkward now, they've got 2 bodies here. Maybe they can pivot the bomb to B.
They are.
Oh, nasty. Apex sticks around, keeps Device's boots planted. It's just the low HP rotation of Hooksie as Device still trapped on truck. Apex, 1 HP versus Device. Device will win it out, but the round seems like it's too tall of a task. How quick was that? Is that rotate? I mean, this is overpass. A massive map, but you can go between hitting A and hitting B in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, well, Device, are you really going to give this a go? I understand you want some rounds. You've got the kit, but you'd lose the AWP. The loss bonus is in your favor, sure. Well, that's about all you have to your name right now. I think you should be retaining this and trying to give it a go into the next. So just back off out of dodge. Make sure that you do not give this away. But that's why connected control is what this is all about. As long as you're able to grab that space and float between the two sites, you can always keep your options open. Device hears this, knows that they're coming his way. Actually jog on past as Device does sound off and should be able to escape. Rops will not be able to get there in time, so an AWP brought through, but another round on the board for Vitality. It's a joy to watch so far if you like watching the new map in play, and I love that. They just used what was meant to be a containment smoke as an invitation to give multiple angles to push and part through.
I was always wondering if you'd need like a flash to take that fight. Well, apparently not. I don't think so. One was thrown. Didn't see, actually, to be fair. I can't speak.
I feel that there was.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
but I'm
logic dictates, but I can't say with certainty.
Because if you know they're going to throw it, you can have the flash like perfectly timed as your players are running through, and they just pop and it's like bang.
That seems like a very good idea, and that's a very good opener. A couple of times. Oh, yeah, Apex, it does chase him down.
Oh my giddy aunt.
That's crazy. That's a big one back. Oh, okay. Apex, we didn't say his name too much. He's been quiet. Understandably, when your team are all performing as well as they are.
If you're Apex, you do not want this AWP to be picked up.
Right, right. You're housekeeping the AWP for the rest of this round.
And unlikely why the teammates have come over to assist him on A. Take a look at the left-hand side of your screen. You can see just the boatload of utility. So as long as you get this staging area, and this is one of the tougher parts of the map to take, is the bathroom area because of all the nooks and crannies and the potential crossfires available. So you need to make sure that you are diligent, you don't get caught up.
Just there, and his Desert Eagle does hit Mezzy.
Nectar push too.
Long-range MP7, got that.
They're in with a go.
They certainly are, 2-on-2. Yabby's got the flank onto Rops. Maybe you can catch him trying to cross with the bomb. Oh, okay, advancing now. Yabby, a golden opportunity, a recovered AK-47, and he's being held. It doesn't matter, Apex can't finish. It's a 1v2, and now immediately distracted. Hoopsy profits. That's a big one. Good timing from Yabby, good shooting as well. Apex, it looked like he was holding for him, just loses out on the duel to Yabby.
Yeah, so it wasn't in the way that I had thought it could get a little bit dicey, but still just the annoyance there, coming up connected behind.
Did you see that the range on that MP7 there? That was like 2 very quick headshots, mid-range, and one out versus the rifle. Device did get that little jump scare from Apex's flank.
I don't think he can believe the fact that somebody has swung knowing that there's an AWP there. So he's heard the steps away and understood that he's hightailing it. Nice nade, just chips away at Zy. So it was actually Mezzy there. Where did Zywood take the damage? Over towards A.
He's getting cheeky. How has he gotten away with that? Yabby puts him back down. Another one asked for, but Mezzy puts him in the dirt. And around the corner now, Apex brings the bomb into B. This is a much quicker finish. Vitality already on the site, asking questions of more. Stown doesn't finish off onto Mezzy. Molly will humble them. They'll have to respect the flames. Zywood, the late piece.
Stair's got a gap, though. Stair's got a huge gap.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Stair will have heard the exit of Zywood, but they're not ready for this. This is amazing. Sneaking past, backs are turned, and now exercising trigger discipline. Golden opportunity! It only becomes one. Took too much time, perhaps. Now the time and the bomb in their favor. Apex, strong angle for the quick one tap. Oh, and he delivers it. Just like that, Stown falls as well. Vitality close it down. I don't know what to say about the stair move.
It felt like he was worth more, right?
Yeah.
And eventually, so he's relayed a lot of information there. It felt like he should have a double. It gets a little bit wobbly after the first, so that one there is less than ideal.
It's just the fact that Zywood kind of was so willy-nilly rounding the corner as well. Like, he was cognizant of the two of them, but then Zywood just comes in, and just as he chooses to take that engagement, there's a trade. Just unfortunate timing.
Yeah, and the thing is, they weren't just static. They weren't just holding angles. They were still trying to maneuver, worried about some of the fights. So Stair's going to be a little bit frustrated with himself about that one. But I do love the pace change, right? Knowing that they're starting forward on A, they're wanting to fight for Fountain and Long. They've gone, all right, well, we'll just go bully B, and once we're in, your rotation is miles away.
But also, what a luxury it is to have a player like Rops just housekeeping B, and then eventually he'll just walk out Monster and say, I've just killed them. Don't worry, B is open.
You feel perfectly qualified at the moment with the pieces in this team. So you've got your Soldier who will run in Flames. You've got Apex who loves to do the pace changes and delivers a lot as an in-game leader. Then you've got Mezzy and Rops who will do the dirty work and make it look glamorous.
Woo! Lovely. Run boost to get past the AWP line.
Well, that's it. You can only have so many flashes, right? Well, there's a flash.
It's satisfying to watch.
It is.
Listen, I don't know, like...
They're not swinging into anything dry.
No, if it's not flashed, it's run boosted.
Yep.
Really diligent stuff, and it is a joy to watch. This is why Overpass can be one of those fantastic maps. So many legendary games have gone down on it, and it is because of that pace. It is because of the tactical depth and diversity. Oh, good info from Hooksy's jump spot. He is going to have a lot to do, though, and already getting swung on by Mr. Soldier Flames. He goes down. Hooksy, good work on his FAMAS. Crazy output from Hooksy.
Hasn't been cleared.
Yeah, well, he's fired off a shot now and noted. He's getting surrounded. Rops is in hot pursuit. Tucks on in and reports Device's movements. Baits the runaway. Rops not falling for it. Crazy, crazy, crazy! How is he cognizant that that could be a fake runaway? Come on, Apex. I'm sorry, mate.
Give us that one again in the replay if we can, everybody.
I'm sorry.
If we could.
Flashed, booked, easy.
That's how.
What did he see? It was like on the oscillation. Sorry, guys. I denied us. Fast B, fast as hell. Yabi and Hooksy got an awful lot to do, and they're gone. That's a double flying Mach 10 from Flames, doing what soldiers do.
Production, if we can, the banter might not have been good of Apex, but if you can get it, now it's good.
Chad, I feel terrible.
No, don't worry about it. It's going to happen.
Feel bad.
I'm not making you feel bad. I'm just seeing if we can get it. We only have one round left after this.
I'll keep them out.
Let's both be quiet.
Mirage, давай, сука!
Okay.
Uninspired.
Uninspired?
Hasn't been working on the trash talk in the break.
No, you'd think you'd be jotting a couple of things down, you know.
Maybe it just comes to him in the shower in the morning or something, but that's weak. They're not even Russian. Like, what are we doing?
I don't know, maybe it's Overpass, he's thinking about VP or something.
Oh, could be. Like, we may as well do Portuguese at this rate. What are we talking about? Come on.
I liked the com nu. I thought that was quite meta.
It's on point, you know, it's a little bit of a barb, but mate.
It's as easy as aim to toi. That's what I'm saying. Okay, well, that's...
He had flubber on his boots. That's why it looks so weird. Yeah, there's a throwback.
Oh, you've unlocked it. Oh, we missed it again. I'm so sorry. We should never be talking.
Didn't know it was coming.
No one warned us. How are we supposed to know? Oh, we've
ruined the whole
We've ruined everything.
broadcast.
Yeah, we have. Should we just not talk for this entire round?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, cool. Rush and J-Raz, perfect visual storytelling of Astralis picking themselves up a third. It's looking good though, and by it, I mean Vitality's Overpass. for Astralis, but overpass. We get to see a little first look at what Vitality have been cooking up during the break. And I refuse to talk over this again. I refuse. I refuse. Okay, it was veto banter, not his worst work.
That is much better than the Russian.
Okay.
So he has been working on things. That's great. Veto banter is always top tier.
Oh, his match. Let me try again. His mouse matches his shirt.
He could travel with matches. He does strike me as that type of guy.
Strike you? Oh, hey. Well. What can you say about T-side overpass other than the fact that 9 is crazy? Is there anything more to be added?
9 is crazy.
Yeah, okay, cool. Thought so.
Those odds are 2. Blown out now.
And we'll see how far Con gets them. Device dispatched to search, and now Mezzi falls away as he hears Con coming. Taiwu, oh, he gets spotted out. The P250 doesn't find that instant deletion, gets there eventually. Apex getting swung on.
Oh, Team Gooch.
Yeah, Team Gooch looked awkward there, and it's actually led to a frag. Hooksy, accidental damage to Stown. Still, Device runs him down all the same. Yabi catches the aggressed from Rops on Monster, and a likely pivot towards that B site as a product of Yabi's frag. Flames will get there in time. Here's confirmation of his suspicions as Hooksy drops out to throw util. Is it a fake or are they coming in? They're coming in.
Oh, that's too late. Oh, no, it's a bridge smoke. It's a play behind. Okay.
Ooh, actually gives him options to approach, get closer. Oh, nice shot from Mezzi. Has he got more in him?
Other 1v3 clutch. Well, 1v2.
He did the last one with 1 HP. This time, 55. Flames' smoke gives him a little angle of approach and sneaks on over. They fall back. I'm trying to make this as difficult as possible for him. And
very well played by the C's.
They've done an exceptional job. It almost looks unwinnable now for Mezzi, partnered up. First click is clean. Oh, he's done it again!
He's good.
He used to use the P2K. I think the USP looks great on him. That's insane. He's got it again.
We've had some really, really massive moments over the course of 4 days of Cologne.
Seriously?
Like the type of plays that we've had have just been mental.
We should give these players 2 weeks off more often. What is that? Like the only way you win that. Hey man, that's a French guy saying he's good to a Brit.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
calling him king and bowing to him.
That's
never happened.
That doesn't happen. That is unforeseen. Never before seen.
History in the making.
I can't believe that.
In both CT pistols, he's done that.
I'm not tripping, am I? I swear he used to use the P2K.
I think he did.
He's come back as a USPer.
The P2K is a myth.
Yeah, you listen. Simple likes it. Kioski's used it.
Well,
that's what I'm saying. I'll admit, Mezzi's making a strong case for the USP right now, that's for sure.
It's so crazy, because you're watching that round unfold. It's like, yeah, the T's they've played it perfectly.
Hashtag King Mezzi, by the way. You get a cool little icon.
They've given him nothing. They're not peeking him. They're waiting till he taps the bomb. They're playing the objective.
Yep. They did everything right, apart from that whole not dying in one bullet thing.
Yeah, that thing.
You have to avoid that. You do have to avoid that.
Well, they're about to win the force.
Yeah, that's cute. That's cool.
That feels pretty good. Did you say that's cute?
I didn't.
That's cute.
I didn't finish the word.
It's cute that the Astralis are going to win a force spy. Oh, isn't that cute?
It's cute. Well, Mezzi's still alive.
He's going to be 9.
Yeah, he is 1v5 and dead. Wow, that could... I've kind of done a disservice to you, Astralis. That was not cute. That was fantastic. 5 alive, you convert, and that was the only way in which you could redeem yourself from the shortcomings in the pistol. It's pretty big, actually.
It's massive. We will see the force back from Vitality because they have such a lead. I think they're just going to likely play quite heavy towards short and connector in a round like this and try and clamp down. And Astralis should know that, so let's see where they really want to vie for early. People are using hashtag King Mezzi in Twitch chat. It's on Twitter sphere, guys, not on the Twitch chat. I don't think we get special icons.
I would be totally up for that. I'd actually move back to the UK if we got rid of Charles and put Mezzi in there.
Wow. All right, you hear that?
Let's go. Let's shake it up. Counter-Strike player as King of England? We're talking.
Wonder what his policies would be.
Yeah.
You'd have the best internet in the world, I guarantee you that much.
For sure. Fiber optic for everyone.
There'd be low import tax on Zowie 600Hz monitors.
Yeah.
Everyone gets one.
Yeah.
They played heavy bathroom, so they haven't overextended down into connector. It's Flames and Mezzi on B right now. I understand this is not the rifle round. I'd love to get the rifle rounds underway so we can see what the setup does look like. They've thrown the deep long smoke to deny information and give themselves a staging area to set up behind for the A execute, but you have to get past the pesky players in the bathrooms.
Yeah, and that Mag 7 worked wonderfully for Apex the first time around. They reblock. That's nice. Yeah, it was thrown all the way from B. Either way, Apex's patience looks like it might very well bear fruit. Hooksy considering his options down to throw out the nades in combination. And just what he was waiting for. Rob steals it away from him. Oh, he may overlook the close corner. Does hit a headshot. Stair pumped for the lead. Rob's now dead. Caught off and covered. Good work from the Danes in the team play variety. Zywoo's dead and the round falls into place.
Okay.
There were threats. There were certainly like tripwires set up and Astralis kind of stride valiantly over the top of them.
Okay, beautiful work in the last 2 rounds. Gets a clap out of Hooksy and Rugger. Very well handled. There were threats in play, and you're able to deal with them. It is only a 5-round game, about to become 4. People being very rude to me. They said kings don't make policies.
When he becomes king, he would sign an executive order to make that different.
Back in my day.
Yeah, like when you were a medieval serf.
Yeah, the kings did whatever they wanted.
I can imagine you now, yeah. Sowing the seeds, tending to your fields. Not your fields, sorry, the king's fields.
The king's
tending
fields.
to his fields, yeah. Oh.
That's a lot of utility damage for Mr. Stair.
He nearly finished off the job with his HE as well. Cavalry arrives. Lovely. Risk-averse play. No one gives up anything.
So what's that? 3 rounds in a row where they've only given away 1 casualty over those 3. That's pretty damn good.
Now, something I really am trying to avoid this season is jumping to conclusions, but overpass T-sided?
Wow. From the 4 maps played throughout stage 1, it was CT-sided. I think almost all the maps were CT-sided bar 1 in stage 1.
They've got the instas now. That is a new evolution. That's a CS2 special. No skyboxes, insta.
That's true. Yeah, you are seeing a bit more of that. Yabi was a very good B lurk back in the heroic days. Very good. Maybe one of the best in the world. Maybe the best in the world.
Yeah, okay. I like the way we got there. Is that device trying to catch Apex through? Damn. Ambitious. Oh, very good spam. Very effective connecting to Stair on con progressions.
Well, they have stuck with this 4B for quite a while now. Apex and Flamesy are just rotating away now. It's Rops and Mezzi left to their own devices while Zywoo is, I was going to say at least met by a few more, but Flames has dropped back. So they continue to go back and forth. What's going on here? Is Rops going A? Who's going A? Rops is A. For now.
For now.
So lots of moving parts there within the mid-round for Vitality. But it looks clear Astralis have this intention to finish B.
Oh, wow. Good output from Flames, given he was being held. Flash didn't connect to all 3, but he gets info as well.
Okay, well, Apex, if you can get across to help out the monster side, could really bolster this. We're going to have a split here.
Yeah. It's very clear the intention here behind Astralis. Rob's even cheating back over to B. Flash doesn't catch it. Mezzi swings out. Look at the team play. Apex, this flash connects. All 3 screens white for Astralis on the monster side. Now wrapping in through short is Device. Looking for trouble. Apex barrels with support. Spots out Hooksy, trying to get across, trying to find somewhere to plant. And oh no, he walks into Device's spray. Is 6 all they get. 11 secure for Vitality.
That flash was great, wasn't it? It was in response to the flash through monster. Then one gets piped through for Mezzi. He swings out, double kill. And then at that point, the round feels way too tough for Astralis to get back into. Sure, it was good signs to get a couple of rounds on the board. But that's all it really feels like at this point. Now, the fact that they had those rounds cleanly means they get a full buy with the AWP, AK-47s, and all the util. Whereas Vitality, theirs is not as strong. Famis and an MP9 to complement the rifles. Fast and furious from Device. Extinguishes, pushes through to put more pressure on this A defense. So Rops is playing A. I don't hate it. I think it'd be great. Rops is the A. Back in FaZe, you didn't need to because they had rain.
Yeah, true. The rain bathrooms. Well, now we get to see what Robs can do in this position, because he is about to be surely overwhelmed. I mean, sure, intermittent jiggles. Spotted out, takes the head off. Nice from Stown. Apex, you got a lot of responsibility here. He does go for the jump spot.
Oh, so much comms out of Apex there. He saw the bomb.
Yeah. Repositions and they start their commitment. Truck Molly lands. Tries to block long. It may work out with ZywOo's contribution. He has the bathrooms on a lock. And now Flames profits from the distraction. Ends up in Astralis destruction. Device claws back. That's a big one. ZywOo last seen Divider, but Mezzy now is the one to continue this push just constantly, not letting Device focus on ZywOo. Flames, Mezzy constantly just pestering them in their aggress. And wow, that's 12. Comfortably closed out in the end there. And they just didn't stop. Constantly coming back up the staircase and ensuring Device was not comfortable.
It helps with that jump spot on the timing, and it feels like a lot of the timings fall in favor of Vitality as opposed to the rounds we've seen from Astralis. Like, we saw Hooksy do the same type of jump spot in the first half. You don't get the same level of information. So the devil's in the details, but this one does feel done.
Yeah, well, it helps when Robs confirms, you know, multiple bodies in his first excursion.
A winner of this will get to take on G2. I was going to say tomorrow. I'm not exactly sure when the match goes down, but they will get to take on G2 for a spot in the playoffs, which happens damn quick. The Mongols 3D Max result has come through, so we will know who Falcons' opponent will be.
Cool.
So those
That'll
matches...
be a big test, actually, for the Falcons. I'm intrigued to see how Mongols work against them.
And that's crazy that it looks like all the teams who started in Stage 2 are the ones in the upper bracket of Stage 2 to fight for those playoff spots, which isn't always an expectation first tournament of the year.
It's almost like the VRS is doing something. I don't know.
Watch yourself, Richardson.
That was a step, right?
It was, and this will be heard too.
Yeah, okay. That nade is pretty well placed, isn't it? Square on the jaw of Steven. Device launched across.
Apex has just taken a head-to-head in connector. And
that was a 1v1 head-to-head.
Yeah, that was a 1v1.
He wins it out, and that's, I mean, you've talked about Con and his importance.
Oof.
Now, really, I mean, look what it's done. It's actually, it's going to force a complete reroute.
You kind of have to go B. So, is Yabi able to find an incision against Flames and Mezzy?
Can we discuss this as well? Look how Vitality have receded after getting that opening kill. Ooh, good work from Yabi. He's cooking up trouble. He doesn't pay a very heavy price for that first. Should enable him to actually take a fair fight versus Flames.
Oh, the timing on the flash.
Just a second too late. Yabi allowed to spot out Flames' shoulder. Makes good use of it. He nearly had a third there.
Time. They have to go. They have to go. They don't think it's B because it's so quiet.
Rotates off. It is only going to be Apex here. Now he realizes he's on the right place, but there's 3 players barreling towards him. He has to win the first. Perfect pre-fire from Stown should enable a plant and should convert to a round. Oh. Sure, that's a good nade, and 2 of them are half health. Jump spot confirms pillar occupied. Is Rops and ZywOo having a look?
They're still even worried about a flank right now. Do they give this one a go or do they just save? Sure. But they're saving. Okay.
Need one.
Yeah, fair enough. Did feel like after Apex just wins the head-to-head against Stare, it should have been enough. Sure, Mezzy goes down. There's no trade from Flames. He's going to be kicking himself because his teammates rotating saying, I have a flash, I have a flash. You needed it immediately, not on that time delay. So Astralis stay in it for a moment longer.
You were talking about Yabi, you know, his proficiency at B-side. That's a great example right there. I mean, that's exactly what you need, right? That's a Hail Mary, sorry, a bailout from your B lurker. The fact he gets both of them really shifts the tides of battle and extends play.
I think that if we can get this level out of Yabi, right, which is a bit more of a throwback to his time on Heroic, this type of performance. And Device is at 17 kills right now. He's great on Nuke if he's finding those openings. Then we can... Stair is still the newest piece, but we have been talking about him for a little while. He needs to become solid as a rock in the aggressive positions he gets to occupy. And then there'll be no longer pressure on somebody like Stown to be like, well, this guy has to perform.
Yeah.
That won't be the conversation anymore.
Still feel like that can't be a team's like win condition.
Unless you're Falcons.
Unless you're Falcons.
And just keep getting superstars on superstars.
Well, one of them's got to perform all the time, right? You've got 4 of them.
True. And Device with another opener. So this time he just absolutely pips Zai with the post, just peeling in as the quote-unquote sole A defender because of this connector and B preference. How do you get Yabby out of this corner?
You shoot him in the head with a FAMAS. Oh, a flame. Wow. It's resulted in a Mag 7 running him down, peppering him.
All 3 though. That's all 3 players noted with information. There was one spamming, one pushing, one con.
So Stown knives out, straight charging up long. Delayed by that bomb. Now retrieved by Hooksy. Device sits in con and holds the rotate. This is the kill. This is it. It's on Stown. Mezzy, dead. Perfect. One tap to the face. The attempted trade. Oh, but Robsy puts a little bit of a problem. A little bit of a spanner in the works for Astralis.
They're going back?
Yeah, they're trying to pivot. Apex is here, though.
Yeah, and he's burrowed into Monster.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're expecting this to be someone so close to ramp, you know, expecting them to have both committed over to that B site. He can just time this well. Messy spray, and it's not looking pretty. Still winnable for Rops despite swallowing the HE. Hooksy puts the cherry on top. Apex is not going to be happy with that one.
No, it's 2 rounds in a row where Vitality probably feel they should have already gotten the job done. So the fact that Astralis are able to punch through in both occasions breaks the money now and should extend play even further. 9 is going to come, hopefully, a little bit easier for Astralis, just based off of the level of investment we're about to see.
I wanted to see that second Mag 7 frag come through. Mezzy are the ones clean it up, but you were banging on about, like, the way the info flowed.
Yeah, getting that goosh, it really ruins...
Oh, there's a throwback.
Well, it's not as good anymore, is it?
Yeah, that's true.
It's not as good. It's still...
Pretty good.
But not as good. But this is what I'm saying. It's all the same stuff, Alex.
Yeah, but like I'm not upset about that.
Who remembers the past the best?
Yeah.
That's a question.
Yeah,
I don't know. Thorin, I think.
Probably. Okay, that was a wallbang headshot.
We know where you are, roughly.
Roughly. A rough approximation of where you could have been, but they are also cognizant you have legs. You can move. A lot of CS players still working that out.
There it is, the active lurk from Yabby. And the flames, not going to spill over. This could go uncleared.
Yeah, asbestos Kevlar or something. How's he done that?
If you're Apex, you're saying, please don't push them away. I would love them to walk in and not check this corner, but it's just Yabby's already taken all of this space, and it is a round that Vitality, don't really have any right in winning, so this is just going to continue to give that logical conclusion. They're on their way. And I'll take this one as through the smoke they push. Yabby doubles up for his troubles. Apex, let's get something. Make it double trouble. Yabby's dinked.
I like this idea. It sets the Deagle up for that one-shot headshot potential, and he makes the most of it.
I like this,
Still, though, Yabby is very low HP. If the USP rounds this corner, if he doesn't get them both, Flames gets it. Awkward Hooksy, can you save Astralis? Get him run at from both angles, goes down, and that's how it ends. Of all the ways, of all the rounds, it's that one. An economical. A bit of Kevlar and a pistol. Vitality will take it.
Rugger can't quite believe it, but Vitality, they will take 35 in a row as far as best of threes and best of fives is concerned. They kick Cologne off with a win. They stay in the upper bracket and they take on G2 for a spot in the playoffs. The reigning champs, just one best of 3 away from the Lanxess, the Cathedral calling their name.
Mezzi, congratulations. You turn up to Cologne. A beautiful series from you, particularly when we're looking at the pistol rounds. You were eager to get back in the server, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, a lot of pistol deathmatch. It was nice to get a few clutches in there. It's feeling crisp on the pistols at least. It's nice to find those impact in the clutches.
Tell me a bit about the overpass pick coming out of your guys from Vitality. First of all, like how much time had you actually been able to put into this map?
Yeah, I mean, we've had a good amount of time to be able to play it. Of course, it's always a bit different because these guys haven't been able to play it officially, and that's kind of what we went with. They obviously played the last tournament. They haven't had a lot of time to be able to play it properly and practice it. And for us, we've had a good amount of time to go for it. And they obviously caught us off guard a little bit with the veto at the start with banning us too. And yeah, I think for today we were confident going into it. It's always a bit shaky in the first official of the season, but we're confident with our preparation on it as well.
The T side on overpass looked rock solid as well. That's super impressive. Is there any particular way you're kind of approaching the T sider on this map?
I think when it comes to overpass, I don't think there's anything special or new that kind of different to the start of CS2 and CSGO. I think for us as a team, it's just make sure that we play really good foundation CS and our discipline. I think it's so hard when teams are managing to get entries on the CT side. It's so hard because it's so big to rotate between and kind of put together good plans. And for us today is the entries went our way, but also we just played solid CS where we were kind of making simple calls and just everyone stuck to it. And I think it helps on the overpass for that.
Tell me a little bit about the tail end of Nuke, just because the desk were bringing it up, right? There's so many situations where like, okay, games will get close between you, but then you always have the extra gas to be finishing out at the end. Is there something special that kind of aligns for you in those situations where you feel the pressure and you're able to be the ones withstanding it?
I think it's just obviously the experience as well. I think, like I say, we've been in this situation so many times. You can kind of feel like everyone's still staying calm, and at points, even if Dan's not sure what to call or still needs ideas, I think everyone is staying calm to be able to put forward ideas. And yeah, it's like even when it's like 12-11 or that it's close, it still feels like it's the start of the game or the middle of the game for us. I think we've got so much experience now to be able to stay calm and close out these situations. And sometimes it might not go away, but most of the time it's feeling good in these parts.
Paid off today, Mezzi. Congratulations once again. Vitality now just one win away from making it to the playoffs of IEM Cologne 2025.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Freya. 7 straight series victories for Vitality over Astralis dating back to January of 2024. Apex, you're building up a lot of streaks against a lot of teams. This one had to feel good to get the tournament started on the right way.
Yeah, for sure. I felt like he was a bit sloppy in a way in some moments.
Okay.
But that's also normal. We need to get some fuel in the tank in a way because I just felt like we were a bit lost in some situation and didn't play some situation well, even though, of course, I guess if we won, we played some good situation as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes I felt it was a bit shaky with the ping pong we usually do and like the decision making as well. But yeah, first game of the tournament, for us, it's always the same. I prefer we start slow and getting better and better after each game.
Obviously, you guys had a historic season, first part of the year, ended with a major win. So how big of a break did you take? How long have you been practicing leading up to Cologne?
Well, we took, I would say, almost 3 weeks, a bit less, because we came home on Tuesday evening, and we had, then that's the moment we arrived. I think we took 2.5 weeks, and then we started on the 14th of July, again, practice. We had 4 days at home and 4 days practice in bootcamp. So we tried to implement new things. We try to always reinvent ourselves. It's tough, even when you win, but that's one of the key things I'm trying to do. So yeah, we practice as much as possible, but once again, I prefer getting better and better after each game than just starting too well and going down. So for us, that's a right mark for now.
Did you have any conversations in the break about like setting team goals? You know, it's always nice to aim for something. Like but I know you individually are like, I want to be known when I'm done with my career as the best IGL of all time, which is, I mean, a crazy goal to establish halfway through your career, but you're well on the way. For the team, what is it now? You've got the ESL Grand Slam, you've got a major, you've won, you know, again, we don't have to go over everything, but like, what is the
new... Would be too long.
It would be.
Oh, wow, ego.
I did it during the intro. It took quite some time. What is the new team goal for Vitality?
Well, the trying to make history, winning even more trophies, fighting for every trophies. That's what happened last year, first part of the season. Sorry, we didn't want to win some tournaments, but we were like, we're here, let's give our best at some point. I mean, that wasn't the goal at the moment, but at each tournament we give our best to win them. So yeah, I think winning Cologne because as well is the first goal, because I think no team did in the same year like winning Katowice Major and Grand Slam in Cologne. So I wish we could have done we could do that. And if we start to win Cologne, maybe thinking about a second Grand Slam. But for now, it's far away. We just want first to get our level back as well. You never know how many teams we saw like struggling after a player break when they had like such a successful first part of the season. So like Liquid back then. So for us, it's just focusing on that. And if we get back to our level, like get trophies again, because it's never enough.
Yeah, and talking about motivation, you were saying a great thing in the first part of the year to the players. It's like, guys, this type of a team lineup comes once in your career, yes, maybe, exactly. Right? So how big of a part is it that over the course of your career, you have to go up, against the Astralis lineup, the guys at Fnatic, then it was Navi for a little bit, and all these lineups, and now you have the team.
Finally.
And then now you want to, dish out some of that you've been on the other side of over the years.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's something we need to repeat a lot to ourselves, mostly the young guys, because for Flames he's 22 only.
Yeah.
As I always say, he finished the game in a way. He won everything possible in CS, big at least. So he just need to find new motivation. But I tell him, just bro, imagine like what we have now. You're never gonna know what's gonna happen in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years for you. Yeah. So just enjoy and work as much as you can. No regrets. That's the most important for me. That's one of the key things I have in my career is I have no regrets, because I did everything I could in every lineup. So in a way, it's pretty satisfying to be like, okay, if it stopped tomorrow, I've done everything. So for them, it's doing that. For example, for a guy like Robin, I have no problem, because the guy is always hardworking. Like Overpass came out, he tried to find new things and told me, yeah, this is good, this is good. He's always trying to find new things. His work ethic is like crazy. But for more, maybe some other young guys, or even Zawu, like getting second MVP, if he keeps going like that, he has the top one to get at the end of the year, and the first player to have 4 top one in ever. So we need also to just remind ourselves some goals, some new goals. Even though this part of the season is getting good as well, we need always to find and fight back. Look at Astralis for 2 years, they dominated. They had like 18 trophies in 2 years, 3 majors. And that's big. That's big. That's big. That's something that we will try to match. But it's a fucking long road.
Yeah, it really is. You feeling more aerodynamic these days? How's the new cut feeling? Like a whole new man?
Yeah, well, I think it's going fast though. I did it 10 days ago, and now it's that to keep my promise, I said it to a lot of Vitality fans, and I did it. You're always scared when you're 30 or something that it's never gonna come back. But at least I was. Come
on, Apex, I'm right here, bro. Like, what the hell?
Mate, sorry, I didn't see you.
What a dick.
But the thing is, when I'm normal, I would say, I have a lot of hair, so I took the bet and I did it. And I think it fit me more. Like, I'm maybe a bit more scary if I scream on people.
Sure.
It will maybe not answer straight away.
Yeah, probably. Well, hey, congrats on the first win. We're gonna get out of here, so congrats. Good luck the rest of the way. Can't wait to see more from you guys.
Thank you.
That's it for now. We're gonna head off to a break. When we come back, the next matches are underway, so stay tuned to IEM Cologne.
See ya.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, left. That's the shot. Forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashbang. Oh my, what the Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Is the day, guys. We have been tasked to deliver this year's major trophy.
Come on, boss!
We have been given a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to prove that we are not some forgotten division.
This is our moment, and we are going to crush it!
How we doing? How was your break?
Pretty good break, I will say.
Cool. We're coming back into things, getting started in Cologne. You guys have a very short window to acclimate a new player, and it's kind of obviously a situation where we'll get him as far along as we can. But what are your early thoughts on how he's been playing with you guys?
We had a boot camp in Barcelona. I'm not sure if someone told you already. And we were playing for, I think, almost 2 weeks, maybe less, 12, 13 days. And yeah, he's doing pretty good, I would say. Communication-wise, like, I was a bit surprised how he speaks, how he, let's say, controls a bit what happened on his part of the map, like how he's saying, for example, I don't know, guys, come faster because whatever happened with his situation. And it's pretty good to have, like, from the beginning, because you can build confidence out of this.
Yeah. How much, just out of curiosity, just if I can get a peek behind the curtain, how much does Blade's system kind of, I mean, we talk about Blade's system all the time, but how much does it change with just one player coming in? Is it mostly the same stuff you've been operating in, or is there tweaks and adaptations?
Obviously, it's gonna change a bit because he has different, not like different mentality, but he came with different play style. Even though he played in Navi Academy, maybe he played something different than we played us, but most likely he will have or he will adapt. Yeah. But like I said from the practices, it looks like he can adapt very fast if he didn't do it yet.
Yeah. Can I ask one question before I let you go? I want to ask about, you just kind of reminded me, Flashy's now gone from the team. I don't know how closely you guys as players worked with him, but obviously assistant coach to Blade. Yeah, just I guess just insight onto what you feel you're missing now that he's kind of moved on.
Fucking shit. I was watching the games and I see him in the back, like, and Lakers back, and I was like, what the fuck? This guy now is a coach, like fist bumping, speaking a lot, and
different jersey.
Yeah, different jersey. It looked like a bit weird for me. Yeah. But I'm very happy for him that he got this opportunity. He was coach before, like in a female team, but obviously he wanted to be a coach at one point, so I'm very happy for him.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks, man. I'll let you get back to it. Have a good one.
Hello guys, it's Makalza from Navi. When you show good perform, maybe someone will give you a chance. It was Amiran who called me. He said, congrats, you promoted to main team. I know sooner or later I'm gonna join, so it was just like for time. My biggest strength is confidence. Even when we finish the pack, we are sitting. The most thing that we are working is to not overpeak, because I overpeak a lot. My brother just started to play CS. He invited me to PC club where he was playing with his friends. In that day, I didn't stop playing anymore. To be honest, I don't feel pressure at this moment. Maybe when we're gonna play official, maybe I'm gonna have, but for now, no.
The game we have all been waiting for, FaZe taking on Navi. Two teams, two powerhouses of Counter-Strike, but also two teams who as of recently haven't really been able to find their footing. Had this game been a year ago, I'd argue that could have been a playoff semi-final, maybe even a grand final, but those are not the days we're living in right now, just. Navi struggling, FaZe struggling, now they face each other in the opening match here at Stage 2. Your initial impressions on Na'Vi so far? I mean, we haven't seen them play with a new player, so I'm curious to get your gut feeling. Is this going to be a nice tournament for them, or is it too soon?
It's going to be interesting to see because their 2025 so far has been lackluster at best. Compared to 2024 form, it's completely different. So what are we seeing here? We're seeing JL out. He was their kind of X-Factor player. He was statistically their best player. And a lot of the moments where you watch Na'Vi playing, he has to go and do everything in terms of like running in and entering, but also closing out rounds. Like the amount of just ridiculous clutch rounds that he would secure for the team meant that losing him is losing a huge piece. And in his place, what are they getting? They're getting a young player who doesn't really have much experience, and he's going to have to be adapted to this blade system with Alexi calling. So that's always like a question. Like if it's blade system, then what's Alexi's kind of freedom? Is there conflict there? It's always interesting to see how they're going to rebound.
We'll get to the new player, Makasi, but before that, I think we owe it to the viewers to show some of the results you're speaking about. Because as you said, in 2024, they were highlighted to be the best team of the year. They won tournaments. They had a streak of going into 6 or 7 grand finals in a row. But when you look at these results, Josh, and you think to yourself, that's Na'Vi, that's the best team of 2024, it's been very disappointing so far.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at this kind of like in a vacuum, like these are pretty good results for, any aspiring team. But we're not talking about an aspiring team. We're talking about a team that won a major in recent history. We're talking about a team that's, had a string of 6 events in a row where they were getting grand final placements. So to go from that to this, that kind of drop off is what we're looking at. We're holding them to a higher standard. We're putting them up on a pedestal, and they aren't where they used to be. So we have to kind of digest exactly what's going on and figure out, is it something that they've done wrong, or is it that everyone else is just getting better?
Well, let's dive into the big talking point when it comes to Na'Vi. Makasi coming in, obviously, a new young prospect. We have to learn him. We have to get to see him, play Tier 1 Counter-Strike. He came in from Na'Vi Junior, where he's been for 2 years, where he's played an awful lot of Counter-Strike in those days. But in terms of the experience at a tournament like IEM Cologne against, some of the best teams in the world, he has very little games against top 20 teams, let alone not a single game against a top 10 team, which I would classify FaZe to be right now. So it's going to be a debut, not only for him as a player on this level at IEM Cologne, but also a debut against a top 10 team in the world.
Yeah, so we didn't really get to hear so much from Alexi B about, what type of player he is. He mentioned a little bit about, being a pretty vocal player, wanting to do things, but needing to figure out how he's going to get kind of integrated into the system. But yeah, the main thing is he's played 2 local LANs in Kosovo, and then outside of that, he hasn't played any other LAN events, and he has limited maps against top 20 teams. So, if his style is to go around and face check people, just constantly peek, constantly duel, that might work, especially if it's online, especially against worse opponents. But what happens when you start playing against better opponents that know how to shoot back or have these little plays, they flash peek you? You need to figure out the macro as well. You can't just get by just killing everyone.
We got a bit of quote coming out from the Na'Vi camp as well that you wanted to highlight and you want to dive into as well, because as you said, we don't know too much about it. What are they saying here?
Yeah, they were saying that he's super aggressive in game, just wants to go and fight, but that he needs to have the space he wants in order to play well. So he needs to understand the macro and the micro things of the game. The quote basically says Blade is probably going to be the best equipped to kind of get that transition period out of Makazi and make him into that well-rounded player. But right now, it's kind of just that one-dimensional, just fight.
You as a former in-game leader, you played with young talents before. You tried to bring up people through the ranks. How difficult is it to bring somebody in who clearly has talent, clearly has aim, clearly has a sense for the game, but maybe lacks some of those other aspects in terms of communication, understanding, experience? Is it a difficult task for an in-game leader and for a coach like Blade to make that work?
It's a delicate process because you want to preserve kind of what their identity is as a player or their style is as a player without kind of kicking them off their, whatever path they're on. You want to keep them comfortable, because if you change too much all at the same time, then they might completely lose their way. And then if they start performing poorly, they lose confidence, and then it's a death spiral, basically. And I've seen so many players through the years that kind of get that step up and then just completely crash out. So it's important to be delicate, kind of take things step by step, and then slowly integrate things over time. You don't want to overload things. It's kind of like a trickle thing. Work on this today, work on this week, and then kind of like, okay, this week's done, let's work on one other thing. Don't try to change too many things at once.
There's no doubt that it's going to be a big task for Na'Vi to integrate a new young player into the team. We had Trace catching up with Alexi B heading into this game to figure out where they're at right now coming into Cologne.
Here with Alexi B from Na'Vi. This Na'Vi's had its share of triumph and disappointment. Can we quickly catch everyone at home about JL's departure and the addition of Makazi? Tell me a little about your teammate as well.
You know, he fills the room with this new energy. He's a young kid and he's eager to learn. And just, you know, listening to him before games and listening to him on the practice room, like, gives you new perspective on how this younger generation wants to approach things. And I can see that he's new, like never played with in-ears before. So practicing on the practice room with those and now playing the first time. Yesterday was his first SSD setup media day. So everything, I'm kind of trying to put myself into his shoes, thinking when was my first time I did those things. But it's funny to see.
I love that. You're sort of living vicariously and watching that growth happen in real time, right?
For sure.
Yeah. In terms of stature, how close would you say Na'Vi and FaZe are when it comes to bringing firepower in the server?
I think right now we're feeling pretty sharp after the bootcamp. For them, I think they have some new fire in Brokey, the way they brought him back. Carrigan saying that he even spoke to him during the major, giving him a heads up he's going to come back. Looks like, you know, he's done the necessary changes for him. So, I don't know, just looking forward to play them. We actually practiced against them, so there's something at least. But, you know, both teams with, like, raw things, I would say. Maybe both teams don't have the best, deepest playbook yet, deepest map pool yet. But we're going to see.
Well, yeah, you kind of touched a little bit on my next and final question is, you know, Simple came and went for FaZe. They brought back Brokey. You know, were there any other offers they could have went with? And what did you make of Brokey's return and what you've seen here in Cologne so far?
I wasn't expecting it, but, you know, it makes sense. They thought he probably needed some time off, you know, to figure his things out. Feels like he's hungry to be back. I honestly thought Sasha is moving there, but he didn't. So, yeah, I mean, they're going their route. You know, FaZe Clan always. I feel like Carrigan has a couple aces up his sleeve always. So it's interesting to see them back, but I think it's a team that, you know, we can fight against.
Speaking of fighting against, you mind signing the wall for us, Alexi B?
For sure. Where should I go?
Right behind you.
Anything that stands out to you here just from Alexi B?
It's just funny hearing him talk about just like the in-ear experience and being so fresh to the LAN environment here. I guess right now Donk has set the bar so high that everyone thinks that you have this like cracked mechanical player that comes in and everyone's just they're gonna come in and just own it naturally. But that's very far from the case. Not many players are able to do that. So it's gonna be very interesting to see where Makazi kind of like falls in this kind of new environment.
We'll keep an eye out for Makazi, but for now we're going to change the focus to FaZe Clan, because they've been looking somewhat decent, I'd say, so far in this tournament. We saw them playing stage 1. We have seen a couple of the players step up. We've seen Brokey come into the lineup. What's your first takeaways from FaZe? I know the sample size is small, but do you see a trend moving anywhere?
Yeah, when I was looking at them playing against Big, I'm like, oh, okay, I see a lot of good things here. Not as convincing of a win that I would like to see. They go up against Liquid after that. They smash them 13-6 on Liquid's map pick, and then they win 13-2 on Nuke, and it was a completely, like, they just crushed them. There were a few instances where I'm like, oh, that's the old FaZe again, doing that stuff. You know, for example, on the Inferno against Liquid, where it was their own map pick that they lost, but I saw some good things from them. I saw them playing well, way more together, grouping, and then going on timings together and making sure that across the board they were really communicating before they decided to execute a plan. And compared that to the major, where they're kind of just like one guy's full send while the other guy is still like 30 seconds of rotation behind, it was nice to see.
Yeah, it was very nice to see. It was also nice to catch up with Kerrigan after they progressed into stage 2. Very interesting interview we had with him here on the disc. If you haven't seen it at home, you can go back into VODs on YouTube to find it. Now, there's one player that has been standing out to me, and Rain has been a big conversation, a point of conversation. He's been a guy that has been, I wouldn't say rumored, but a lot of people's calling for his head in terms of remove him, right? He's not really fitting into his new position of an anchor role. Maybe he needed some more time. Maybe the transition is happening. I know it's a small sample size, but what we've seen from Rain here at IEM Cologne is the best best we've ever seen from Rain in his new position. So that being a trend upwards for him, that being the Rain that we've seen so far with a 1.30 rating, does that make you excited to see more of that?
You know how much I love talking about small sample sizes because
I do.
Like honestly, we've seen Rain have these standout performances, you know, here and there, whether it be his role or the team not performing to what we kind of expect from them. It's nice to see that he's able to do this over the first couple of opening games. I want to see him be able to continue this because I know what it's like to kind of have that environment change and then you're just able to just play with your confidence and start smashing people again. So it'd be great to see him keep that up. And I mean, 5 maps though, you know, that's what we're taking away. So
small sample size still, you know, but it's getting better. It's getting better for Rain, and I also do think that he's playing for his life, to be completely honest. If he's not going to figure out how to play in this new role, then at some point he will have to be removed from FaZe Clan. For now, though, that's not a point of conversation because I think he's doing well. We had Trace catching up with him as well before this game.
Rain of FaZe Clan, look, man, it's been 4,194 days since you thought about changing jerseys. Tell me, Rain, even when the FaZe jersey doesn't smell so good, how have you kept going?
Just playing, you know, love for the game, tournaments, you know, all that stuff. So we play for the arenas and try to get the trophies.
Speaking of getting trophies, 10 years ago, you're playing under Team Kingwin and losing to Team Solo Mid. Neither of those are here, but you definitely are. What is the difference between that Rain and the Rain that is playing Na'Vi today?
Well, you said it yourself, 10 years of age, right? I'm just old. Same guy, just older, I would say.
A little older, a little more seasoned, a little wiser, perhaps?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it.
And a major to boast as well.
Yeah, I had lost a few as well, though, so there's a lot of ups and downs.
On the topic of playing Na'Vi, how do you perceive the change of JL out, and what might that look like for a team like FaZe, who seems likely to find them during playoff brackets and tournaments?
We don't really know too much about them yet. They haven't played any games with Makasi, so we'll have to wait and see how it goes. I think he's a little different player than JL, so there's going to be a few changes in their playstyle. We just got to play it and take it on the fly.
On the fly. Anything you can say now that you got Brokey back in the server?
Pimpis confectus.
Helvis, my bad.
Yes.
Sign the ball for me, bud.
Brokey, Helvis, who cares? He's been playing well so far as well. I think Brokey has come in to prove a point so far this tournament, and so far he's been delivering. Now we're getting very, very close to the matchup right here, Just. So I think we should get the veto ironed out quickly so we can see what maps we're playing. No big surprise in Train being removed. No big surprise, I guess, in Dust 2 being removed. Ancient picked by FaZe. We've seen them play it so far. Na'Vi going with Mirage. That's something the old iteration of this lineup used to do as well. Overpass gone. Inferno gone. I would have loved to see an overpass between these two teams, but that does mean we have Nuke as a third deciding map. Now the first one is interesting, Ancient, because there's something you've been paying attention to when it comes to FaZe and when it comes to Ancient.
Yeah, I think FaZe, they right now feel like it's their most comfortable map. I don't know why they picked Inferno against Liquid, but we do have a couple of rounds here from FaZe on Ancient, and I just want to talk about the grouping real quick because it might seem super standard to most people, but what you're going to see in this round is, you know, it's already about a minute into the round, and Elige maybe over peaks there, but what happens next is what I really want to focus on, because if we just pause for a second and look at what's going on the map, we see that they're kind of split, but that their intention is that they want to do an A hit. So what we're going to see in just a second is we're going to see both these players moving up middle into Donut together, and the way that they're going to do this with the timing is what I want to focus and pay attention to, because right now with middle open like this with Elige's information, we know right now that, or I guess FaZe knows that since there was a player in red room and nothing else was middle, it's likely that there's a player in donut. So what these players at middle are going to do is they're actually going to wait for their A main players to take contact first. So the first contact's going to come out here, and then you're going to see exactly why that matters. Once the donut player on defense that's going to be hyped turns around at the most inopportune moment to look at this A main pressure, and that's exactly when this speed up comes from middle. So this type of just ability to pounce on them is what I like to see, and it's something that we didn't get to see before. It was just kind of like whoever gets there first goes. And there's another round. A very similar thing is happening here. So this rotation's coming from B. The bomb is coming back into A main. And what we're going to see is basically fairly simple. We're going to see these players moving up middle into red room together. And then what's going to end up happening is, I'm just going to zoom in for a second. These guys are going to have middle for free. They're going to wait for the A main players to come out, and then once that happens, they're going to go for that split pressure. So if we just fast forward through, we'll see exactly what happens here. the A main pressure comes, the rotation comes from B. Now the split happens, the pressure's in the back, and the front line, they're not speeding up too fast, so that the ability to connect here is way better than we've ever seen from these guys.
That's a good thing to look out for, especially when you consider that Ancient is the first map. Now, and speaking of looking out, we have to get the game going. FaZe taking on Na'Vi. It is a certified banger, I'm sure of it. Let's see who's the better one.
In a day full of exciting debuts, we have one on our screens about to go down. Makazi in Na'Vi, a change coming in on the back of a fall-off for Na'Vi. JL out of the roster. Top 5 player, closer of the year last year, gone. And Makazi bought in to the Na'Vi ranks. I know we've all kind of been watching from afar. Looking at today as like the Kaisuke big debut, but there needs to be a lot of hype around this guy because of what he's been able to accomplish in Na'Vi Junior. I think the writing's been on the wall for this change for a little while.
Absolutely. We've been in the academy era for a long time anyway, and while the boots are big to fill for Makazi, I think he's proven it at least in his previous team. Now he's in a very structured one, and we're going to have to see if he's going to land here in Cologne on his debut up against a FaZe clan who are fighting back to get form. Na'Vi on the CT side of Ancient. It's FaZe's pick, a Karrigan classic, and they run the red room through the smoke into CT.
I mean, this pistol round, a sign of things to come. A fluid pistol in through the red room and explosive out into the A site. Makazi falls first, and so does team captain Alexi. Brokey waiting back here in the red room. He's going to try and come in a little bit later to shut this one down. Na'Vi, surprised to even see them giving the 3v5 a look in. You imagine that's because they've got Ema still in main. But this backstab should seal the fate on the round. And Brokey feeling like a safe pair of hands here. It was a little bit awkward on that backstab to get both of them, so he just takes his time. No chance for Na'Vi, and a convincing start for FaZe.
That's why FaZe have been exciting in the couple of games we've seen in this tournament. They've been playing fluid. It's exactly what you said. They've been fast, they've been explosive, they've been in your face, and I actually think this could be a really exciting game for that reason, because Na'Vi, very structured team, expecting certain answers, expecting certain reactions, certain responses. Karrigan feels like he's throwing the old strat book out the window, and FaZe are playing a lot more loose, which has been enjoyable to watch. The question is, will that work against a tier 1 team? Today we find out. FaZe with a pistol round, Na'Vi run it through main. And it's all about that next gun. Frozen looks to get us there quickly.
Stat pad round for Frozen. And Elige is here. He also wants some of these numbers. Number go up. Elige gets smiley. Oh, you don't want the number to go down.
Towing that thin line. FaZe walk the walk, and they talk the talk. 2-0, 5 alive. Here's the gun round. Positions, let's see where Makazi's playing. Is he on that B bomb site, right? JL was actually a really rock-solid BCT Ancient player, if you even remember that major run back in Copenhagen. Huge part of it as well. He's had some serious highlights in this position. How much swap do we have around on this CT side for Na'Vi? Will Makazi just kind of fill in similar positions? Wouldn't surprise me. He was the firepower piece of that Na'Vi junior roster. Starting in mid with Ema. Gonna get some nades in.
FaZe just want to go B. It's a low econ round, it's their bonus, and so they send the MAC-10s in first. They've got Elige playing the trade game. He's had some gnarly openers into this B site in Cologne thus far. That could have been another. Instead, the backstab gets denied, and it's well handled here for Na'Vi and all the chaos that FaZe throw their way, but the job's not done yet. Rain getting away with that kill on the full health Alexi leaves just 2 wounded players up for Na'Vi. Makazi in a little bit closer. Ema taking first contact. He's got slightly more health here. How does Rain want to try and piece together this clutch? 1v3 as it begins. And as he makes his way out here into the double stack, Rain will get churned up.
A nice reposition there for Na'Vi to go both inside of the site. They were both on the long side, CT side, and they cross in while Rain is still in cave. So it's a very awkward 50-50 angle to come through. Na'Vi just throw bodies at the problem, and turns out to be the answer.
So while we have a little minute, let's just kind of think, right? In terms of what's hype about this game right now, you have the Makazi debut. We're keeping a very close eye on him. You have the Brokey back, question mark, in FaZe Clan. And then to kind of put a nice little bow on it is the great stylistic matchup that this provides. FaZe is a more free-flowing, thriving in the chaos type squad at Na'Vi, a system team through and through. And a system that's had to get used to accommodating a new player at that.
Yeah, the lobby was out yesterday. You know, we saw Na'Vi talking about this new addition, saying he's a bit of a sponge, taking a lot of info, asking a lot of questions. So we'll see if that is going to be the development of this new player. Right now, leaning in towards mid, he's come back to A to help out with Wonderful. FaZe in a 3-on-5, losing those couple of fights in middle. And a bit of a weird smoke on the bomb site. They're going to move through, try and split it. Huge kill for Frozen. If this was ever going to happen, that's a prerequisite. But they've got to flush Brokey out. 10 health, bomb low. Karrigan needs a kill now.
He's got good ground, and they've at least forced this Temple player away. Ema over here on the spawn side is getting a lot of pressure put on, but will respond and lives long enough for Bit to get there. Only Karrigan remains, and Alexi just pieces that together in time.
Yeah, it feels like FaZe are in two minds there. Karrigan maybe calling, I have timing, I'm flanking, but his team is scaling in. Didn't want to fall back in main and buy a few more seconds, hold their flanks, give Karrigan the room. Probably expecting a fight in Temple, but Na'Vi again reset, come in together through a choke point. Take that second round. For the first couple of gun rounds here, it seems like the position swaps are a bit off of the A anchor. He's playing B right now. Makazi supporting middle. Wonderful, of course, going to be floating with the AWP. We're going to see him wherever he wants to go, really. For now, just still on the rifles. FaZe are back to pistols. Should be easily done. No nades to stop Wonderful.
Oh, it's a little ugly. Well handled by Makazi, though.
Yeah,
Doesn't crumble under the pressure. Moving into a site that's really starting to feel the burn after a Wonderful whiff. Makazi mops up.
Reassuring round, if nothing else.
Other thing, obviously, that's sick here with Makazi being someone that's kind of been on the radar for a little bit now. Brokey last year picked him as his bold prediction.
Oh.
He said, you know, thinks he's got what it takes. Flames as well was the other guy who picked Makazi. Said that that's from a mixture of kind of playing with him in pugs, kind of seeing what he brings to the table. Flames was very complimentary, saying he thought this guy brought a great energy to games, very communicative, and was able to output a hell of a lot.
Probably what Na'Vi need, right? You know, losing JL is a big piece of the vibe, of the chemistry, of the atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed as well in all the interviews, everyone does speak to Makazi's joke cracking. So I'm curious. I think he's a bit of a clown.
Oh. Might have to get him some interviews then. Him and Kyosuke learning what media days look like.
There's the opening for Rain over in Cave.
Can do it on both sides.
Just a very safe pair of hands in this position.
No rush to progress here. FaZe have a flank. Ooh.
Wild. Quick reaction from Wonderful down through the ramp. And that's alleviated a lot of pressure here, even dealing with Frozen on this Red Room lurk. And it feels like Makazi's ready for more.
FaZe mid-rounding.
Trying to change their mind on the fly. Oh, Ema's so blind at the hands of that flash. It didn't even look that good. But it's caught him back in the donut. Alige gets away with murder. And this leaves us in a 2v2. Bomb planted. Rain and Brokey, not a lot of time to get comfortable here, but they are in a strong crossfire. The AWP looks on from the spawn. That leaves Makazi to make the play. To try and bring Na'Vi back into this retake. His third kill. Silenced now by Brokey. Playing with fire. Brokey burns him. And FaZe tie this up. Some mid-round in there to bring themselves back into that round.
We see old meets new there. And we see Rain on a micro level kind of caught out by Makazi. He has shadow advantage, but off of the flash, he thinks Makazi's coming out of Temple. It's Rain who initiates, loses that fight. And thank goodness Brokey is still standing still to keep the round in FaZe's hand. Saves the AWP too. That's a very difficult mid-round for FaZe to pull themselves back out of after they get mopped up in red by Makazi, but a round nonetheless for FaZe as they look to trade it out with Na'Vi going blow for blow, breaking the 3-round streak.
I mean, I think that round already shows why this is such a cool game stylistically. Na'Vi have their almost, you know, decision matrix, a little tree that they go back to play around in these rounds. Good set reactions, and FaZe always down to take the pace out of it in those mid rounds and try to squeak out any type of advantage.
Oof.
Awkward clash for Frozen, but he will make it past. Just that nade finding damage. No spam from Alexi.
A lot of info here, though, for Na'Vi. They know FaZe going for one of their very standard rounds, which is just taking mid-control from Heaven. FaZe don't hurry off this position. They realize it's completely empty.
One of the things that has felt nice about seeing Rain, you know, more involved over towards Cave again is I feel like players just try and spam it less, even when he's on the T side taking that real estate. I feel like so often he'll win that spam battle. Now he's going to try and tee up his teammates to get away with donut control. Wonderful, and Makazi feeling the pressure again as FaZe once more come for their bomb site.
Oh, really forcing that wonderful, huge kill. He's going to commit behind the box. He's going to stay inside the site. He needs a little bit more. Already tagged up, no armor as they hunt him down. That's a good flash, and Wonderful makes the most of it. 2 shots land. It's winnable for Na'Vi. There's no smokes down. FaZe have to take fights, and they face forward with damage, but no more. Ema floods the bomb site, and FaZe, they needed that spray to connect from Elige. Without it, it's a Rain 1v3.
Trying to bait him into the side player. It's a strong setup for Na'Vi. Rain can't break through.
Na'Vi are playing with balls right now. That's what I like to see. They are not giving any respect to FaZe in these bomb sites. When FaZe took B, Na'Vi ran through their util, their short smoke, their mollies to try and retake it. And there again, FaZe, no smokes for CT. Na'Vi realize, and they take every single fight. Even just that addition, maybe freeing up Na'Vi a little bit. You know, everyone's a little bit more motivated. Everyone has something to prove. Players are communicating more, calling for flashes, offering flashes. These little details can go a long way. Seeing Na'Vi set up their teammates very well right now. And it's broken FaZe's economy again.
That's the 2 Deagles kick to the wayside. And so looking to be a clean finish here for Na'Vi.
Kazi playing with ego, with confidence. 10-5, top performer in the server right now.
I mean, former coach from Na'Vi Junior said first time he met him, it was Makazi saying, just let me go and kill them. And they laughed about it, but apparently when he saw him doing it in the server, knew that this guy was destined for tier 1.
Okay. And I mean, yeah, like, don't get me wrong, Kaisuke definitely had a lot of attention for good reason. But the thing that I always found that was interesting about those academy teams was every time you saw Na'Vi Junior match up against Spirit Academy, especially towards the latter end of those rosters, Na'Vi Junior had them in the bag basically every time. Like the last few BO3s, they picked up as well. So
I mean, dude, I think the like Na'Vi Academy program is fantastic. Wow. They have a lot of good players in there.
You heard of Monacy?
Yeah.
You heard of Head Trick?
Exactly. And you know, it's not even just the case though, like the names from the past that have gone on to succeed. I think even looking at this current
current squad that Mikazi was plucked from. They've won 4 events this year. Managed to crack in at the top 30 on the rankings. That's for an academy squad. Kind of a similar vibe to, you know, like the Mao's NXTs of old.
Yeah, sure. I mean, so good Na'Vi had to let him go. Be free. Flap your wings. We're going to see them as well in the next event. RV here, posturing on this B-bomb site. Wonderful's been pushed back by Molly Fire and a smoke. He tries to hide on the edge. No scope up. Wonderful hits his shot and evades capture.
Yeah, good stuff on the reroute here. Wonderful. Felt very mobile on this AWP. Like a very lethal form of ballet played by Wonderful on the side of Na'Vi.
FaZe have to take something, they know.
Yeah, they feel so boxed in. That's the problem. And so looking for a way to alleviate just how restricted you feel. They try and take short back from Wonderful, and he'll make them regret it. Only Brokey left standing. Oh, that's a wild way to open. Hot hands now. Can Brokey go any further? They just heard the tag on Alexi. That's the info. Brokey's got everything laid out in front of him. Emo, the last guy left, and this is Brokey's B-site. FaZe, faith in Brokey, back in the roster after Austin. And a wild 1v3 to bring them into Ancient.
A stunning shot on the short player. One tap and a little mistake that will make Blade tut, I bet. Na'Vi shooting their teammate in the back of the head. It gave away info, crucial info to Brokey. And he just pieces it together with ease. That was FaZe's money on the line. In a disadvantage yet again, they managed to do it once more. Fast, ferocious out middle. Wonderful breaks the smoke to make things favored again, but FaZe have done this from 3v4 before. They charge into the A-bomb site. Wonderful looking to go through once more. Ema fighting from Donut. He's got that support. Na'Vi 1-2 punch, knockout blow in this A-bomb site. Na'Vi take the lead back. Reality check for FaZe.
I mean, yeah, you're riding that high of the 1v3. You're playing with some real pace and aggression, and you get decisively slapped back by Na'Vi in the follow-up round. Wonderful, still remaining very active on this AWP.
Yeah, he's coming through everything.
Honestly like something we kind of started to see in like the latter stages of last season. It felt like Wonderful was trying to be more involved on the AWP. It feels like there's been even more onus put on that now with this roster change, because Wonderful's felt very active here all across the map, keen to be involved in these opening duels. And Na'Vi feeling all the better for it. He's topping the board alongside his kind of counterpart that he's often been battling alongside of in Mikazi, that latest addition to this Na'Vi project.
FaZe have had no luck come their way on these pistol rounds. Doesn't look like it's going to change. Na'Vi contact down the ramp, take 2. And a nice simple spray for Mikazi. Trying to showcase his mechanics here, just hanging around in middle for the kill. He's going to get it as well. 3 more, add them to the tally as Na'Vi sit with 7 on the CT side. 2 KD for Mikazi at the half. We have one more chance for FaZe to break in.
I mean, these rounds have been very, very quick from FaZe Clan.
It's the chaos we talked about.
But here versus Na'Vi feels like it's left them, you know, running into these crossfires, running into util. The amount of times I've been able to see, you know, Wonderful can hang around for a second shot because he's had a supportive flash on its way.
Seems a lot more free, doesn't he? Oh.
This time, Na'Vi are the ones to set the pace, set the precedent in this round. They come through with mid-aggression. That is a knockout blow to FaZe Clan.
Couldn't have timed that better. FaZe retook mid with flashes, and then Na'Vi flashed at the same time. There's not even a reaction. It's a bit of fortune going a long way, and FaZe committed, blinded in middle. I don't think that could have gone better for Na'Vi. Really good call. And now, with so many of these rounds have petered out into these positions, 3 on 5, where FaZe don't have a lot of control or util. Rain's going to throw some nades and hope for the best here. Na'Vi rotate 1 player out, but it's still a triple stack on B, and they're getting investigatory as well down the ramp.
Oh, the timing on this is brutal. Brokey caught with a knife pulled, and that aggression finds the perfect gap for Na'Vi. They take a time to bring the fight to FaZe. It's their time to come through with the aggression, and they send them packing out of the half with 8 rounds for Na'Vi, who go on to recover from that slow start in the pistol.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
Oh, that was so saucy.
So creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
Today at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2025, the next generation are teaching us a thing or two with Koyasuki's debut earlier in the day. Makazi, at his first international LAN, his first Tier 1 event, is showing up in spades for Natas Vincia. 14-7 after the first half. Na'Vi fight back against a fierce FaZe, and they take them on the CT side of Ancient. It's FaZe's pick, and they've got to pick up this pistol.
Yeah, without it, they're going to be in dire straits at FaZe Clan. This whole map would feel like it's rapidly getting away from them. With Na'Vi's pick and Mirage up next, FaZe want to bring themselves back into Ancient. Na'Vi, eyes set on an A play. It's 3 through Donut, 2 in main. Frozen requesting some support. Also has a Liege moving in, but it's 2 players in Temple here for FaZe Clan. Yeah, Bits at least made it the case that it's just the one now.
Oh, how do you win this?
Smoke start to fade, but yeah, something's got to give. You need that first kill just to kind of bring you into the retake if you're FaZe, and they can't find it. Pressured to start making moves is Elige, but nothing gained yet for FaZe Clan. Finally, Elige delivers the goods. He's got Rain still in the picture alongside him. Never mind, Rain is a dead man. Only Elige. It's all Elige, and he'll get finished off. Na'Vi, one hell of a pistol round, bit with the 4K.
Including a knife. How did he do that? He knifed Brokey somewhere.
There's so much chaos in that round.
I love how Na'Vi don't peel back in the 5v4 and go, oh, guys, play Donut. Let's play Save. Let's play the bomb. No, they keep the pressure on the whole time. That's what this Na'Vi have been doing. All map on the CT side, never playing slow retakes, always keeping the... Oh, my God. Oh, it was a fair fight.
I mean, honorable from Brokey.
Fair fight. He got dodged.
You know, you can say whatever you want about Brokey, but you can't say he's not honorable.
Honorable?
Honorable.
That's the one.
The H is silent.
Honorable.
Honorable Brokey.
More like, no, offerable. Offerable to Bit for a knife kill. Bit with the moves though. Walked back on that one. Smooth. And now FaZe force up. Desperate times. You know the rest. Down the ramp, full control. Na'Vi have cave. They could flank them from the B-bomb site. FaZe will be ready for that though. Oh dear, that's how it gets out of control. 2 kills in the cave. Makazi comes to save the day. Stop those guns from getting picked up. Fine, Rain, you can have a Mac 10. That's where I draw the line. 3-on-3 and gaps are open. Timings are available. FaZe look to take them. Oh, boost.
The aggression into cave.
Boosting or just chilling?
Side by side, just hoping to play the trade game of FaZe Clan, knowing that even if Makazi's real quick, the most he can get is 1.
And the blood on the wall, really annoying. Can't see the player fully. They saw him.
Tap on the bomb. Ooh, 1 to the dome on that first jiggle. Wonderful, trying to peel away, but he's only got 20 seconds left in the round, and this A play is not safe. Elige lies in wait. I just catch Wonderful with the back turned. FaZe, a much-needed 4-spy round win in this second half.
And it looked like it was going so well for Na'Vi. It's just the fact that FaZe turn around and realize they could be deep through cave. It's a good realization from Rain and Frozen, who catch Na'Vi shifting into B.
There you go. Who could ever forget when Carrigan opened his mouth and like he was from... Oh, I forget the name of the film, actually.
Oh, yeah. Reference game.
Oh, dude, the reference game's fallen off so much. Is it like the...
I don't know what you're saying.
The one where they go... with the mouth open.
Not narrowing it down there.
Oh, dude. It was nearly a good bit.
Well, that's a good bit.
There you go.
Screaming his way up the B-bomb site. Entry onto Rain. Brokey, we don't need to talk about it. Just pretend it didn't happen. But it is going to cost you maybe the map. B site falling, and even though FaZe win their force, they lose the next. Oopsie.
They're going to need a way out. Luckily enough, I know what Carrigan's going to call next round.
I wish I could warn our audio only listeners.
I think that's what he's going to call. If I had to guess. We'll check.
Oh dear, that hurt my ears. Well, 2 guns saved is better than none, as the old saying goes. Na'Vi on to 10. Carrigan's got nothing. He's listening. Neo locking in with a timeout that has to save FaZe. And save face. More importantly, trading 4-spy rounds out now. Na'Vi with a lot of confidence in this game, though. That's one thing I am enjoying to watch. They do look like the pressure's almost off. Not scared of this FaZe Cinderella story. Makaze out middle. On his lonesome, smoking off the donut with 3 eyes on mid right now. That gives room for Na'Vi to make space on B. If they could just find that entry onto Karrigan, that could be huge. Great
Nade was
grenade.
brutal, man.
Yeah, but he still
150 damage nade lobbed into Na'Vi. Still need Karrigan to put up a bit of a hold here. Just the one and done. I wonder if that damage will be enough. Brokey on the spam and knocks out Wonderful from play, and Rain holds on to his side of the deal over in Cave. Oh, well, at least for one. About all you could have asked for, but that has opened up the back door. Makaze trying to keep that porch light on. Will get it snuffed out in mid.
It's a good rotation for Ima to leave quickly, but he thinks he's being flanked, and FaZe have decided to reset and enforce that B bomb site. Ima having a look. Spotted now. And just has to find a clean entry or save. He really thinks they're behind him in middle. Drops in. AK available, but this looks like it's done already. 15 seconds. An A plant is unrealistic. And so FaZe respond. Those saved 2 rifles, very important.
Counter-terrorists win.
Maybe a Jet 2 holiday for FaZe as they look to try jet themselves back into this game. Step in the right direction, sure. Still a ways to go. They could break Na'Vi's money here and now. Elige dead first. There's Rain and Karrigan with aggression. All the way down through ramp. Has them rolled out in front of him. Alexi dealt with first. Wasn't able to flick back on a bit in time. Bit with the double keeps this round alive for Na'Vi.
Makaze, does he hang around middle? It looks like he's checking A push as FaZe retake this space. Oh, this could go either way right now with the bomb rotating back through spawn. FaZe, they've heard it. The penny's dropped. Both players come back to fight that bomb. If they can drop it here and now, they're going to let it sneak by, knowing that they have the element of surprise. They have the timing on this flank. This is smart from FaZe. Wonderful. Might just be caught shot in the back of the head. Timing eludes him. There's that bomb. Makaze seen as well. Lots of info here for FaZe.
Not easy for Makaze. First kill found, but there was Brokey playing in tandem.
And no winning this
on
again.
away from Bit, and no chance. There just simply isn't time. He might have that one kill right there. Certainly had a chance to find Raid. But it's not a winning recipe to the round. It's just a battle for survival here. Oh, that's brutal.
And that's, 2 entries for Brokey, and the round just falls apart off of the mid-round call. Lovely push from FaZe. You do feel like if Na'Vi don't make those steps in T-Spawn water, FaZe would flank B, they would get lost, get caught on Bit, and they would probably lose to the post plant on A by virtue of position, but that's why you got to shift through spawn.
Gap continues to close. Money gone for Na'Vi. FaZe just a 3-round gap to close up. Got to keep their head screwed on, though. Even these pistol rounds can sometimes get weird. Deagle and a P250 here, but this A site well entrenched. They've got 2 players ready to go. It's Brokey and Frozen. So you'd like to think this should be enough for FaZe. Oh my god. Oh, Brokey, dude, tap only. Don't waste your time spraying. He is feeling it with the one-taps today.
Yeah, it's a lot easier when you know they can't shoot back on Glocks, but it's very clean.
Yeah, well, you know, the 1v3 earlier was the staple of it, you know. I'm just saying.
He's locked in.
Just an observation, Hugo.
He's locked in. I will not deny you that.
You know, I respect the taps, man.
True.
Because he uses, like, the one-tap gun anyway, but it's just, like, no skill. And doing it with a rifle, now that's impressive.
That's, yeah. Do it with a Deagle next, Harry.
No one's ready for the conversation.
Which one?
AWPing is just gross. The AWP should be removed.
No. Not gonna join you on that.
No one's ready for that conversation.
No, you're right. No one's ready. Filthy rifler.
Big up Helvis, though.
True. Who's Brokey? Never heard of him. Oh, that guy FaZe kicked. This new pickup, though. Young Latvian potential.
Full of life. Loves to talk.
Mr. Helvis. Helvis isn't dead, they say. I heard him on the radio. Straight out mid. Makaze with a nice double entry as FaZe swing the smoke. We'll get punished, but Na'Vi are trading right now, and it's going to their favor. Just keep it basic, boys. Back to B with a 4-on-2. What could go wrong? Oh, FaZe are gambling. That's what could go wrong. IEM are going to start to look elsewhere. Even a smoke and CT might make FaZe rotate off their bomb site. Na'Vi communicating. Figuring out the best way to close what should be a simple round.
Sad thing for FaZe is that, like, this is essentially a coin flip, you know? Like, their best bet is to stay together, and because they've regrouped in this kind of defensive stance, they're just playing as a pack. They've picked one of the sites. They've tried to figure out where Na'Vi might end up based on the info they had, like, 30 seconds ago. And so this is on a bit of a feeling, believing that they're going to link back up with IEM. But IEM's now seen a shadow. Now, the bomb is actually going A. FaZe were right in the destination they've picked. But it's only Rain left floating around here. IEM are at 1 health. That bomb moving in to join him. Na'Vi don't give Rain a chance in this 1-on-4. Only 2 players in the site in front of Rain. Bits embarking on a backstab, so Rain's going to play through on the tap of that bomb, and Alexi will deal with him. Nearly an awkward round for Na'Vi, but they're able to compose themselves there and stop Rain in his clutch.
I mean, the gamble is right on the money for FaZe. Despite that smoke and CT being a bit of a fake out, it still ends up being Na'Vi's decision. But better to be decisive than uncertain. They 3-on-1 him. And Na'Vi take the round, converting on that double kill opened up by the new boy on the Na'Vi block. And a damn good debut, 18 and 13. Has not looked uncomfortable, has delivered in his positions.
The other thing that I think just felt sick is, you know, whenever he's getting or kind of run at, like there were a bunch of times, especially in that first half, where he would have, you know, 2-3 players coming his way. Those are high pressure moments. That's where, you know, you're at your first international LAN. You're getting run at by grizzled veterans of FaZe Clan. They've got supportive util, 3 pairs of eyes looking at you. And it felt like so often he was good to get out of those moments with multi-kills. I swear more often than not, it felt like he would actually get all the fights and stay alive till a little bit later in the round.
Yeah, he's got 5 multi-kills in the game, top of his team in that regard.
So yeah, Makaze doesn't really deal in one-and-dones. He's loved going for more in all of these moments.
All right, this can still get difficult for Na'Vi if they lose this round. They are not out of the woods. Take it here and now, and FaZe are broke against Map Point. Scoreline is closer than it may seem. But Na'Vi have definitely felt like the stronger squad in this map. FaZe hanging on by a thread. Molly's land at their feet. Brokey, can he get one like Wonderful did? No, he pushes through, denied by Alexi. Molly in the cave could be very uncomfortable as that cooks Rain as well, and he's got no smoke to put it out. Na'Vi with a plant. Na'Vi surely with the round, but the break on the smoke. Whoa, Carrigan, where's that come from? And Rain holds his position. It looked so good until it didn't.
Wait.
EMA 1v4.
Well, give him room to go and take that fight for free. Ema's got something going here. Elige left to find. Ema brings him down low. Can't finish the job.
Scammed.
He could feel he was on his way to that clutch. So the disappointment's there. Just denied. Elige getting out 11 HP to keep that round contained and belong in a FaZe clan.
Oh, that was so nice for Ema out of nowhere. And yeah, the wallbangs on Elige. He's definitely getting too many hits there for that to not feel like a kill. Great break for Carrigan. Throws a spanner in a round that Na'Vi were about to take cave with multiple players. Rain would not have gotten out as well as he did. But Carrigan offers support. And Elige does close it out. FaZe is still here to play.
I think even Ema's reaction speaks volumes about that last round. It's frustrating because he knows the clutch was so available. That could have been 12 for Na'Vi. That could have been the crushing defeat dealt to FaZe clan. The straw that breaks the camel's back. Instead, FaZe are still in this game.
It is impressive that FaZe are in this game, to be honest, from just how it's felt. FaZe won some really crucial rounds to keep their economy intact, but at the same time, when we look at the force buys, Na'Vi were winning them out in the first half. Or at least, sorry, the economy rounds, the ones that dictated how much FaZe even had.
Ooh.
Now Brokey, give him an AWP, he'll give you an entry.
Yeah, last round that AWP was the Paper Tiger. This time the Silk Tiger puts down Alexi on that cave run-up. A real threat provided by that Brokey AWP is going to scare Na'Vi away from the B side of the map for the time being.
Gotta dig deep. Frozen, extremely strong position, and he's still got nades to spam. Smoke in Donor, and Na'Vi wanted to come through. 30-second smoke is a big problem. Na'Vi might have to come through. If they don't save, are they actually going to save in this 4v5? It's 20 seconds, boys. Where are you ending up? The entry comes onto Carrigan, but it does feel too late. Unless they knife out through main right now, it's not happening. Na'Vi call it off in a 4v4 because of the smoke from Elige. They want to maximize their rifle rounds, and even though kills are getting delivered, it's not enough. That's really awkward for Na'Vi. It's well done from FaZe to hold on to their util so late in the game.
I mean, I can imagine that round of FaZe serves as a bit of a reminder of what they're up against. Na'Vi not afraid to play to the extremities of the clock, but that is going to make this util very valuable down the stretch. I think up until now, FaZe have been very focused on playing their own game, staying true to their own style, which is bringing this early aggression, going for key map control. That round there is won out just by holding on to your util.
I don't really blame the save for Na'Vi. It's annoying because it ends in a 4v3, so it looks silly, but that's only because they're out of time. And they want to get as many gun rounds as possible. And like we said in that last round, that Elige won, Na'Vi, that's their money gone. So at least they're allowed yet again another buy. But this is going to go down all the way to the final couple of rounds of reg, and maybe even more. As FaZe can force Na'Vi to make an uncomfortable decision in that next round, just by winning here. Trust in Makaze. Looks like he wants that mid fight. He's been delivering these opening kills alongside Bit. Spotted on the break though. Elige rally shots through, they connect some damage. FaZe are happy with that. And they go back to their setup. 3-2 yet again. And Brokey getting eager. This could be well timed. One more smoke. It's on Elige again. He's doing the same thing. Hoping Na'Vi try and mid-round back to Donuts.
I think it's worth mentioning FaZe are a team that put a lot of stock in keeping their nades till late in the round, and I've noticed a pattern where they try and always have one in the end of the round timeline. You saw it bail Carrigan out a couple of rounds back when he held on to his. Still have one to try and cut down these Na'Vi smokes when they make their play, but that's an awkward miss from Brokey. It's not going to get better. Brokey's iced out. Carrigan over at long, only good for the first. It's Rain starting to feel pressure. They've taken over his bomb site. On for the retake now, our FaZe clan. This comeback hinges on winning this round, putting down Na'Vi's save and making the retake happen. Frozen, that looks too easy for him. A lineup on long and a tie game now as FaZe bring this one back all the way.
I don't know how they're winning these rounds as well. They're winning rounds where Brokey's whiffing and he's getting opening kill chances. He got 2 shots out there, didn't hit them. Don't get me wrong, he's had some great rounds, but more so on the rifle at times. And even though the AWP lets down the B hold, Carrigan and Rain again put up a stellar hold. Buy time for that rotate to finish the job, and now Na'Vi, that difficult decision, that half buy comes through. They got a plant, they get a couple of guns, but this one is looking like 24 rounds.
Maybe something a little bit faster here for Na'Vi. Ema with the spawn, and one of these 2 guns in the round tries opening cave side. But Brokey takes this sight line, takes full ownership of it, and knocks out that first man bound for the cave. That's put a bit of a spanner in the works for Na'Vi.
Another rifle to grab at least, but it's just not how Na'Vi wanted the round to begin. They're beginning stalled out towards this B bomb site. Oh dear.
It's great to see him though. Brokey,
when he's on,
sharp as ever. A lot of movement here on this CT half.
Back to the B site. Says Elige, you can take mid, bro.
And not defined by some of the awkward misses you've seen him have in this game. Brokey still making moves.
Everything's forgiven if you put on the game-winning kills at the end. Now Na'Vi just have to go and hope. Third shot connects.
Go on, Brokey. Why not? Get all 5. Brokey just shy of the ace. But it's not bad. He's at a 1v3 in this series already and a couple of stellar multi-kills. Brokey doing all he can to keep FaZe Clan in Ancient.
Yeah, round 22, never heard of it. I didn't see it. I wasn't there. Round 23, that's more like it for Brokey. Mobile as ever and connects every shot that FaZe need to find map point on their pick. This is the full buy. We've been waiting rounds for this for Na'Vi. Wonderful finally having an AWP. Is it too late though? Did they squander their opportunity?
Had a golden chance, and you know, it's in round 24 now. You think back to that Ema reaction at the tail end of his failed 1v4 when he gets Elige down to 10 HP, and you saw how frustrated he was. That could have been the round that put Na'Vi onto map point. This game would have already been over. FaZe were broke in the next round if they let Ema cook in that situation. But instead, that's why all that frustration kicks in for Na'Vi. It meant the job was not done.
This is very early on the mid-read clear. This is earlier than FaZe have been going for it if they commit. They molly the box where Makazi's been sitting, but he's still at elbow. FaZe don't throw it away on the mid-fight. They leave Brokey to wait. Smoked off again. But this is posturing here for Na'Vi. They still look like they want to end B. Molly on Rain's a big problem. Forces him in though, and no one's ready with his smoke down. It's another double on this B hold. Na'Vi a man down to try and save their game. Not looking good. Elige's dropped the orb. Elige's wallbanged the bomb. And Makazi, it was a great debut, it was a great showing, but he's going to fall short in the 1v3. Surely they're sticking it, seconds to spare. FaZe get it over the line at 13-11, and robbery at the last hour for FaZe with 5 straight on this CT side. That one's going to leave a mark.
What a way to start this game. FaZe taking on Na'Vi on Ancient in a game that was back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Now, if you're in the Na'Vi camp right now, you're probably a little bit disappointed that you didn't end up winning your opponent's map pick, whereas if you're FaZe, you're very happy that you ended up winning your own map pick, because that was a tough fight, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, from the start of the game, I was thinking, oh, FaZe has this in the bag, especially after the first of the two Brokey 1v2s, but I mean, I saw a lot of improvements from FaZe. But they only ended the half 4-8, and Na'Vi, it didn't. You know that meme of just like, oh, you remember like a so-and-so's op kill, but do you remember whatever? It was like that. Na'Vi were kind of like winning by not really doing anything flashy or special. It was just kind of just incremental. FaZe, they weren't even doing anything bad. Like, this is one of the rare few moments where I can actually say both teams played really well. There was not really a whole lot of individual mistakes being made. I could point to individual instances, but overall, it was actually pretty well played by both teams.
A good game of Counter-Strike, and we love a good game of Counter-Strike. Now, let's take it from the start, Josh, because you noticed something in the pistol round that you wanted to point out.
Yeah, it was a pretty cool pistol round that we saw, actually. So what we saw was FaZe Clan's doing some sort of funky play. So I'm going to zoom in on the radar real quick, and what we're going to see here is this smoke first going into Red Room, and usually what this means is maybe it's going to be a donut split. But actually what they're going to do instead is they're going to go through, they're going to use another smoke thrown from B all the way outside of A here, and then they're going to go through spawn to A and flank. But what we're going to see is two additional things happening in that moment, okay? The two things that we're going to see, one is one player still holding this space and another player holding this space by Red Room. And what this means is if they hear rotations, if maybe there's a push from the CTs out cave or down B, there's always this ability to cancel. So whatever information, as they're coming through spawn going A, whatever information they have, they can always cancel. It means that they can go back to B through spawn instead. If they get those kills, it means that they can use the same layout, the same concept for other pistols, the same smokes, but do something a completely different look, so they could fake off of it when they play against other teams. They barrage into here, though. They get the kills on A site, and then you can see exactly where kind of like the lurkers are positioned. They get all the information, and then they can activate late in the round. When I saw this, I thought it was really cool because everyone defends. You know, when you're CT side, what do? You're kind of just like playing for the T's to come out like these main chokes, or maybe like these main chokes. You're not ready for them to come all the way through here, especially not through their own smoke.
It's also a pistol round that, as you said, you know, has that second layer in terms of, we know how important anti-stratting is nowadays in Counter-Strike. You're always looking at your opponents. You see FaZe run this pistol, as you said, you can go different direction with it. You can do a fake on it. You can maybe alter one of the smokes. You can even go
through the smokes to B.
Go through the smokes, go to the B bomb side. You can do it all. I like that. That's a pretty cool round. Something I also liked very, very much in this game was Brokey. Let's be completely honest. The way he handled himself in this game, starting off by round 9, you know, you said it yourself, FaZe in the beginning of this game, they struggled massively, couldn't quite get it going. It was Na'Vi on the front foot. It was Na'Vi looking like they were the better team. But Brokey, he kept FaZe alive for a very long time, and this round is in particular one where he did incredible well at the end of it.
Yeah, we talked about Brokey. He had a couple of 1 versus 2s, one over on the A site and then one over on the B site as well. So I believe this is going to be one towards the B site.
It's a 4v2.
It's a 4v2. And honestly, again, it's like FaZe isn't really making any mistakes here. Yes, they're pushing it to spawn. This is actually a 1v3, not even a 1v2. They're not making any mistakes by pushing it to spawn there. They know that the flank is coming, so they have to do something. They have to alleviate the pressure. So if they're losing control of the flank through cave, through ramp, then they want to take spawn instead. They know, okay, we only have to fight one guy.
Individual brilliance coming out from Brokey, keeping FaZe competitive in the first half. It was still Na'Vi leading for the vast majority of this game. They get to 11-11, Josh, and then this happens. Again, Na'Vi, I think they played the T side somewhat decent. At least the idea from the beginning of the rounds was somewhat decent, but Brokey in this round is just picking them apart. Once we got to 11-11, you see a scrapped up and by here from Na'Vi, lack of utility. It's almost too easy for Brokey, right? Not pressured by smokes, not pressured by flashes. He's roaming around, but he's being very proactive and very active on the map. This is the Brokey I want to see.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we're seeing here as well is that Na'Vi, they actually had like the smokes and the flashes. They had the space, and then they dry peek into Brokey's up. He's very mobile. He's moving around
very
a lot.
Limited, right? Because of the buy. So
That as well, but like they still, even in that 3 versus 5, they still had 2 smokes left. They could have easily just grouped, well, they were already grouped B. They could have just smoked B and gone B. And that's what FaZe did a lot of their T sides. They had a lot of, they only had 4 rounds, right? Including pistol in round 2, and then 2 of the brokey clutches. So they didn't have a good half, but what they did was they got into this site, they got it into these 3 versus 3s and 2 versus 2s frequently. They just lost the end round because Na'Vi just played together and played well, hit their shots. Nothing crazy flashy or anything, but I think Na'Vi could have taken a page out of FaZe's book there and just done a simple exec. When brokey's moving around, he's very impactful there, and we don't really see that from Wonderful that much. I think Wonderful had 10 kills by around like 7, and then just didn't have anything else the rest of the game.
You and I were sitting in a green room. We have this chat open with the production. We asked for a Wonderful package because he's off to a good start, and then 10 rounds later, we're looking at Wonderful, and in those 10 rounds or 12 rounds, he only had 1 kill, I believe. So he completely cooled off. Now, another player that we brought into the mix, you know, coming into this one, his debut, Makasi. Did you see anything from him that you liked in terms of like a temperature check? Because I think he was off to a good start, but he also fizzled out a little bit.
I think one of the favorite moments I saw from this game was there was a attack timeout. Blade gets on the microphone. He's talking. He just calls a simple play. I think we're closer, like around round 20, give or take. And he just sends it out middle, gets the double entry kill, and then the backstab comes from B doors. I think that Makazi, when he's used in a certain way, I think he can be very valuable. And I think part of how Na'Vi was playing their CT sides with just grouping and going for those retakes together and just making sure that they're waiting for reinforcements, not overextending, waiting for like the teammate to flash before you repeak. They did those simple things really well, and I think they just slowly accumulated a lot of kills over time. So he wasn't really unleashed until it was like, okay, we need rounds, go mid and kill.
True. Still though, I want to give him some credit. I think that's a fine debut. You're playing against FaZe, you're playing in a hyper-competitive game as you described it as well. Both teams playing well. You're finishing with 84 ADR, I believe, 20 kills. I think he was off to a good start. He was part of the reason as why Na'Vi did so well in the beginning, and even more so the body language from the kid. You know, seemed like he was the one on top of things. When Immo was getting frustrated, he was the one cooling him down, you know, being over him.
Right?
So
he's sitting right next to him. He has to.
He kind of has to, but that's not to be expected from a new guy coming in. Anyway, let's leave Ancient. It ended up being FaZe winning. We now have the second map coming on. I'm sure that's exactly what they're discussing out here right now as we see Wonderful's atrocious second half. Can Wonderful, can Na'Vi bounce back when it comes to Mirage?
I think Na'Vi could bounce back. Obviously, it's like been their playground for, I can't even remember how long. It's been their staple map pick. One thing I do want to talk about with regards to FaZe before we move on, though, is I really like how they changed so many different things. Like we saw them start with the pistol round, the cool strat idea, but then when we see them on these other rounds as well, the way that they're on eco round and they're not getting 5 deagles, they have only 2, and then they have a couple of nades to work with. I think that's just a massive improvement in every regard in their calling as well, where it's less kind of like default with like an open-ended everyone do your own thing, and more of a structured plan and like an actual game plan.
We know Alexi B's style when it comes to the calling on the T side from Na'Vi on Mirage. It's a lot of mid takes, there's a lot of map control in that regard. They also like to speed it up sometimes by going over catwalk very fast. Do you think Makasi coming in for Jail is going to change anything? Because he was a vital part in that.
I'm not sure, because it's always Alexi B at the forefront of everything at middle. So JL, what did he do? Maybe he would, like, he was kind of sometimes with the pack and sometimes on the lurk. It'd be cool to see him go and take these duels like upper B on Mirage Apartments. Maybe. If we can see him just be unleashed, go pressure that guy, go get a kill. That'd be awesome to see. Will he do it? No idea.
No idea. Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's by getting this game going. We're jumping to a quick break, but once we're back, it's with Mirage between the two teams you see on your screen. FaZe taking on Na'Vi. FaZe currently leading the series 1-0. If Na'Vi want to stay alive, they have to win Mirage.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Like we just witnessed that.
I think this moment I was actually getting
pissed off, like I normally don't do. And I think in a game like this where we play Sangal, there's not this like fully fire inside me. And at that moment, I have to say that I think this is one of the most important things when he saw my body, and it activated me so much in the game. I wanted to win so badly. So actually the game meant something more than just a game. Telling him nice save after he shoot my body, I think that's a pretty good trash talk in my opinion. So that's for sure I won top 1 for now.
Finds 2
I know
balls.
which one is this though.
Nice
songs!
Yeah.
I have a good history with Taps and we're good friends. I speak German. In theory, it was one of those moments where I just suddenly start speaking German to them. I don't think the trash talk is so much there. It's more like just me speaking German. So I'll put that on the lowest, I think 8.
What's happening here?
It's not really the trash talk. I don't know what I'm doing here. I just think I'm explaining to them how we shot them. I think we'll put that on 7.
Finn walks it in.
This trash talk is more about myself. I think I was having a shaky aim in an important round, and then I was like, I was saying I was a little bit nervous. So it's not really trash talk. I think it's more trash talk about myself. 6 out of top 8.
He's coming left side. No! I'm wrong! I'm killing Simon in the back! That's not possible normally!
I think this one is actually pretty good because there's always this idea in all teams that you can't kill Cyber in the back. We played a strat where the whole idea was that I'm running out and I don't do it the long guy. I'm trying to kill the AWP on long. So I'll put that on number 2. It's really funny actually.
Zywoo into the 1v2 clutch.
No,
you have to be kidding.
He thinks he's still on FaZe, Connor.
I mean, this one is, we are getting wrecked by Vitality, and then Robs is helping us out a bit. He feels bad for us, and he kills the teammate, which means I think we win our first gun round on Anubis. So it's funny for us. 3 out of top 3, just because it's a funny moment.
Wir suchen Pfeiffer! Hallo? Falsche Seite! Wrong side.
This one is a little more trash talkies on German. I think we faked them or something, and we went to the other side, and they're rotating 5 guys to the wrong side. The other one that was German was more calm, but this one is more like trash talking in German to big. So number 4.
Oh my lordy, they won it again.
I'm obviously fired up, so I'm just shouting at them. And I think they did a bad retake on Dust 2. Maybe it wasn't that bad, but I'm just trying to tell them they need to train their retakes, especially when they want to start shoot body, you know? Like, I have something personal against Sigfly. You don't shoot my body like that. So yeah, they need to train their retakes.
FaZe fans are loving the resilience on display from FaZe after sticking the landing on that comeback. But now, Hugo, we go to Na'Vi's map pick and Mirage. I think it's a bit of a weird one. Na'Vi, they were in pole position. It felt like they could have and maybe should have closed out that last map. Overall, though, in terms of the eye test on Makazi, the new piece in this Na'Vi squad, he held up. And so here on Mirage, I'm expecting a strong showing from Na'Vi. I think we could have 3 maps on our hands.
I'd certainly like to think so, right? Just to get these players and these teams battle-hardened in Cologne Stage 2. This is day 1 of the second stage, and we have, only a certain amount of spots in the playoffs to go. 3 teams from each group. Will Na'Vi or FaZe be one of them? The opening match carries so much weight. Have this B rush here. Karrigan gets a good molly in. Frozen gets avoided as a result as they drop into the bomb site. Frozen didn't want to reveal his trap, but he had to. And even then, it's too late. Karrigan does fall at the cost of that. It all goes a little bit wrong for FaZe. Na'Vi changed their plant position. Bomb has been planted. And that should be it. Rain has smoke kit.
Oh, and he's pretty sharp with the pistol. Oh, they've seen him, and now they know Rain in the Lion's Den. And unsurprisingly, he gets mauled by the Lions.
That's how it tends to go. I mean, this is Na'Vi's, I don't need to tell you, anyone who's heard of Counter-Strike knows this is Na'Vi's go-to map, right? And it was for the longest time when they were at their peak. And it's also similarly a very simple map to slot in a younger player, and one that will definitely have experience on Mirage. So I think this one should go a lot better for Na'Vi as you were setting up. FaZe info play on ramp. The Force buys out.
Yeah, only seen FaZe play Mirage once here in Cologne in stage 1, and that was in that Team Liquid matchup.
Oh, dominant.
They did dominate them there. It was a weird start to the series, though. Liquid a very, very slow beginning in that one. And so I don't necessarily think we know exactly how FaZe feel on Mirage yet. Na'Vi's certainly a, I think, more proven team here on this map. Carrigan gonna win awards for that. The Deagle brushed aside.
That's a save, or at least it should be, unless something really gets thrown away to FaZe here. Just give your Force buy another go in the next. Grab some exits, grab some guns. It's already quite nice, and there's going to be more skirmishes before all is said and done. Oh, wonderful. Maybe leaving... Oh, he is saving through apartments. He will have to fight his way out here. Alexi's going to die to bomb or to rain. Oh. It's up to him which. And they do exit apartments, so a Liege. One more before all is said and done. Alexi's dead. Yeah, Rain missed
Prize in the bag, bro. It's done. Dead to the bomb. Alexi B.
They'll take it. Early lead. FaZe still on Eco or on Force. Let's see if Na'Vi have reinvented the wheel here coming into a new season. On a map like Mirage that they mastered already before.
Rain with a Galil. Biggest gun in the right place here for FaZe Clan. He does have all of Na'Vi leaping out in front of him. They've lobbed this kind of lurk smoke through in front of the Na'Vi util, just so Na'Vi have to constantly look at a bench push. Be worried about that. But leaving this to spam a FaZe Clan, and Na'Vi can certainly put more bullets down range. Just this litany of rifles for the Na'Vi side of things.
It's going to clear it. Oh!
Oh, no. Makazi dead. Frozen's going to follow up. 2 off the MP9. I thought this was meant to be nerfed. What's Frozen doing with it? Only Ema left standing. Boxed into a corner, but Brokey on the scout doesn't have the time to win this round. Ema stands tall. The one man that could stop Frozen on his reign of terror with that pocket rifle, apparently. The MP9 like a laser.
Dude, that was insane. They're just bursting as well. Blowing heads off at afar.
Like, it's not a good gun at range anymore. That's what
I guess he's just bursting, right? It's more the spray, the continuous spray that's really been nerfed for this gun. So just getting those pinpoint headshots. Nice triple, some damage done, something that FaZe can aim to capitalize on here, as Na'Vi don't have a lot to show other than what they brought up. Nice little clutch up from Ema to keep this scoreline flawless here for Na'Vi. This round could decide whether we get a dominant T side or not. They can just keep FaZe under their thumb. Looking like a B finish here. Alexi opting not to smoke yet as they get blocked on the short side. That's where they wanted to go. Ema coming out under. And maybe a change of heart here for Na'Vi as they send the bomb back down lower, opting not to commit to this B site. More util lands. At any point, FaZe clearing out the ramp. So if Na'Vi do decide to end A, they've got to worry about Frozen's late play. Oh, he's big flanking though.
Nah, he realized all this util with these footsteps. Elige can hear movement, so can Rain. And so Frozen is called back. Bomb plant.
That's crazy.
Bomb plant denied, but it takes a little longer than you would have liked from Rain, and that leaves him with no ammo, forces Frozen to get involved, and they're thankful he's there. Wonderful, no time to win this round. Na'Vi try to come up through the connector.
I don't know if Makazi's being told to do that or if that's his decision, but just going straight for the plant. Yeah, they had 15 seconds, but he had no one covering him on Tetris, on ramp, on Palace. He was on his own on that plant. They hadn't found Rain. They didn't even know about Frozen, who's meant to be the B short player. And so the bomb's just denied immediately, and no one there to help Makazi out. So the 1-2 punch on ramp does win FaZe the round, but it's not as clean as can be for Na'Vi, who now have very little economy. Those expensive anti-ecos.
Oh, Rain gets to the spot, but they're already pretty deep. Like, that's late to get that info on the jump spot. They're already out over towards Sandwich.
Oh.
Gonna force some quick shots from the Brokey AWP as these pistols moving closer. Rain's also low.
No.
This is two guns on a platter in the spawn. So it's very important that Carrigan arrives here, alleviates some of the pressure. Rain's wallbang takes it one step further. And Ema is iced out by Frozen.
Wild
Team
round.
ace from FaZe Clan. In amidst all that madness, they find a way to pull their weight.
Oh, some stress right now for Na'Vi as FaZe are not afraid to meet them in the middle. Spamming walls, re-peeking constantly. Brokey with multiple missed shots, none of that mattering. As FaZe holds strong on the A site again. That's an overstimulating round for Na'Vi. And so just pistols.
Ooh. Wonderful knowing he's lucky to still be alive. Tried that pre-fire on the D through mid. Familiar light for him going up against Brokey's AWP there. And in his better judgment, decides he'll just join the rest of the gang in this A play.
Meanwhile, FaZe have full mid information. So they should be very quick to react to any kind of play now, with Elige going even further, clearing out top mid. That's going to reinforce the bomb sites. Brokey needs to hit his just to stop this from getting weird. Again, a miss. The rifle reliable from Rain. And Brokey will stop that bomb. Flawless for FaZe. That is very well done. 2 for Brokey, 3 for Rain. And FaZe level up to Na'Vi's scoreline as the buy comes back in.
One of the things that just felt like a bit of a treat watching Rain here in Cologne is I feel like he synergizes really well, no matter the teammate he's alongside of. In stage 1, it was kind of him and Elige constantly roaming around, feeling like a real nuisance. But here on Mirage, you've got glimmers of kind of him and Frozen going for some of these aggro pushes. There, he's playing around Brokey's contact. He's very, very good. It's shaping to the exact mold required in these moments. He'll do whatever to get the most mileage for him and his team.
Yeah, and I wonder if Na'Vi know to exploit what FaZe have been doing a lot. They did it plenty of times in the Liquid game. They've already done it here as well on Mirage. It's just constantly leaving Carrigan solo B and having Frozen take ramp with Rain. They did it all the time in that Liquid match. And yeah, Na'Vi almost hit that B bomb site, but Carrigan was saving his smokes to the right time, and that's what part of why Na'Vi went back late underpass and went into that A stack. So let's see if they can exploit this. if it continues to be a factor. Frozen is back on B in this round as Na'Vi have everything to play with but the AWP. But FaZe are picking up steam, no doubt about it. I wasn't coming into this second map expecting a 2-0 from FaZe, but I think anything's possible.
Yeah, that's kind of the odd thing right now, right? You're expecting at any moment Na'Vi are going to be able to get back on the horse and kind of get back to winning. But they haven't found that breakthrough round yet, and FaZe fairly decisively have been taking these over the line. Couple of flawless rounds on this tie game. Good trades down here in middle. That Brokey AWP with support from Rain was meant to thin the herd. That's some fine trigger work from Bit. 2 clean kills on the cross. That leaves it on Carrigan. Bit known for his headshots. He's got 2 fantastic ones in the round already. Might need a third as this flank from Carrigan comes in on a pretty quick timing. Alexi tucked in the sight is right now focused on Palace. Carrigan has seen the barrel. His teammate conned that across. Both players on his screen for a moment. Carrigan looked a little overwhelmed there. That's an ugly 1v2. He was certainly in with the chance.
Not gonna lie, that's a bit of a choke. I just not expecting to see that from Carrigan. His mechanics is one thing, but he kind of panicked. Saw that player in CT, could have triggered discipline, taken 2 kills, had info, and he just shot like he'd been seen. Maybe he thought, so tunnel visioned on the default guy, maybe he thought the CT guy saw him. I don't know. It's a bit of an ugly look. As Na'Vi do find that breakpoint round. And that's what we were waiting for. To capitalize on it now, close on the A ramp. Rain again. He's been reliable, but finally put down by the new boy. Kazi with a 5v4, under denied by Elige, but there's more in middle, and Frozen's holding a shot. Here's that third piece on A that we talked about. It catches him by surprise yet again. Frozen, uncleared. You find that A anchor, you do not expect B short in your balcony. And so the little trick up FaZe's sleeve once again lays Na'Vi to rest.
Talked a lot about the different styles on display from these squads. I do like at the end of kind of bungled Na'Vi rounds, there's always glances exchanged down the line. You assume that's because, in a team that have a system to play in, you kind of know who's responsible for what. You can pinpoint areas that went wrong. I like it. It's very, very different to FaZe when they lose around because everyone has a huge degree of individual freedom. You can never really point to one moment or one player that threw it into disarray. The Giga Chad will win next round, don't worry, versus the next time nail this smoke.
You didn't clear this corner. And that's the kind of round that Na'Vi would have won back on Ancient, or at least it felt like the money tipping round, but FaZe have done them in. And we just have this saved AK with $2,000 per player. So FaZe have huge opportunity here on the CT side to make something out of this game. And I refuse to count them out of a potential upset, coming in warm after grinding stage 1 cleanly. And Na'Vi on their first match of the season with a new player to input into this team. It does feel like the upset potential is there. Brokey's found the rifle in mid. Makazi's time to shine. He bought armor for this chance.
Yeah, let's see what Makazi can do. Oh, that was certainly something.
Oh, ouch.
Oh, wonderful. A chance. That's the gun removed. Next man in line to get it is Bit, but he does not last long. Frozen gets aggressive to play bodyguard to this gun on the catwalk. Wonderful. Finally, this Deagle connects. Ready for the reswing. Isn't able to get the shot off in time.
Come on, do it, Brokey, do it. Peek it. Just wide swing.
He's going to get his hands on a gun.
Wide swing. Pick me.
Grabs the AK.
Pick me.
Brokey going to go for the swing now. Wanted to make it a fair fight. Say what you will about Brokey, but he is honorable.
Yeah, true. We've learned that. Learn it back on Ancient.
Honorable Brokey. Honorable Judge Helvis providing.
Na'Vi sentenced to a tactical timeout here by Blade. As they are trailing behind by 1.
Also, did I miss, as Blade said, what happened to his arm?
No, I haven't acknowledged it really. I don't.
No, we haven't spoke about it yet, but we've all seen it.
It's kind of the elephant in the room. No, things happen, Harry.
Did I miss this? Is there info on this?
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
I'm checking.
Look it up. But I mean, he'll be fine. Everyone's always fine. Brokey making the jump. And a break on the smoke. The flash will push him off. Meanwhile, Na'Vi poised for an A pop. No bomb, so Alexi will have to go back likely and leave Ema on a classic under lurk. Elite has been getting pretty involved in trying to flush Ema out under, but this time he's up on the balcony. A different piece of the FaZe team up close on A, and he hears that shooting. Bit baits him in with some gunfire. So a 5v4, it's Na'Vi's chance. Oh. Yes, that's it.
Kazi nailing the opener and extending this advantage for Na'Vi. Frozen, that's crazy! Won't be able to make it a third. Ran out of ammo in the M4, but he's at least given FaZe a reason to believe in this round. Bit is still a long way away, going all the way through middle.
They're going to go window? No.
And he's just waiting for him to come in on a big flank, because right now, Carrigan's trying to take some space back. Now, you'd like to think Alexi should have his number here, and he will get it. It's damage done to all 3 players on Na'Vi.
Such a curious freeze here for Na'Vi that FaZe are getting confused.
Brokey gets 1. I feel like he's interested. There's the 1! Brokey... The ball is rolling on this clutch. First kill to beckon him in. Gonna go back. Look for connector. Knows that Alexi is around here somewhere. It's a matter of finding that Finn. Brokey doesn't like how many variables are at play in this clutch. With Alexi missing around the connector, he doesn't feel safe to embark upon it. It will be a reluctant save from Brokey.
Yeah, it took a lot of damage. It's a very hard clutch. No info, no util to make it easier. It's a reasonable save here for FaZe to keep that up in Brokey's hands. And a couple of crucial entries. Bit and Makazi crack open that round. The freeze gets a little bit scary, but as soon as Alexi finds Carrigan, you feel assured for Na'Vi. 5-5. And FaZe's first time out.
I did check as well. There's like... Blade said nothing about why he's in the sling. But he's surely expecting questions about it. Like, you don't just show up.
Maybe he doesn't want to talk about it. Maybe it was a stunt. Maybe
in the Makazi Na'Vi signing video, Blade had to land.
He did have to do that kick flip.
Triple front flip.
It was a
and
kick
he only
flip.
managed 2.5 flips.
Ow. I feel like your arm is your least of your worries. As long as we're protecting his head. Oh, barrel. Hello. That's a crazy kill for a Liege. Entries on ramp. Frozen holds his position. And suddenly Na'Vi are thrust into a world of hurt. It's going to get worse. 3 kills in 15 seconds.
Yeah, that's
what are you to do?
That's really horrible for Na'Vi, right? They kind of fan out. They go about taking 3 separate areas on the map. They're looking for room in middle. They're looking for this lurk around the ramp smoke, and they're trying to pressure the apartments. They're hoping one of these fights goes their way and they kind of get something to jump off of on the round. But so quickly, they lost every available option. It was like in a sweeping motion from A to mid to B. They lost all their real estate, all their players. And so this has been a save for a while.
Yeah, the worst part about it being in a 2v5 this early in the round is you know that FaZe could still probe and prod, and you don't want to box yourselves in too early and lose all the map control and just get killed after time. So we still have to patrol a bit, but safe to say this will be FaZe onto 6. And Brokey's just looking so rejuvenated in this team. It is, it's one thing across stage 1 where there were flashes, there were good signs, but I didn't want to get over-invested. But now doing it against Na'Vi and doing it in the way that he has, his last map being his 1000th map on FaZe. This is 1001. And Brokey's 12-4 right now after an excellent Ancient where he showed up right at the end with a kicker of a 4K to break Na'Vi. Wonderful, paling in comparison in this head-to-head right now.
And, I think it's why the promise of this Brokey return to form and return to FaZe after the time away is so exciting. Because it was a very sad drop-off. He brought so much to the table for FaZe Clan. And when they looked their best, it was often married up with some fantastic Brokey performances. Well, he's the top-rated player for them in this series. And it's been no contest. 12-4 on the AWP. Those are great numbers for your AWPer.
And FaZe making 0 moves in this round. Na'Vi calling a slow one to finish the half. 3 primary weapons. A good bit of utility. And FaZe wait for the first move. Psych, they force it.
I mean, that's such an important pickup for Wonderful. That's the dream fight for an AWPer. You have a guy sneaking into your crosshair out, Cat. If he falls there, that's like an unforgivable death. So he's nailed an opening, a 5v4 for Na'Vi, a gift of a kill.
They just have to convert this round.
There's Rain. Playing out through the connector. Brokey's AWP firing off for a bit more. And even though Wonderful and Bit try to reclaim these kills, Elige is going to give us his highlight moment. Putting some distance between himself and this AWP. Carrigan's fired off. Wonderful knows he has a 1v1 right now, right in front of him. And Wonderful's grabbed it. It's Carrigan, the man left to beat.
Oh, Spawn.
It's been far from a big game for Carrigan. He's had some struggles. Let them down in these clutches. Can he get this one? No! Dead again! Carrigan cut down. 4 from Wonderful, and that ties up this half for Na'Vi. After a wild comeback from FaZe Clan to open up this series, we were heading to Mirage, feeling like Na'Vi should be able to put their best foot forward and move on to make this a 3-map series. But that's not how this Mirage has entirely played out. We've ended up on an even kill to a split score at halftime, 6 apiece. FaZe have come to play on Na'Vi's Mirage.
Absolutely, and I think the FaZe T side against Liquor was a lot of fun to watch. They were playing some rambunctious Counter-Strike on the T side of this map, so can they keep that up as they set their sights to go into this con split? That's a big smoke block for Ema. It gives him info in middle. FaZe aren't surprising you anymore as they flash through this smoke. Na'Vi look prepared.
There's the flash. Ema might have been ready, but his teammates are the ones there to make up for it. He gets fed to the wolves. That's the price you pay. All in all, Na'Vi in a great position. Just Rain out here in mid and Frozen left to get past, and they're going to do it easily. Clean stuff in this pistol round for Na'Vi, and a very good idea of what FaZe we're going to throw their way.
Yeah, they were super ready for that. The smoke block just confirms what they already know, and then we have 3 con players. Even though Ema eats the flashbang, his team just bail him out. So really good awareness and good call for Na'Vi to set up for that. And so put a pistol in their pocket, and suddenly it's not all doom and gloom for Na'Vi. The chance to make this 3 presents itself again.
Whoever first came up with calling him Blonderful, that's really funny.
Wow, I've not heard that.
Yeah.
That's good.
We're liking Blonderful.
When he's thinking deeply, he's ponderful.
When he's aware that we're all people walking around with experiences of our own, he's sonderful.
Yeah.
I think that's the word
I think
for
you're
it,
right.
isn't it?
I think you're
Sonder?
right. Yeah, yeah. All right, here we go.
Nailed
First buy round here for FaZe.
Yeah, they're saying Blunderful, which...
Oh, no.
which was right there. It literally is virtually the same as what I was saying. Why didn't we think of that, Hugo?
Ah.
Washed.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, when my dad asks how his car's looking, I say, it's Harry and Hugo, and he smiles. He knows the car's washed. Here we are. Elige out in the bottom of mid. While the rest of FaZe Clan group in the apartments. And FaZe can group in the apartments. They've been given the freedom to do so.
Oh, good timing. Boost up. If Makazi's jumping as well, it really sells Alexi's position as FaZe poised for this B split. Short will not save them, for there is no one to kill but Ema, and even he won't give it away entirely. Is Makazi going to bait for Alexi? That's what you'd love to see right now. It's too late though. Alexi's got to do it on his own. Makazi gets a bit of damage. Okay, they're not going to check now. Alexi gets his 1. They drop into the site. That's a big kill for Carrigan. Barely ahead to see. He takes it off. 4v2, bomb retrieved, and FaZe battle their way into the B bomb site. Oh, it didn't go perfectly for Na'Vi despite a strong setup.
Everyone's so wounded with the exception of Rain. But I don't think Bit wants to give this a go truly. He's just grabbing the M4, seeing if he can get anything. Oh, and he can get something. If only. Only they knew, man. If only they knew.
It's an unfortunate round for Na'Vi, but FaZe getting on the board in their first gun round. It seems like positionally, Makazi's just slotting into JL's spot of B short.
Terrorists win.
Have to see if there's any other notable changes, but Na'Vi have one more full buy.
Most out of pocket one I've seen, Hugo, was his replacements are plentiful. I know, that one is like actually a low blow.
You've just taken the fall.
Great,
You've just taken the fall. That's all you've done. You can do better. It's game 1 of the season, man.
I know. Do we have any for Makazi yet? That's what I'm wondering. How quick has everyone been cooking?
Makar easy.
There's one.
It's got to come through.
You guys giving you all a helping hand and start. Macabzy. Looking to do something twisted in mid, maybe. Elige has been dispatched here. That was a series of flashes just streaming over in the mid. Elige very, very blind. But no punish.
Rotation back to A. Got the orb, deep B. Alexi doesn't want to die and offer up path into this B bomb site. Nonetheless, FaZe are splitting this connector. Ema close. Nice timing on his peak. 2 kills for Ema. Makes it look easy. It really shouldn't be. Even that damage, while good, not enough. FaZe don't have a kill to their name. It finally comes through. Is it too little? Is it too late? In a 2v4, Makazi holds his shot, and Brokey 1v4. Don't do it alone. Makazi will disallow it, and Blade's happy with that as Na'Vi respond to FaZe's first full buy with one of their own.
Yeah, feeling good for Na'Vi that they can go tit for tat with FaZe Clan. Since getting on in the second half, going to keep the money low for FaZe as well. And allow Na'Vi that promise of building upon this now. A very important round to win. Even more important to have not given it away. That would have been FaZe well and truly back in the game. Na'Vi get to keep this bit of breathing room. And could even extend it now as it's just the hero gun on Rain.
He's making a heads-up play into this B site. Trapped between Molotovs, though. Will not get to put it to use, and they know they made a box. They double nade it. Ouch. Brokey's got Kevlar. He'll have a go. But this just looks to be more of the same. Another attempt at a B pick. And Alexi not really offering one up. So FaZe just have to storm this bomb site late in the round. Alexi's got to pick a strong position.
I mean, Alexi will be responsible for a hell of a lot here. He's got New Boy on the block, Makazi in tow to help him. There's one gun on Brokey, attempting to get the pistols into this side of the map. And, well, FaZe will have the control they were hoping for. That bomb plant is a long way away from reality, and Na'Vi spill through, recognizing it was just that one gun to worry about. They play quick into the pistols, deal with them, and stop that round from spiraling. I like that reaction from Na'Vi. Because where that can get weird, you know, if the bomb gets planted, Brokey's allowed to work the rifle a little bit of range. Suddenly some of the pistols get armed and you lose, you know, some map control, have to slow down into the retake. But Na'Vi do not concern themselves with that scenario. They play quick. They deny the space to FaZe. And they lock in double digits.
Now, are FaZe going to change it up here, or are they just going to keep going for kind of splits, quick splits? That's what we've been seeing all T-side. Na'Vi with a lot of eyes on middle right now. Makazi fighting window. Wonderful on the short line. As FaZe throw retake utility into mid. Wonderful getting hounded down right now. We have players in the B apartment, so does feel like a B end. Miss smoke for FaZe. Putting Rain in connector. Oh, he's jumped. That's not ideal. Ema with a chance to punish him as FaZe get ready to hit B.
Only one from Wonderful. Oh, Alexi, they know you're trapped on this side. Tries to just skirt on out of there. So he's kept this even for Na'Vi. Huge shot from Elige on the AWP.
And that's it.
Knowing what Na'Vi are like, for FaZe, you just don't give a kill away. Once you get that 3v2, everyone tucks in and steals himself away, plays the long game, and Na'Vi never even give it a go.
Fair enough. I don't think Wonderful expected 3 players behind that smoke when FaZe is doing so much posturing towards Connector, making it look like an A-site attack. And even though he connects his shot, Alexi's not in the bomb site. Makazi's rotating to support A. Na'Vi caught out of position. So it's a nice, cheeky round for FaZe. But have they got more of that in store? Na'Vi read it wrong. They call out their final timeout. Relatively early. Use them or lose them.
Right up till the final second, Blade was talking away. Hoping that whatever knowledge he's just passed on to Alexi, whatever he's done with the rest of the team, can put some distance again between Na'Vi and FaZe. This would be the second comeback for FaZe Clan after already achieving it on Ancient. But now doubling down and trying to do it on Na'Vi's map pick. And what's been their go-to for the longest time.
Why?
Oh, awkward miss for Wonderful. Just trying to stay alive here, but they know they've got him pinned. That is a wild escape.
No way. Elige could have punished him on his smoke break, but he peeks it so late. And Wonderful somehow just lands it. Carrigan.
He's done so well to still be in the round. Not only just staying alive, but putting Na'Vi in the advantage. Carrigan v Alexi. Battle of brains in at this B site, and Carrigan comes out ahead.
Saw him.
He's taken a lot of space. Carrigan with good routing here, keeping pressure applied. Going down on that bench swing, and now his teammates are trapped up in the apartments.
Oh.
For Rain and Frozen, this isn't easy. They'll link up, they'll both manage to get out app side, but there's still more ground to cover. Rain caught with the weapon switch, and Na'Vi pull up, finally breaking through.
Makazi and Wonderful save that. Makazi stopping Carrigan, who was just trying to lay his claim to the B bomb site. He still finds one more when he gets mollied out of that arch position. And Wonderful allowing Na'Vi to play how they did on the CT side of Ancient, to not go for those retakes, to instead challenge the site when FaZe are taking it. He holds Van so his team can scale in, and FaZe never get comfortable in the 2v3. That's Na'Vi putting them on pistols to find map point. It's up for the taking now. FaZe might have to battle back for overtime. There's definitely been cause for concern in this game for Na'Vi, but right now they're weathering the storm.
Oh, dude, it's so gross when you get it all from Wonderful's POV.
The second kill for Makazi.
I mean,
as well.
Even the whole kind of the route in which they actually played to deny this control over B felt way nicer for Na'Vi. We just saw the effect of a Blade time out there. Well, Neo likes his in these low economy rounds. That's often his responsibility for FaZe Clan.
True.
Let's see what he's prepared.
Going to be able to call a winning strategy with P250s. Handicapped here by their guns. Shadows given away, but a missed shot for Wonderful could cost them.
Oh, bit feeling awkward. It's Carrigan to dome him. And once more, Carrigan trying to take space away, goes deep on the spawn side. This time, Alexi's got his number. Round slows down. Plant found for FaZe, but low health on Elige. That's the one guy with a gun here for FaZe.
Smokes make this easier.
First smoke lobbed in, it's going to go down, cut the bomb site in two, and smoke off that bomb. But Elige over the top of it. Knocks out Alexi. This is where that earlier damage on a Wonderful might prove to be a real nuisance for Na'Vi. Wonderful is on the line, but he has to hit this. It's another swing and a miss. Looking for the Galil is Brokey, but the spam and just falls short. No clutch for Brokey, and Wonderful gets that shot eventually.
Oh, you're lucky that the missed shot doesn't cost you anything there, as his teammate just sticks it in the smoke. Util goes a long way for the retake there for Na'Vi. A scary P250 double entry from FaZe, but nothing more than damage. As Na'Vi sit ready to take us the distance in this series, look to bring us to Nuke as our decider. 4 chances to get us there. FaZe scramble for overtime. Can you really expect it though? Carrigan still with more to give. 5v4 on the ramp. Oh, double nade.
That smoke acts like a signal fire out in top mid. All of Na'Vi know they've got a man trapped behind these boxes.
Nice.
FaZe themselves were expecting some aggression. They tried to tee up Rain with that flashbang. But Makazi makes out like a bandit, secures that kill. Elige watching the B apartments, might miss this timing on Ema, creeping out through lower, goes back, checks it again. Are they expecting a second? Makazi at 5 health. One shot will end his round. And Elige will oblige.
Saw 2, so in some sense Na'Vi could just run and gamble B right now, but they know that money's on the line as well, so this might just be FaZe walking it in and forcing the save here for Na'Vi. They look for lurkers, none will be found. And that is 1 of 4 found by FaZe on this attempt to drag us into overtime. Slow and steady for Elige.
See that little shoulder wiggle from Carrigan. I think he feels like he's coming out of his slumber a little bit here in these last few rounds.
That P250 double, the entry on ramp.
The thing that's been weird in like the last 3 rounds actually for Carrigan, and this was the first time it's not really been the case, is he's actually ended up in like strong positions, but he's just been so far ahead of his team that he's kind of like forced to go and take space. And in a game where you're not really feeling it, like that's an awkward spot to be in. You remember the run into CT on the P250 round prior to that. He gets the kill on the B site and has to commit to taking the space away. This time, finally, he kind of gets his opening in a position where he can ease off, play the mid round. And it felt a lot better. Another opening kill for Carrigan, though. That's been the case in the last 3 rounds for FaZe.
And this
hasn't brought much in terms of the kills into this game. Nice that down the stretch, they've been able to depend on their captain for some of these openers.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier. I mean, FaZe have been winning games when he's, you know, single digit, low single digits, so a couple of kills down the stretch can make all the difference. Wonderful. Oh, Eater Flash doesn't fire off. They cross out under, clearing mid entirely, but Na'Vi are waiting, ready to pounce. Oh no. Oh, living on the edge.
Good catch. And you really wanted this trade out of Elige.
Oh, he gets out.
But landing the dink, that's enough to kind of scare Ema from peeking the window. Na'Vi feel content getting out with the 5v4, and so mid ends in a stalemate. FaZe attempt to go a little bit faster out into this A play, but Carrigan dead first. There's the follow-up kill on a Frozen, and is this the unraveling, the beginning of the end on Mirage? It crumbles around FaZe Clan. First with the deaths of Rain and Carrigan. But then they lose their heavy hitters, and now only Elige remains into the crossfire. Na'Vi rise to the occasion on Mirage. There's still fight left in them. This series now is going the distance.
Con coming. Up from B. Big clear.
Up con.
Big clear.
Kitchen. Window dead.
Yeah. Big clear.
Can you take this flash, Brokey? Carry one more window. One more window. Can you flash for me, CT?
Yeah, flashing now. 10 seconds, guys. Push when they plant.
Nice. Unknown.
5. Could be jungle. Yeah, short.
Yeah.
Mid two.
I can break.
Watch out flash. No, watch out flash.
I'm dodging.
They cannot go short. There were 2 mid, I saw. Maybe more.
Con.
Help.
Bomb.
On that.
One more top mid slash for him. And ramp maybe. Or reps. I think cover it.
Come mid. Let's kill it.
Yes, come.
Oh my god. Default one.
No, chill.
Wait, chill. Let's check it.
Under window, guys.
Nice.
What's the default?
Nice.
Good job.
Solo mid.
I smoke on, bro.
Alexi push B.
I'll go through.
It's okay from ramp. One's ramp, one is a balcony.
I have con.
Out there maybe.
Come city.
I'll fight.
Can you take one for me?
Oh, I cannot.
Watch your palace.
Guys,
I'm playing from kitchen.
I'm doing chaos.
I'm stairs. Go stairs.
I'm going Tetris. Artist.
You can pick up. I'm picking up.
Yes.
I'm holding con.
Nice.
One more.
No, sorry, middle. He was middle long time ago.
Holding con slope. I will jump. Yeah. I jump ticket. Not out ramp.
Wait, I kill him. Don't chill.
Yeah, I'm picking.
Nice, guys.
Na'Vi even out the score to make it 1-1 versus FaZe Clan. A rather convincing win, dare I say, of Mirage, where Na'Vi for the vast majority of the game were in the lead, especially when we turned over to the second half, the CT side. It did feel like Na'Vi were a step ahead of FaZe. Now, it was Na'Vi's own map pick, so I guess that's to be expected.
Yeah, I think the final scoreline is to be expected, especially Na'Vi, Mirage. It's like a synonym, basically. You can interchange, but it's weird because it's the same thing as Ancient for me, right? You have FaZe Clan that look like they're actually doing a lot of things really well. I like how they play their CT sides. It looks like a big step up from how they used to play. You can see exactly in their setup on the radar, like if they're playing for middle, they're playing for middle. If they're playing to give up middle, you can see how they're postured towards like A ramp. Oh, as soon as they, Na'Vi's going to take middle, we're going to take ramp from them or take palace. I love that flow from FaZe, but it's something about Na'Vi's system or the style that they play where it doesn't seem like they're doing anything, but then suddenly they're just winning every round. It's like this slow, it's like death by 1,000 paper cuts, but it's not like a VP style where they just sit around doing nothing and you just like get bored to death and then you lose the rounds because of that. They're like slowly making their way into like doing everything properly, and they're not doing anything flashy that it just feels like they're not doing anything, but then they're just collecting round after round.
It does feel like they're perfect at punishing whatever mistakes is being offered to them, right? Almost forcing your opponents to make mistakes. We saw that a couple of times in the second half. Now, I do feel it was a game of lost opportunity for FaZe Clan as well in that first half. I think we should play out round 12, which to me is sort of like showcasing exactly that, in the sense that FaZe could have gotten off to a very good first half. You know, you're leading 6-5. You're supposed to win this round as well. You see the scuff buy coming in from Na'Vi. Again, Frozen, he was being very aggressive on Catwalk, and I know you don't like this.
I did. When I saw this, I was so like, I had to replay this 3 times because I'm looking at Brokey isn't even smoked off in window. 2 players are top con with a bottom con smoke, and Frozen, he doesn't ask for a flash, he doesn't ask for Brokey to double peek, he doesn't ask for anything. His con players are afraid to go in there, and he's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna slowly crouch, walk off short, and get this info. It's like, come on. And then Wonderful's able to pick it up in this, whatever, 1v2, was it a 1v3 just before that? So it's it's just one of those things where FaZe, they're in the right position. If Frozen doesn't peek out or they add this extra layer before they do this next thing, and then even then, like Elige is trying to play his life, he's trying to play it safe. Wonderful just is able to find him, isolate him, and then win that 1v1 at the end. So it's like, FaZe is right there, but Na'Vi just slowly but surely, they just make their way to the finish line.
Gotta give it to Wonderful as well. A very impactful 1v2 clutch right here. A player that was very good in the first half on Ancient, nowhere to be found in the second, and here on Mirage in the first half, he found some impact. Now, another player that is under the loop is also Bit. We haven't spoken about him yet, but in the absence of JL, I feel Bit is even more important for Na'Vi in terms of opening up for the opponents, in terms of having an impact on the server. We know Bit to be this snappy aimer who can always turn around a duel into your own favor. I think what we've seen so far from him, and in particular here in Mirage, is more of that good old Bit, you know, where his aim is his biggest asset, so to speak. It's not often that you analyze Bit and you be like, he's the smartest player on the server. He's outplaying his opponents with his movement. But this package that you see right here, his snappy aim and his willingness to duel, and by then winning some of those duels, making it so much easier for Alexi B and for Na'Vi to win pistols, etc., etc. It's hugely impactful now that JL is not around anymore.
Yeah, I think one thing you'll notice when you're watching these, he's not really doing this thing where he's kind of like running in and making this big space thing. Like JL would just run into an area and just like get a multi-frag. What you're seeing in a lot of these opening, these kills that Bit's getting is he's like the second or third point of contact for his team. So his teammates are moving around and then he's following up and he's just getting those kills. So he's basically got the star role. You send out like the cannon fodder, hey, you go entry, tell me where they are, and then he's going to be able to go in and clean it up. And I think that kind of suits that really well. But it's a very different style than what JL did, which is I feel like I have a timing here. I'm going to go up and then I'm going to just get this kill. And then I know that the other guy's there. I'm just going to go and make this happen for my team and be that X factor. Bit here, he's just being like part of the system.
He is part of the system, and it did seem like I posed the question coming into the game. Do you think the system will change now that JL is no longer around? It does feel like it's the same way they're approaching the map. Alexi B is calling the same way as way. If we were to put a bit of focus on FaZe Clan as well, you said it yourself, I said it, first half they were competitive. I think a couple of the players showed up in Brokey and in Frozen as well, but overall, did you get a sense that FaZe were ever close winning Mirage, or was it always just a question of time before Na'Vi would get it done?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, there were a few opportunities there that they had, like one of the rounds, for example, you know, Wonderful misses an op shot from Connector, and he's like jumping around, trying to like dodge bullets, dodge like the molly. FaZe breaks open the smoke, but then they could just whiff on him, and Wonderful is able to snap back 180, get a kill. I think there were a few moments like that where Na'Vi, they're in a position where they can easily get killed, get punished for, you know, missing a shot, being out in the open. But FaZe just whiffs. Like Elige had a bad like spray on the Ancient, for example, to allow Na'Vi to win around. I think that's happening a little too much for FaZe, where not all of them are on point all the time, and that's something I usually say about Na'Vi. You usually only see like 2 people show up for them. Right now, it feels like everyone's there.
That's almost like a good thing when you say it like that. I feel like, okay, in terms of the individuals showing up for FaZe, they will figure that out eventually. But you're satisfied with how they're approaching the game? You're satisfied with how they're spacing, playing, etc.? You brought an example into it on Ancient as well. Overall, the way they approach Counter-Strike right now seemingly is something that you're okay with.
The team play, it looks like they've worked on a lot more than just communication, which is what Kerrigan was telling us in a post-game interview. I think communication is a large part of it, and the way that they give direct feedback, but you can clearly see on the way that they're grouping on the T sides before they do the next stage, and then also on the CT sides, the flow of how they open the rounds, and then it's like, okay, if this happens, then we do that. You could see a clear flow of the protocols or how they want to approach it. I think it's still lacking some layers and some depth to it, and then you know, if we get this, what do we do next? I think they need that next step, but for the most part, this is a way better FaZe clan than we saw last season, like the first half of the season, where it was kind of like, you go here, and then your job is to defend that area, you go there and defend that area, and then we're all kind of just like in our own domains.
FaZe trending upwards. I like that. I like that. Now we're moving into Nuke, the third deciding map. Now, one thing that I think have been a big point of conversation when it comes to FaZe is the CT side and their positions. We know when Elige came in, he took over a lot of range position on that map, and I think Elige has done a great job on most of the maps. I think on Nuke, he hasn't really found his footing just yet, especially the FaZe CT side seems to be scrambling a little bit. Do you think there's a world where they may have changed it up, or do you think they're trying to refine what they couldn't really figure out in the first part of the season?
It's going to be tough to know for sure exactly what they're doing. It's almost as if they use like Elige and Rain as like both as outside players to some degree, and where it's like they're kind of very flexible. Sometimes they start, you know, Elysian lower, and then Rain's going to fill outside, so they kind of have like people all over the place. Brokey's picking up ramp a lot.
That's the thing, right? We want Brokey to be freed up.
Yeah, So it's going to be interesting to see kind of how they do it. But if we can take anything from Ancient or especially Mirage, where they're giving up one spot, focusing heavy on 2 other spots instead, and then kind of moving from that, saying like, okay, if they go here, this is how we'll approach like the retake. If we gap ramp, for example, and play 1 low or 2 outside, I feel like we're going to see that a little bit more from FaZe, and that seems to be the direction they're going in. Just because, you know, losing Rops, losing that hard anchor player that could be solo by himself the whole round, they pick up a super active player, and that conflict means that they need to find a different solution.
Now, quickly, tell me, Makasi coming in on Nuke as well. How difficult is Nuke as a map for a new youngster with no experience coming in to play for the first time here?
I think it just depends on kind of what your, I guess, strats are. When it comes to T side, just doing the wall smokes, making sure that, you know, you have that end goal in mind, you know where he's going to go, you know what kills he's going to get, and then you're able to capitalize off of that. So it all comes down to that, and just moving around together, and it's all about protocols on Nuke.
FaZe on Navi.
Yeah. I'll just, whatever. FaZe, sure.
Whatever. All right. I'm a little more excited than Just is next to me. I think this has been a cool game
It's exciting.
far.
I just don't know.
Sometimes it's okay not to know. What we do know is that we have to play one more map in this series. We have to play Nuke. Between FaZe and Navi, only one can win, and Nuke is the map that stands between them. We're jumping on a quick break, but once we're back, it's with the conclusion of this banger.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Okay, is this the first time you've ever set up an SSD at a big tournament like this?
First time, yes.
Yeah. All right. Do you know what you're doing?
I don't know. I'm just putting my things and let's see.
All your teammates have talked about.
Big problem. That's it.
Yeah. All your teammates have talked about how nice it is to have kind of like a rookie come into this team and like the energy that you bring, just like I guess being a rookie and being fresh to the SSD setup and all these things. What's it been like for you stepping into such an accomplished organization and accomplished players around you?
To be honest, it feels good, and they're helping me a lot. Like, we still didn't play the first official, but in Prague, bootcamp was good, so let's see what's going to happen in official.
What's the energy like for you? Are you kind of nervous? Like, leading into this event, you had to have some ideas in your head. Are you excited? Are you nervous? Are you scared?
To be honest, not yet. I'm not nervous. We need to see the official. Let's see now what's going to happen.
All right, and really quick, so we don't make this mistake, I need to hear it from the horse's mouth. How do you want your alias pronounced?
Makaza.
Makaza. Okay. Perfect. Well, hey, man, I'm going to let you get to it. You'll never forget the first time, so have a good one.
Hey Future Pros! A site on Nuke has some pesky angles to deal with. Let's look at a couple of mollies you can throw to deal with them. First 2 steps are to shoot out the windows on the way out of spawn, and get a teammate to drop your molly onto this vent. Then hop up onto it and line yourself up with this connection point. Aim along the right side of this beam right up to the top of where it connects to the window. Then throw the molly. Immediately after, aim along this grey band above this line. Run forward and throw the molly before you fall off the vent. Just like that, the back of site and hut will be mollied off. This hut molly even spreads to the boxes below. I hope this helps.
We are so back.
Are we?
Look at that smile. I've missed that smile, Justin. Apologies are in order.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I did overhear that.
Russell Twists Van Salken.
No, then we're cool, man. I meant.
Let's not forget Gigabot, Rasmus Hooksy Hoyland. He's gonna get what's coming to him.
No, bro, I thought you meant yourself.
Come again?
Justin's got to be done at tier 1, man.
It's got to be Jova. It's over now.
The way G2 ended and the way that this one ended, it's over.
Mate, you're on FlyQuest.
The one person who had faith in me, and you betrayed me.
Come on, Justin. Mate, I was just having a laugh, mate. Jesus. Tough crowd. All right. Next. Now let me guess. Your mates betrayed you, and literally nobody has faith in you anymore.
Well, it's certainly not simple.
This better be the last one.
Na'Vi have fully stretched this out to a 3-map series. We end up on Nuke as the decider. It's been comeback attempts on both maps for FaZe Clan, but only able to stick the landing on the opener of Ancient. That was their pick. Well, now that we arrive here on Nuke, there's been some questions. New addition, Makazi slotting into a very technical map here with Na'Vi. Been able to hold his own in this series thus far, but this is a tall test for the new man in Na'Vi.
Without a doubt. And a map that Na'Vi have not been touching as of late. Positional changes perhaps on the horizon. And a FaZe who look to level up here in Cologne. They've certainly made the games entertaining. But can they add another win here in this series? Frozen falls off ramp. Na'Vi chase him down. Oh,
just made it through the door. And actually going to redirect his efforts onto Wonderful. That's a good chase for Frozen. There's still a skirmish down here at lower. Meanwhile, FaZe are trying to figure out how to get past Alexi. Carrigan decides just shooting him in the head might be the way to go. Into this crossfire, Na'Vi chewed up and spat out. FaZe Clan convincing in this pistol.
Yeah, both cheeky lurks of Na'Vi get caught by FaZe. They realize and they prioritize hunting them down on their own, and even the Na'Vi group and rush together in the double door. FaZe do not allow it. Nice patient pistol pays off for FaZe Clan. But converting is the name of the game right now. And with a bomb plant from Na'Vi, you just know they're going to force on the T side of Nuke. No instant smokes. We only have 2 coming down for Na'Vi. The wall lands and they can cross. That's if Elige lets them. Breaking for Rain. They don't. Oh, they do spot Bit. Appearing on the smoke break. Rain finds him. 1 rifle lost to the wind.
They broke the smoke open again. Rain didn't even need it. That's Brain. One of the many nicknames for this guy within FaZe.
This one's stalling out for Na'Vi. What are you meant to do here? Not a single flash to get you in top sight. You've got another wall available. Smokes were dropped and ready. That's a door smoke. Is the bomb going to try go down? Elige not looking like he wants to let that happen. Rain, Dink. They cross in. He won't let the second pass, and a solid hold on this top site. What else were Na'Vi to do? Conversion should be all but guaranteed now for FaZe.
La 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 long, la 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 long, la 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 long, 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 long.
So yeah, that's kind of the, well, you know, that's the FaZe comms.
Yeah. It's a new ringtone as well.
New ringtone just dropped. Oh, God, I love FaZe. They're such trolls. I've missed them being all happy and good.
Why, as opposed
and
to
they were sad and bad. It wasn't, you know, there was no banter. And like, when the banter's at their own expense, that's the worst type of FaZe. I want them shit-talking everyone else. I want them singing little creepy songs.
Tiptoe by the window.
I bet Na'Vi have never sung a song once.
That's true. I'll give you that. Can you imagine Alexi?
Well, I mean,
going into a little
Alexi
tune?
has sung a song, but not for Na'Vi. Telling me he's never busted out an easy fence in his life, Hugo.
That's true.
I saw you looking at me like.
Yeah,
you
I was
were
trying
confused.
to think. Like, yeah. Wrong team. Different world.
I'm imagining Blade calling the timeout and just giving like one hell of a rendition of Bon Jovi "Living on a Prayer" or something.
I would like to hear that, yeah. But we can't listen to Coach Comms, unfortunately. Well, not quite halfway there for FaZe, but 3 will do as Na'Vi come in with their first buy round.
More of these yard smokes. FaZe just be prepared to deal with them, and thus far they have been. Always ready to break them open with these nades.
Lexi going back for more utility. Na'Vi min-maxing. Kazi works outside on this T side now. See how that looks. Putting a firepower piece in position to succeed. Second wall comes down for Ema. And the ramp pop.
Frozen with the spot. He was onto the chorus as he saw it. So the comms come in a little bit later, but a second man will arrive at lower. Elige now here to join him. Na'Vi, though, still exploring other avenues, waiting to see if they're given any type of reaction here from FaZe. Eventually decide to drip down through the ramp. Still, this offense is pretty strung out right now. They've got a 3v2 down at lower. The edge still with Na'Vi short, and they have all these players on the extremities to catch FaZe in rotation. But what that hinges upon is on Na'Vi actually getting into lower.
Oh, bit fell. Now they know. Penny dropped. Frozen giving away his position. Elige nothing from the corner. Oh, that's a devastating B-hold for FaZe. They don't do a thing. Rain just wallbanged him through vents. When was the last time you saw that? None of this matters. 1v3.
I don't know. Brains in the server.
Bro, catch that on replay.
Come on, man. You don't wallbang at the start of this 1v4 and then not try it. That's so... Oh, it's right there, man. It's on rails. Rain catch the vent kill. No. And they will come through the smoke, bringing the fight to Rain.
Disappointing B-hold for FaZe. Elige, I guess, caught off guard. They only heard Bit drop in the bomb site, but Na'Vi had scaled all the way to back of B without FaZe handling info. I guess they assumed some nades would come through, a little bit more control. But they get caught off guard by the numbers in the bomb site. And those lurkers aren't even needed for Na'Vi. FaZe just get walloped.
Tech time out there. Looks like issues for Brokey. Everyone's looking over, wondering if they can help.
So, Brokey, can you stop singing, please? It's distracting.
That's why Brokey's called the pause. He's like,
here are the lyrics.
I constantly hear music in my ears.
Yeah.
Can we get an admin over to like check that out?
Like, no, it's just
hearing like this weird murmuring. Like someone only knows the beat of a song and tenuously the words.
The final boss music in this third map as Na'Vi get on the board.
I say, no, you don't have Spotify open. You're not even on the internet. You shouldn't be hearing anything right now. It's Helvis, was it?
Helvis.
And he says, yeah, that's what I go by now. They're giving it a look, and now his head's in his hand. He's like, the singing's getting louder. Screw it, I'll just play on, says Brokey. It looks like it's a good time being in FaZe. They're always laughing.
And we are back live. Oh, look at this. Through the vent.
He spammed me,
That's cool. That's nice catch.
Yeah, even Alexi gave it a little wry smile at the end. Like,
Look,
what can you do?
Crazy kill.
Dude, that is a wild way to do it.
Impressive.
Alexi wallbanged, but he didn't let it dampen his spirits.
Na'Vi are on the board regardless.
I feel like most of Rain's kills have been through these outside smokes, and when it's not that, it's wild wallbangs at lower. But Rain, oh, hang on a second.
No, yeah.
They blow the smoke open, and Rain is uncovered. Brokey getting thrust upon next. That missed shot gives Bit the window of opportunity and gives Bit the window control. Hell now taken. Teammates in behind him. This is a powerful position for Na'Vi. Not just the man advantage, it's the ground they have, the staging platform for a play into both sites. Looks like they want to try and move into ramp. Carrigan waits here in this cubby, but now that he's fired off, Na'Vi don't even have to commit to this, and that's the powerful part about having this hell control.
Yeah, I like that for Makazi. Doesn't feel the pressure to trade his teammate. Just escapes with the bomb and the round in tow. Bit with 4 huge kills. Patient against that AWP. Doesn't swing into a scoped AWP. Waits for Brokey to fire the shots. That was cool as well. The nade on the smoke. They realized Rain was nearby. He smoked that molly in the first place. RV finding some comfort now on this T side, looking to break FaZe's economy in round number 6. Back to a classic wall here for Na'Vi. But no one behind it. Despite that, FaZe don't realize they send 2 lower, breaking the smoke, seeing nothing. How long till they realize? How long till Na'Vi hits?
Oh, that play's coming in right now. And Elige is first on the chopping block. Carrigan, anything less than a multi-kill here won't be enough. And we're just a one and done from Carrigan over in heaven. The rest of his team on that lower half of the map. This round is over. Na'Vi on a fast A hit. After rounds of conditioning, FaZe to worry about this yard control. It's a perfect timing on that hit from Alexi.
Yeah, especially when they change the smoke wall as well. That just feels like they're definitely going to use it to get one player into secret. FaZe dedicate a lot of resources to try and flush him out. And Na'Vi just not even one player faking or a player coming through main. They just full lobby attack. So nice pacey round to find their third. FaZe do save 3 rifles. It's a big victory amidst the loss.
Let's go.
And yeah, take a breather, because Na'Vi have had them cleanly and decisively 3 rounds in a row. FaZe have been caught not even every time out of position, because that first gun round, FaZe had 2 lower. They could have won that, but no one put up a kill.
Another one of these kind of low econ moments where it's just those saved guns and then a bit of money put in around it. Said it already, but that is when FaZe like to consult Neo. It's when they want him involved in the conversation. It also gives Na'Vi a bit of time to try and speak to Blade again. Figure out what might come their way. And this chance to take the lead on map 3.
Yeah, Na'Vi have to be careful in this round. They're going to treat it like a full buy. They know 3 survived. At that point, you can expect a full investment, especially with this new kill bonus. FaZe could have more money than you anticipate. Despite that, FaZe are taking it calmly. Yeah, just that dot, and then up here, second window pane, halfway up, and left click, throw.
But you can't identify the exact piece of gravel outside that you have to line up with? Oh, unlucky then. You're not cut out to join
Skill
Na'Vi.
issue, I guess. Boost up in heaven is important here as Na'Vi make it clear they're wrapping around the world. Frozen. Any audio cues given over would be a big help, but he drops the bomb. That's arguably better. He will see a shadow above him as well, perhaps, but they've already scaled past into heaven. Bit finds that kill.
Had to pay for this with Brokey's life. And even Bit being here is annoying. It's not like, you know, this is some easy 2v1 for FaZe to try and group and take. It's a very awkward position, and it puts a lot of pressure on FaZe Clan. They're having to waste multiple players right now, holding on to this wrap-in through the heaven. I never truly feel comfortable here. There's the push out from the heavens, and Elige is caught by it. Na'Vi living and dying on this heaven control.
Those are the moments that Na'Vi excel, you know, getting a player in a strong position and no panic, no hurry, great communication. They allow the bomb to join up with Bit. They get their player back from B up secret, and everyone just splits on the same timing. And FaZe are just stuck in their positions, holding heaven, holding hell. Can't flush Na'Vi out. So another impactful round for Bit. That's a 4K into a 3K. All the glory. Na'Vi starting to build a very strong T-side after all.
Ima got a whiff of something there. Sees Elige up on top of the hut. And that's a gift of an entry. One that's going to kind of force Na'Vi to just hit the go button. Felt like we were still maybe moments away from that play taking shape. But when you're handed an opening like that...
Yeah, Na'Vi are hot right now. Everyone winning their opening fights in 3 separate positions. And FaZe are just dragged around in this game now, despite the 3-0 lead off pistol.
I'm hoping this next round can be the time for Brokey to make a splash, because he's been the top performer for FaZe in this series. He's looked really, really good. He's obviously the big point of intrigue in this FaZe Clan roster, right? Who, sure, it's not like the same as a change, but he comes off the back of a 2-month break out of the team, rejoins them. And you want to see if he can get back to his level. Well, he's been playing up to that level in this series and looking good in all of Cologne in their stage 1 run. But here on map 3, struggled to get going. Been getting shot in the back, kind of out of position in some of these rounds. In this round where he has one of the 2 hero guns and they cobble this buy together, I hope we see Brokey try and get very involved on this AWP. Because on maps 1 and 2, he was a difference maker.
Oh, what a kill. Yeah, well, he saved it once more, so let's see if he can put it to use here. Things are feeling pretty comfy for Na'Vi. Wonderful looking to entry ramp. Brokey starting, supporting on that top site. They run through the ramp smoke, and oh, the bullet's absorbed by the railing. Frozen can't get a clean kill. Entry comes in through the Molotov.
I mean, that's how desperate Brokey is to be involved, right? Like, you can feel it. He just ran through the molly for 70 damage almost, just to try and force a fight in at ramp.
Only to go back with nothing. Here in the B side, Bit is inside of it. Elige must be feeling pissed off. That's heaven kill to the hut roof kill to the B entry. 3 rounds in a row. Elige has not been able to fire a bullet.
No, and it's not something I'm used to saying with FaZe here, but they look lost, right? Na'Vi are out-positioning them. They are out-maneuvering them in all of these rounds, and FaZe can't seem to get a solid grasp on where Na'Vi are at any point in time.
It's all 1v1s as well. We're not having any situations where FaZe can trade their kills, and like that is Nuke at times on CT side. You've got to, everyone's got to hold their position. If your ramp player's dying for free, look what happens. Look how much the map opens up, right? Bit got so deep in that B bomb site before Elige even realized, and at this point, FaZe, there's no trading. There's Na'Vi aren't running into two players. They're isolating really well. They're not even using smoke walls anymore. They don't need to. So yeah, FaZe need a solution. They need it fast.
Terrorists win.
And maybe they feel like they have to throw some pace in and get aggressive and get in the lobby, push up outside. These are all spawn-dependent moves, but moves that maybe need to be made here for FaZe because the game is getting taken away from them.
I'm inclined to agree with you. It feels like the way that FaZe could try and get control over this game again is taking fights on their terms, right? Thus far, they're trying to fill gaps and counter these moves that Na'Vi are making, but as you say, there's been a lot of holes. You've had a lot of deaths of just players kind of caught out of position, looking entirely the wrong way.
Yeah, I mean...
And these are uncharacteristic deaths for FaZe Clan. Usually have a very good grip of the game, a finger to the pulse, style of play with Karrigan at the helm. And on the CT half, like, there's limits to how much Karrigan could even help here, right? Like, he can call the rotates, he can call opening moves, but as you kind of pinpointed earlier, it's like if your extremity player at ramp, or if the yard cross is constantly getting corrupted, you're feeling very, very limited in terms of how much the IGL can actually help. So yeah, this is brutal from Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's just 6 really clean rounds in a row for Na'Vi. That's the key. No point has FaZe really been in with a chance to win these. Can that change, or will Na'Vi just run over this third map? What do we have? More smokes, but they play on the main side, looking to split into A yet again. Another decisive move for Na'Vi. Rain mollying him off. Nade lands in his face, and the second one will find that kill. As Na'Vi reset, they relax. Dude, everything's going great.
Even this is frustrating for FaZe, though. It felt like they were kind of getting ready to go and help Rain out in the yard. He spotted multiple players for the first time. FaZe knew they had a series of fights out there. You had Karrigan and Elige both moving over to main, and as those nades kill Rain, they abandoned that main position.
A is so weak right now, and I feel like this is going to be an A split. Oh, they start leaning ramp, and as I say that, Brokey leaves ramp. So if Na'Vi yet again made the perfect call.
It's very, very rare to see FaZe feeling like they're one step behind, like they're playing catch-up in these moments. At least now Brokey has seemingly pieced together where the play's ending up. There's one from him, and he will elude Makazi, who goes on that hunt.
Now they go back to A. They've got bit behind main. 30 seconds. Reinforcements arriving. Frozen getting in the top site in time. It's winnable. It's 2v4, but it's winnable.
That's going to help. It goes a long way. 1 kill from Karrigan. And now he's going to try and reposition. Oh, no. Just looks away from Hut. You need Frozen to pick this up. And, well, Frozen makes it look very easy up on the rafters. That's more like it for FaZe. They're happy with that. Finally stopping this 6-round surge from Na'Vi.
Yeah, surprised they bailed from ramp there, maybe just because of Bit's position, having a player outside main ready to split really quickly, but he's the last piece in. He's arguably a little late after they find the entry onto Karrigan. Would love to see Bit activate, but Frozen's in the perfect position that Bit can't see him in. Either way, FaZe do something.
It's also Brokey's first set of kills on the AWP, and it translates into a round win.
Now Na'Vi go back to smokes outside and crossing.
Oh, that's good damage for Rain on the spam. Unable to convert it to a kill. Ooh. Tries to with the nade, and he will get it in there.
Revenge is sweet.
Downtown, it's Rain with the HE. And this is more active for FaZe. This is better. I think they're getting sick and tired of feeling like they have to do guesswork in the mid-round. So they're coming through some aggression. They have a rare 5v4 that's gone untraded. And they're hoping to clear out lobby. As far as they're concerned, they have.
Oh, dear.
Ema was never spotted hiding out at the back of the squeaky door. He's got a kill right there.
Carrigan's about to find out the hard way. If he tries to cross to support B, Elige could alleviate issues, finding his one. Carrigan doesn't know how close to death he is. He's about to realize there's the entry. Up heaven comes Alexi, and this has opened up a path to plant.
Yeah, and this is really bad for FaZe. As far as they were concerned, this wasn't an option. This wasn't a possibility with lobby cleared earlier. And so now these remaining 3 for FaZe out of position for the retake. It's 2 in the lobby, but contact taken first from the wonderful AWP.
Ooh.
Trying to bring your lower player back up through vent, that's Elige, is a tricky task for FaZe.
Rosen's stuck, and wonderful pins him to the wall with a second kill. That's a lovely round for Na'Vi. Again, the mid-round mastery on this T side. Even when things don't go to plan, they dig themselves out of the hole. Elige ruffles feathers on B, but Na'Vi were already high in the sky with that heaven control. They've always got a get-out plan. They've always got an exit route, an escape car. 70 rounds on Nuke without the pistol or conversions.
And you know, that is a frustrating round. Carrigan jump scared, rightly so.
Yeah.
That's a very frustrating round, because as far as FaZe were concerned, all the way through to the ending, they did everything right.
And Na'Vi put a bow on it, though.
If you can close out this first half, 8-4 on your T side, you are in a blessed position if you're Na'Vi. And I feel like you never let FaZe get back in. That one round was all they were able to accomplish outside of their initial volley. Knowing that you had all your success in the rifle rounds for Na'Vi is a real boost heading into that second half. As is often the case, options open here to Na'Vi. It's a more passive start from FaZe Clan. They managed to get Makazi across, and they didn't have to expel a hell of a lot of util to accomplish that feat. It's a nice pickup for Frozen, who's had his fair share of troubles in here at the ramp. And so another 5v4 for FaZe. They weren't able to convert on the last one.
And again, Na'Vi have options. They've got B control. They've got a guy in hut. They can see where this ends up. Oh. Nice hold. And now Na'Vi force into upper.
I mean, Elige feels like he's been waiting for his reward on this lower drop throughout the entirety of this first half. Finally gets away with the kill there. Extends this advantage. They've got Rain pincered in at the vents. Util is on its way to flush him out of position. But in comes Carrigan, that helping hand. That second player in the site repels Na'Vi. FaZe get by with 5. It's Na'Vi winning the majority of rifle rounds in this T side. Thin margins separate FaZe Clan and Na'Vi in a series that's gone the distance. A masterclass in production there. They matched the halftime break music to the vibe of what was happening in this game. It was crazy how often Na'Vi were right and FaZe were wrong, outpositioning them a bunch in that first half. It's strong stuff from the Alexi-led Na'Vi. Their system working. FaZe falling through the cracks. Outside of the pistol, only managing 2 rounds in the rifles. They've got to rely on their T side now to try and recover, and it's all going to start with this pistol.
Makazi straight outside behind the red box. Wonderful baiting for him, and Makazi picks the first, catching them by surprise, catching 2 in fact before Elige eventually comes in from main roof, but his job is done, setting his team up for success in a 4v3. Wonderful, maybe trapped, but they can't hunt him down. He doesn't need to commit to a duel. Him and Bit swing together. P250 leaves a mark, but still just rain remains as Ema, aggressive through the lobby, punishes Frozen. 50 armor 1v2.
He just dried off his mouse hand on his jersey. Meant to mean business. It ends up a Na'Vi pistol. They have really planted their flag here on Nuke. Have Na'Vi going from strength to strength, and now with a pistol to open up this second half, they are starting to sprint towards the finish line. Bit keeping up appearances all damn day, and a real force to be reckoned with here in map 3.
It's had a great series, and he's someone who has gone quiet in this Na'Vi downfall, in the downturn this year. I mean, had some really poor maps and poor tournaments by his very high standards, so great to see him coming in sharp to this series. Ouch. And up secret comes Ema. Simple anti-eco here for Na'Vi. No stress, no sweat, no deaths. Famous last words.
God! That is a cracking double kill from Frozen. End of the line. But a nice couple of Ds to send you into your first rifle round.
That changes enough that it was worth it.
If only he won that.
That's unreal, actually.
Oh, it's so good!
Bruh.
But unfortunately, the winner of this series is not decided by who hits the nicest Deagle 2K. Prettier shots hit by FaZe. But Na'Vi, the ones gearing up for a win.
Yeah. Timeout burned. No stress in this game for Na'Vi. It's been theirs since the first gun round.
I mean, this is the Na'Vi timeout, right? They want to just stick the landing in this first rifle round, knowing if they win this, victory is theirs for the taking. This is the round worth everything to Na'Vi. Thinking back as well to how this game started, all the way back on Ancient, it was that 1v4 turned 1v2 from Ema. You saw him getting frustrated, feeling like that was a golden opportunity, and it didn't feel like much at the time. FaZe still had a lot of ground to cover, but they did go on to win that map. And so Na'Vi don't want to have any excuses. They don't want to feel like they fumbled again on map 3. They know if they win now, victory is theirs for the taking.
You wouldn't say they choked that game, but like they definitely could have won it, and they had a couple chances. It was just ultimately a lot closer than this one. They have breathing room. They have relief now. Alexi, freedom to make a play. A dink on top of a kill in the lobby. Bit's got to watch out. They're coming his way. Many of them. Flash ruins his round. Frozen with an entry. Wonderful. Blinded as well. FaZe's util does push Na'Vi back into uncomfortable position, and they can mid-round this with Karrigan lurking main. He falls immediately, though. FaZe might have to commit with their initial excursion down into this B bomb site from ramp, and Na'Vi know that just the same. They send Ema on the lurk. prowling. And FaZe have done this silently. Oh!
Not that silent no more. Elige versus Ema. And just looks away at the wrong time.
Could have stopped the
As
bomb.
Elige moves in, that looked like it was the focus for Ema.
If Wonderful just swung, he would have had a really good chance to spray that smoke and...
They're lending time to Makazi right now. Just going to see, send him in to go fishing. Try and find something. Instead, it's Wonderful to provide Makazi in tow as well. Frozen. FaZe thought this round was already over. Na'Vi pull up 2 versus 3. A man down in that retake. But faith in their AWPer on the rifle. Faith in their new addition in Makazi.
Yeah, around many may have saved him. Many may have given up. Opportunity's gone. And Makazi opens the door back up with that ramp flank. 2 kills with a perfect nade to put FaZe low. And just like that, Na'Vi winning a retake, 2 on 3. Has broken FaZe's money late in the day yet again.
These are also like retakes that Na'Vi just haven't attempted really at any other point in this series, right? Usually, if they're a man down, just kind of playing the numbers has been enough. Na'Vi, a team that like to maximize the buy rounds. But here, with the series on the line, not afraid to throw some risks into their play.
Oh, that's a little awkward falling off the lip. Rain gets a kill on lower, but Na'Vi did find that 5v4 stopping Elige down vent. Oh, Alexi's thinking about it. Avoids death.
Right now, ramp is open.
Bits in lower, and Wonderful's trying to contain it. You might see Frozen later in the round. We'll see how cocky FaZe get. Humbled by Makazi. Wonderful leaves ramp. Vent. Oh, information at least. Alexi should be able to capitalize on Karrigan here, and with the hut spotted as well. Oh, he didn't shoot.
They're also flanking up Heaven. Right now, there's a Heaven flank coming in. Brokey's going to slow for a moment and give Frozen time to play. Oh. Couldn't complete the kill. Didn't finish his meal, and Makazi comes out swinging to stop him.
I mean, he's saving Na'Vi. Like, this game isn't super close right now, but there have been the chances for FaZe, and Makazi has stopped them back-to-back rounds now in very, very uncomfortable situations, flushing out Rain in the B-bomb site, back up the vent to finish the round. Inexperience not playing a factor in Makazi's confidence to make his own moves. The debuts of these academy prospects today have looked great. It can't all be Donk 13-0ing Apex in his debut at Katowice. But these are still good signs, and to think that these players are only going to get better, only going to get more comfortable. They haven't come in with stinkers on day one.
Yeah. Makazi already has a good track record and what he's been able to put together in the Na'Vi Academy sphere. But first time at a LAN of this scale, first time at an international LAN event, and thriving right now. You only have the opinions of those close to him to go off of, but former coach sung his praises. He's at his new Na'Vi squad as well. In his own words, being very helpful, providing a lot of advice. What we've heard, Makazi's not been shy on asking questions. This is a guy hungry to learn. Out in the yard, Elige hoping to complicate matters in this round. Oh, spots the feet are wonderful. He's got him dancing. But Elige, king of the disco, drops down off the main roof. He's secured a double to bring FaZe back into this round. Brokey made it across. That's the bomb on his back. It feels like FaZe are going to want to link up with him here.
Finding the AWPer fills you with confidence to re-clear outside and just go back down as a pack. They don't worry about Hell player. They're fine to take those fights. FaZe creep their way into B. Methodical clearing here in the lower site, but Na'Vi still uncertain. They've had lobby for a while, waiting for a lurker. Hoping FaZe reset. They've done nothing of the sort, so Na'Vi need to pick their point of rotation. Ramp is always the safest option. Ema will play late down the vent after his team have some contact. Na'Vi still uncertain, go back to hell. The audio cues give it away. Now they've got to turn around. IEM risky, but it will pay off. No one's watching.
A hell of a kill for Frozen, but there's still even more required, and he will get it. Low health as he tries to clutch up here versus IEM, who is beelining for his position. Takes the fight out in the open. And IEM with the instant swing on those doors had the clutch teed up. That's 12 for Na'Vi. They have many a chance to take this series over the line and start off stage 2 in Cologne with a bang.
Yeah, it's a super reassuring game from Na'Vi, right? Even though they had that awkward little miss at the end of Ancient, Mirage was decisive in that second half, and here on Nuke, through and through, it's been a Na'Vi game. FaZe yet to find a T-side round. And looks like it might not happen. They've got to fall by here to try and contend. A final ditch attempt here for FaZe. But everyone's kind of gone cold. Frozen the only one in double digits.
Look at it be a reassuring day for all these stage 2 starting teams. We haven't had a victor from stage 1.
Wow.
And heading into this series, you were thinking FaZe could be that team. The promise from Brokey shining in the first stage for FaZe Clan. The whole team looking way more comfortable, but they've met their match in Na'Vi. Control. And Alige with the entry. Makazi on the receiving end of that again from the top of main. Another round where Na'Vi forego that opening. But FaZe haven't exactly been flawless at converting these man advantages.
Don't have nades, they just have to contact this top site.
And so they're relying on aim and the interplay on this split. Don't have the util to lock off any of these angles. Alexi, as a result, is very comfortable up on hut roof. Rain and Frozen, the hailstorm of FaZe Clan trying to reply. Rain in this 1v1. Wonderful looks on. Very little time. Rain goes hunting and Wonderful runs for the hills. The unfeeling system of Na'Vi cares not for the feeling-based CS of FaZe Clan. Those are the facts. They pull up and they lock in this opener at stage 2. Debut for Makazi on LAN. Starts it off with a win in Cologne.
Yeah, and a reassuring look from Makazi as well, slotting in comfortably, some positional changes on those CT and T sides for Na'Vi, so already reasons to believe in this team, getting a bit of a shake-up in this squad. Best team of last year, struggled to start 2025, but they have more in store and more to say here at Cologne. For FaZe, they're down, but they're not out. They go through to that lower bracket and have to fight tooth and nail every step of the way, where only one more team of the 4 can make it through. It's not going to be easy for FaZe Clan, but it rarely ever is. And at least aside from Nuke, Brokey looking good back in the FaZe jersey, and things to enjoy across this series. Nuke, however, not being one of them.
No, for Na'Vi, they came into this with a point to prove, and boy, did they prove it. Constantly outpositioning FaZe Clan. Good stuff from Na'Vi, and a lot to look forward to if this can keep up.
Yeah, I think the plan is for it to keep up. Thank you very much, gentlemen. A lot of firsts going on around here. Is that right, Makazi?
Yes.
So let's look at it this way. You've got first time setting up on an SSD, your first time in a media day, your first time using in-ears. Is that right?
Yes, that's true.
How's that gone for you?
To be honest, it was a little bit hard because it was going out my ears. So I was like every time putting in, so it's fine.
But yeah, I mean, you found a way, obviously, to adapt to, and then you stack up against a FaZe clan. Now, you play FaZe here in Cologne in a Na'Vi jersey. Tell me about this whole experience. It's got to be a little overwhelming.
To be honest, we kind of choke Ancient because it would be easy, I think, if we wouldn't lose the first map. We choked some rounds. One round I fucked up also. I should trade Alexi, but at least we won in the end, so I'm happy.
Which is exactly what happens, especially when you look over there on Nuke. You think about 6 clean, pretty much, rounds on your T side. I mean, that really did put you guys in a way. Did you feel like you were in control of the match at that point?
Alexi God, bro. What should I say?
Alexi God. So can you describe kind of your team's ability to problem solve today?
We just feel that we can beat them any map. And we was shooting hard today, so let's see tomorrow what's going to happen. I don't know against who we play. So let's see.
You're either going to get Mouse or Liquid.
I mean, I'm confident. I don't care against who we play. So
it's your first interview, right?
Yes.
I think you've done great here, man. You want to say anything to the people at home?
Should I say in Albanian?
Go for it.
Falem dhe për support jam. Tash kena me munu me bo më të mirën. Kështu faleminderit për support edhe ku më munu me bo më të mirën.
Congratulations, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Off to a good start, Navi off to a good start, and what a performance, what a way to beat him. We're also joined by a guy who's smiling an awful lot up here on the desk in Emma. Congratulations with the win, congratulations on taking down FaZe, and congratulations on giving your new boy a first victory.
Yeah, thank you very much.
How did it feel?
It feels amazing to give Drin first victory in our debut with him, and then yeah, I think he just said in the interview that we kind of choked Ancient, and then we had a bit of a rough start, let's say, because I think I was saying to Alexi, like, bro, it felt like a fucking robbery. like, of course we lost on our own mistakes, but like it felt like we should have won that map as well.
Was that the feeling on the server that you were by far the better team tonight?
I cannot say that. They played also very good, but like I said, I'm happy that we managed to be on top today.
Speaking of robbery, do you think that when you were shooting that guy with the Galil and their bullets just went nowhere, did you feel like you got robbed there? What did you say after that?
Galil, wait, which one?
I think it was a K3, yeah, I think.
I had a K. I was like,
AK?
How the hell I didn't kill him? Like, I see the shadow, I start spamming through the wall, so he gets like this slowdown, you know?
Yeah.
And then he picks me, I still shoot him and he doesn't die. And then I heard the last guy as well being shot. It was, oh yeah.
It was at 7 HP or something like that. One more bullet.
He was 7 HP?
After you shot him.
Ah, okay. I thought you meant the last guy.
It looked like
that would have been bad. Yeah.
It looked like when that happened, Mikaze was like trying to like calm you down after you were kind of like tilted. Does he do that for you or for the rest of the team because he's beside you, obviously?
I don't think he did that.
He didn't? Okay.
But I was not tilted. I was like just full shocked how I didn't kill him. Like it was the easiest kill in my fucking life.
Well, apparently not, Emma. Apparently not. Now, not having JL on the team is obviously a big change, I guess. Not only Mikaze coming in for his first tournament, but it's also the first time you're playing without JL. Without speaking too much about him, but still, giving him credit in the sense that, is there anything that you're missing about not having him around anymore? Or is it just, exciting to bring in a new guy?
If he was here, he would be instead of me here, so I don't have to speak with him.
I was just about to say.
No, I'm joking. Obviously, we changed some roles as you saw on Ancient and Nuke, and we just need to adapt because we have a new guy who can run and shoot. He's not afraid to do any mistakes, and that's all it matters. We just need to adapt with our new roles.
Is that gonna help you personally? Like new roles, maybe?
I mean, for me, it's fine to learn something. Like now, for example, I'm playing Nuke Door. In practice, I got so fucked. I'm watching Door, I'm dying from Hut. I'm watching Hut, I'm dying from Door. I'm watching both of them, I'm dying from Radio. Or something like this. So it's kind of new for me, some positions. But like I said, it's fun to learn something new.
When you're bringing in a new player over the player break, I guess you have to go back to the basics for some things. Did that help you guys as a team just kind of revisit what made you guys so good last year and what kind of was missing at the beginning of this year?
I think it's true what you said. We kind of started with the basics, but we kind of rushed them. And then I think it's also pretty good what Drains did in the bootcamp. Like he was catching up like information after information after information, and then if you are trying to play, let's say 6-7 maps on this in 12 days of bootcamp, it might be kind of hard to manage this and to remember all of the stuff, but we help him, and then we also help each other if we forget something, and I think that's all that matters.
Now, obviously, off to a good start taking down FaZe in your opening game. The next up is going to be either Mouse or Team Liquid. He didn't want to say who he'd rather want to play. I hate when players do that because you always have a preference. So, Emma, who would you rather face in that one, Liquid or Mouse?
To be honest, I would say Liquid.
Yeah,
I can tell you why.
Okay.
Because of Flashy. We need to smash him.
Okay.
Like he was our analyst, as you know, and then
You miss him?
Of course.
Yeah?
Of course.
He was a good boy?
Yeah, very good boy, very funny guy, on point, and then I definitely miss him.
Is Blake gonna miss him?
You need to ask him.
Okay. Fair enough. Obviously, as I said already, off to a good start, Emma. Expectations for this tournament. I think people at home, are looking at your lineup thinking it's hard to quantify where you're at right now. And I think for you as a team, it's probably also hard to say that, we want to get to the semifinal. We want to win the tournament. So what would be satisfying for Na'Vi here in Cologne?
I don't think we have any goal. Obviously, we want to play the best that we can with what we had in our bootcamp. But even though this is Cologne, like for us, like you said, it's the first tournament. So this might be like a test. So not test, like... I don't know. First tournament is just to see what, for not like first step, but to see what happens, what you need to change, what you need to adapt, and so on with the new guy, and we just to play like that.
All right, Emma, thank you so much for joining us. Being the budget jail, I think you did a good job.
Thank you very much.
Move on and enjoy your rest day.
Budget jail and then on the height as well.
On the height as well. Well, there's a bit of a difference, not too much. Anyway, we have the results from the A stream today as well. Give it up for Emma, of course, as he's taking over the whole interview role from JL, who always was that guy. Na'Vi took down FaZe, as you just saw earlier today. Vitality took down Astralis. You look at the scoreline, Josh, you think 2-0 for Vitality. Not a big surprise, but Astralis did put up a fight on that first map, 13-11. You even said it could have gone both ways, maybe. Falcons taking down GamerLegion 2-0. Not a surprise there, huh?
Not a surprise. I think Falcons, there were question marks about, how is Kioski going to fit in with the team, and going up against GamerLegion that's been fighting hard is something to be scared of. But 2-0s across the board here on the B stream. So
yeah, seems to be the day of the 2-0s. G2 taking down Furia 2-0. I think that's a little bit of a surprise.
We saw yesterday we had Yakinder on the desk, and he was talking about wanting to be in that A group, wanting to be in the group with he thought it was a harder group, and then they ended up going against Furia. He's on Furia. He actually goes against G2. He wanted to play them, and then they lose.
Think you request that
2-0.
now? Yeah.
Should we get him back and then talk to him at some point?
Well, maybe for an exit interview if that continues. Let's see. Furia is still alive in the tournament, not over yet. However, we do have some top performers of the day as well. The top 10 players that we award every day, and there's some cool names on tournament overall so far. Blitz up there, continuing the good trends we saw from the Mongols at the major. A lot of them are in here. They were absolutely manhandling their opponents. Voxic had a banger versus NIP, and they're playing with a stand.
But no Senzu up here for Mongols.
Usually
he was, seriously. Usually he's at the top. You have Mizzino and Techno here instead of Senzu. What's going on with that?
Just, it's the sample size.
Oh, yes. I love it.
It's the sample
size.
Thank you.
These were all 2-0s as well. Well, yeah, these were all 2-0s.
All 2-0s.
Aurora, Mongols, Falcons, yep.
Nico in contention, Monacy's up there. PR, I love the fact that PR is in there. He was great, very, very great when we played the play-in stage 1, and he's been great so far today as well. Insani in the mix so far for the tournament as well. MIBR no longer around, but he's still holding up his rating. We do have a lot of Counter-Strike happening tomorrow and the day after and the day after that. But let's focus on tomorrow first. On the A stream, Mouse taking on Team Liquid. As we spoke about already, winner of that game will then take on Na'Vi in the next round. Falcons versus the Mongols. I think that's a very cool game. Both looked incredible sharp today still, and then G2 versus Vitality.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how G2 could put up with this new roster against Vitality, the best team in the world. But the Mouse Liquid rematch from the major, oh man, Liquid almost took out Mouse, and Liquid was either a team could have been 0-3, but that would be a fun rematch.
It would be a fun rematch. There's also action going on over on the B stream. Team Spirit is making their debut versus Heroic. GamerLegion is playing 3D Max in order to stay alive, or continue the good trend, so to speak. And then Astralis versus Furia. Well, they're playing in order to stay alive.
And that's a rematch from Stage 1.
That is a rematch from Stage 1 as well. That's also a match that I think is very interesting for a lot of different reasons, but I think for both Astralis and Furia, it will be rather disappointing to exit the tournament on day 2.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least they went through Stage 1 and won that on the way over here, so I think both teams have a lot to work with.
Have a lot to work with. We also have a lot to work with, and you guys could potentially have something to work with, because tickets are on sale for that Krakow event next year. So if you want to be there, be square, head into the link below me, esl.gg/Krakow, secure yourself a ticket. It's always fun to be in Poland. We've been in Katowice for many, many, many years now. We're moving into Krakow, and let's be honest, still, it's one of those staples of the season that you cannot miss, can you?
No, absolutely not. I'll make sure that I get right on it right as
Are you buying a ticket?
We're done this. I'm buying a ticket as soon as we're done this.
You buy one for me too?
No.
What?
Well, you can get your own, man. We split. It's 2025, mate.
People always wonder if we have a good relationship, us talents in between. The answer is clearly no. Anyway, I want to move on. I want to end this show.
Buy me a bike.
It's too expensive, bro. Way too expensive. We're going to move on still. We have a lot of action coming up tomorrow and the day after that and the day after that. And of course for the playoff weekend as well. But we have to take one day at a time. We're going to go to sleep. We're going to shut down the studio. But we will be back with you tomorrow.
Twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I don't shove it. I rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Gold! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Bye.